and then there was light, and the YouTube chat went live. And then he said, TikTok, let there be light. Then TikTok was live, and there was light. And he looked at it, and he saw that it was good. The stream was good. And then there was evening, and the next day. It's funny, because only the people watching this VOD tomorrow saw that. Odinson, you missed the best quotes of my entire career. You missed them by like 10 seconds. You're going to have to see it in the VOD tomorrow. Or in hours. It's sad, bro. What's up, Chaz? Oh, man. The video going up today. It's going to be fucking awesome. What's up, Kira? Another day, another grind. Something like that. Something like that. Oh, man. Killer Cutthroat, what's up? Never seen you here before. You uploading the video of that guy from yesterday? One of them, yeah. Yeah. Tired Eyes has offered to get the clips out since I hate it so much. I just hate to put her out like that. If we did that, we'd probably have a daily debate video go out. I just hate putting people out. So I don't know if that's something we'll do or not. First back, why should you? What? Oh, I forgot that the name on the backup channel is Back. That's hilarious. Why should I? That's for you to find out. I think your cold is getting worse because, yeah, it is very scratchy. Someone at work had strep throat. Dude came into work and we were supposed to go to the bar. We were supposed to go to the brewery on Saturday. And we were talking about going to the brewery on Saturday on like Wednesday or Thursday. And then Thursday he didn't come into work and I was like, where the fuck are you? He's like, I got strep. And I'm like, oh shit, we're all about to get sick. And then the next day I got sick. Do you have a cold? Yeah, I got something going on. You sound low. I can't really turn myself up any more than I am. I'm literally maxed out on my audio mixer and damn near maxed out on OBS. I used to be an atheist. I used to be a Christian. If you seek him honestly, he'll answer. God, if you exist, show yourself right now. What's up, Tristan? Yeah, you weren't first today, Cab. Did you obey him? Yes, I am a pastor's son. I grew up in the church. I was baptized. I also had a bar mitzvah, but you didn't have that, motherfucker. I used to talk in the tongue. I used to believe that the earth was flat. I believed earth was 6,000 years old. I believed every single person in Hollywood sold their soul to the devil and were lizard people. I believed NASA was fake. I believed Jesus Christ was the Son of God and risen the third day, and I used to apologetically street preach it. Saying that I was never a true Christian is the most pathetic bitch thing you could ever do. It's called the no true Scotsman fallacy. You're not a mind reader. You have no fucking clue what I thought. I was overboard. Once you learn logic and critical thinking, you stop believing. So what was the reason you stopped? Just genuinely due to researching Jesus and realizing I had no reason to believe. Literally, that is it. I fucking love the church. Miss it to this day. Absolutely no church trauma. Loved it. We're gonna get Lost Boy in here. Is that Terabithia? Is your name saying Terabithia?
Terabithia.
Bro, what a call out.
Yeah, what about it?
Bridge to Terabithia? That's awesome, dude. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies.
Dude, that's amazing. I haven't heard that in a minute. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you, dude?
Doing all right, man. You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 22.
All right, cool. What you got for us today? Which religion do you follow?
I'm Muslim
Muslim. Okay, why should I be?
because it makes the most sense. It's the most logical framework that is the most logical and simple.
Wonderful. You want to give me a logically sound argument for your God?
Yeah, so nothing can't come and make something.
Correct. Would you
Okay.
like to give me a logically sound argument for your God, though?
Yeah. Uh I
Cool.
would say
P1.
that throughout the universe. Yeah. I would say throughout like the consistency of mankind of history, right? I would say that we can find there's consistency of one divine source, one consistency of one God actually throughout all these scriptures and ancient civilizations and
What?
every single ancient teaching.
Bro, monotheism is new. Throughout all of history, it was multiple gods.
No, it wasn't, dude.
Yeah, Yahweh is from a pantheon, brother.
Y'all, I'm talking about before Yahweh. I'm talking about before all these ancient mysteries
You want
and
to
all
know
these
the
ancient
oldest gods to ever be known by man?
the Hindu gods.
Yes, a pantheon. It has always been a pantheon. Monotheism is new.
Well, guess what? I think monotheism was before those gods.
Well, according to history, you're wrong, and you just debated history, so we're going to go historically. Your feelings don't dictate facts.
Well, historically, I would be accurate.
No, you
because
wouldn't. The
Adam and
first
Eve-
god was Vishnu.
Yeah, but according to Adam and Eve, though, right? Because
Did they exist?
well, that depends on your theological perspective and what
Wonderful.
you.
According to theology, it's allegory. So, again, I thought you had a logical argument
Okay,
for
but
God.
that's according to you because you don't take the
And
scripture
according
literally.
to
You take
you, oh, you want to take it literally? Yeah, show me a snake that talks.
obviously, that doesn't happen anymore.
Prove it that it could have ever happened. You said it's
Obviously, you
literal.
can't. That's the whole point of
Obviously, you
believing in
can't
the
say you have
scripture,
faith.
though.
Belief without evidence, you're indoctrinated. So it's not logical, it's illogical, it's uncritical. You just debunked yourself.
No, I didn't. That doesn't make sense because if you
It
think
does
about
make
it,
sense.
when you
Demonstrate that a snake talked.
I can demonstrate that a snake talked right now.
Do it.
God allowed it to happen just the same way that God allowed us
I
to
said
talk.
demonstrate that. That's a claim. It's not a demonstration of truth.
Okay, but I don't need to demonstrate because there's somewhere in the world
Yeah,
where
you
a
do.
snake is
It's a
talking
piece.
right now.
No, it's a piece of paper written by human beings 2,000 years ago that said a
Okay,
snake
show me
talked.
where a snake is. Show me in the world right now where a snake isn't talking. I bet you can't do that.
Snakes don't talk. It's biology.
Yeah, but you don't know if there's a snake that's talking right now.
Well, that would be your burden to prove if it is happening, because so it's against all logic, it's against all biology for that to be happening. So you would have the burden to prove that it's possible, because in accordance with all evidence, it's justifiably true that that's not possible. So you have a burden to prove it. Stop burden shifting. I'm way too good to be able to be burden shifted on. You said it's logical to believe in your God. Provide me a logically sound argument.
Yeah, it's very logical. It's so logical that it's so divine simple.
So demonstrate
divine,
it.
That's how we call it. Divine
You're just making the claim again. Demonstrate it.
Okay, demonstrate it. Oh, here we go. Think of one thing in your head, right? Think of one thing in your head. It doesn't have to be a anthropomorphic figure or a figure of some sort like Jesus, right?
How
Just
does
think of
me
this-
thinking about something demonstrate that a snake can talk or that your God exists?
Because that's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm not Descartes. I don't think, therefore I am.
Okay, so you are, right?
I'm an empiricist, brother. You need to demonstrate it to me.
Okay, so God is the only thing that actually exists. You don't exist then.
Demonstrate that.
Divine source is the only absolute reality. Therefore, your reality doesn't exist. It only exists within his consciousness.
I don't grant
Therefore,
P1. Demonstrate P1.
Well, that's just the truth. Whether you want
No,
to believe it or
you
not.
have to demonstrate it. It's an unproven claim.
You can't demonstrate the unseen. God even claims
Correct.
he's
There's
the
no
unseen.
evidence for your God, and there's no logically sound argument for your God. What you provided might have been
Okay, well,
illogically
the
valid.
evidence is so beautiful. The evidence is so beautiful that it's right in your face. You just got to go outside and
Yeah,
pick
the
at some
universe
trees.
is beautiful. There's nothing to do with God, though. You have to show a causal mechanism demonstrating that it is related to a God causing it.
Yes, I can actually. The consistency and the patterns,
What pattern?
the patterns that you see throughout the whole
Yeah,
world.
provide a pattern.
If you study the law of oneness, everything is literally
Cool, provide a
this.
pattern.
Okay, the trees, they're a pattern.
Okay, show me
way
where
that
God made trees.
trees grow, the way that trees grow, they
Look at the
stand.
trees. Yeah, show me where trees were made by God. They're biology, you know that's right.
Yeah, seeds. Just the way you're a seed. You
Yeah,
were
it's
a seed at one
biology.
point. Yeah, biology is God.
So show God making a
Biology.
seed.
Well, who made biology?
Nobody. Show God made a tree.
Nobody. Who made biology?
Nobody. Show God made it.
Okay, but show someone but show who made biology in general.
I've answered you 2 times. Do you need a third answer?
Can you show me who made biology actually?
Do you need a third answer? What did
But
I
you
say?
didn't answer me when I asked you.
I answered
"Can
you
show me who
twice.
made biology?" But you can't really answer me. You said
I did
nobody.
answer you
That
twice.
doesn't make sense because obviously somebody did create biology.
That's incorrect. What person can make things like biology?
Obviously a infinite creator that is
That's not obvious.
way
Demonstrate it.
beyond. That's the whole point of demonstrating the
Biology is
insane,
science, dude. The insane. I'm glad that you agree that your belief is insane.
No, it's so insane that it's so crazy to
You
actually,
just
like,
admitted
fathom.
that you are insane.
'Cause
Yes, you are
existence is
illogical.
yes, existence is insane in
Thank you for
itself.
saying yes. I know that you agree that you're illogical. So there's no reason to believe in your God. It's unjustified.
Existence
There's
is
no evidence for it,
illogical.
and it's illogical. Existence
Okay,
is
but
not
it's-
illogical. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed.
Okay, but you're the one that's basically asking why do I exist? Why do I need
No,
a God
you're the
to
one saying
exist?
that. You made a claim, and I'm just asking you questions.
Hold on.
You made a claim. You made a claim. I'm asking you questions about your claim to justify your claim, and you're incapable of doing it. And then you also admitted that
am
it's illogical. You've also admitted that it's crazy.
It's not crazy. I said existence itself, the very fact that we're here, is very, very, very low. It's a low percentage. It's
No,
not
it's
even
not.
close
It's
to being-
100% chance that we're here.
Okay, that's
It's a
not what I
1-to-1
mean.
ratio. We live in one world, one universe.
I thought you're a scientist. I thought
No.
you believe in like science and the universe and all this crazy shit.
I have no degree, and I do believe in the universe because it's demonstrably true. What evidence do you have that your God
Okay,
is
then.
demonstrably true?
So, yeah, the great architect of the universe.
Prove it.
Yeah, I can prove it throughout all these civilizations and schools of thought, and I
Cool,
can prove
prove
it
it.
throughout the consistency.
Saying you can prove it
Consistency
isn't
and
proving it. Prove it.
Yeah, I'm an experientialist. I actually can prove
Yeah,
it
I'm
through
not a. I'm
experience
not a. I
and-
don't accept or grant phenomenology. Explain to me why I should.
Phenomenology is the gateway of experiencing and understanding experiences from people. And
Yeah,
understanding
demonstrate that your
perspectives.
experience is true.
I don't need to demonstrate that.
Then it's not true.
That's
Nope, that's an unjustified claim.
what makes it more true. Actually, the way
No,
that we
it
don't need to
isn't.
demonstrate it. The way
So
that you could just go outside.
I can tell
and
you
it is, and
when
it
I
is.
walk outside in the daytime, I
Selflessness.
experience warmth. The causal mechanism is the sun, and I can demonstrate that as true. You're saying that you experience God, demonstrate it as true, as I just did for the sun.
Yeah, I am that I am. You know,
That's a claim.
the chemical that was created within me.
Yeah,
is
it's a
the chemical
claim.
that was
Demonstrate
created
that
by
it's God.
Because everything outside of the time frame and everything.
What
outside
exists
of our
outside of
source-
time?
What exists outside of time?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Wonderful. Demonstrate that.
Yeah, God's unseen, so we can't really demonstrate what God is. That's trying to fathom Him. We
Well,
can't
he's
fathom
unseen
God.
because he's non-existent. You can't demonstrate him. There's no
he
logical
chooses to
argument
be
for him.
unseen.
By the way, if your God is
Yeah, we
outside of
choose to
time,
test
are
him.
you agreeing that your God is atemporal?
No, he's not atemporal.
So
He's
he does
temporal.
exist inside of time. Cool. Demonstrate him making something then, because there would be causal relation to be able to justify the mechanism creating something.
Wait, no, he's not contained inside of anything.
Okay, so he's outside of time.
Yeah, he's outside of time, of course.
Wonderful. He can't have any causal relation according to the law of causality then, because cause and effect are points of time. So you have to have time to have cause and effect. Therefore, your God can't even breathe, think, or create.
Yeah,
You just
breathing
debunked yourself
doesn't
again.
mean-
That's 2 times that
No,
you've been.
You just debunked
Dude,
yourself because you just.
You have been put in a
Hold on,
corner
you gotta let me
2
speak, you
times
gotta let
now.
me speak.
And you are just
You
getting
just brought
back
up.
shots
You just
over
brought up
and over
human.
and over and
Okay.
over. You're losing so hard. It's fucking
You just
hilarious.
brought up human limitations to the argument of
Oh, you're
God,
going to
when in
use special
reality, the
pleading now?
only thing we
You want to
conceive
use a
and
special
perceive.
pleading fallacy now? Is that what you want to do? God is outside of
No.
our time. God is outside of our logic. Therefore, we can't understand him. Is that what you want to use right now?
Yes. Yes.
That's
We only
called
can
special
understand him.
pleading. All things.
No, that's the
Yeah,
whole
it's
reason of
special pleading
oneness.
fallacy. You
That's
want
the
to
whole
know
reason
how
of the
it's a
law of
special pleading
oneness.
fallacy? I can explain it.
That's why God is one. That's why He makes it so
I can
easy.
explain how
because
it's fallacious.
no, you don't understand psyche.
What's a special pleading fallacy?
A special pleading fallacy is whenever you plead and it's a fallacy.
So special pleading is all things have to adhere to these laws except for my thing. And that's what you're saying. All things adhere to the laws of physics and logic, etc., except for my thing, of which your thing doesn't exist. And you're using it to make it make sense to your own mind. You have cognitive dissonance and confirmation bias.
Okay, but the thing is, though, I'm gonna tell you this right now, through the consistency of not just my framework, but the ancient civilizations, right? They say that there's one God, and they all
No, they
came to the
don't.
conclusion.
Ancient
Yes, they do, Mr.
civilizations
Miyagi. Don't
agree
even
with
bullshit
multiple
me. I
gods.
would literally
Hinduism
show
is the
you.
oldest.
Hinduism is not the oldest.
Yeah, it
Islam
is.
is.
No, it's not.
What does Islam mean?
No clue, but I know Hinduism's the oldest religion.
Exactly. You don't know because you don't study.
Yeah, what's the
Islam
oldest
means
religion?
according to quote unquote history, it's animism.
Hinduism. I'm glad that you agree with facts. So
Okay, animism plays a
Islam
part
is
into
not the
Hinduism,
oldest.
but
I'm so glad that you're
do you know
learning.
what animism is?
I know that Hinduism is the oldest religion.
Okay, Hinduism is the oldest religion, but this oldest school of
Correct.
thought
Good
is
boy.
called
I'm glad that
animism.
you're paying attention finally. So you can't use a
You
fallacy
obviously
to
don't
prove something
understand
as
what I'm talking
true.
about because you don't
Fallacies
actually
make
understand
things
true history.
untrue.
You're actually just
Fallacies
studying
make
broad
things
mainstream
untrue.
history. So you're a fraud.
So fallacies make things untrue. Yeah. Would you like to demonstrate otherwise?
God obviously exists. He's within you.
It's not obvious. Where inside of me is he? I did not consent to that.
He's your consciousness. He's your divine spark.
He's my
you.
consciousness. He's in my brain.
He's not in your brain. Literally.
Well, that's where
contained.
consciousness come from. So.
Okay, but no, consciousness is not local. It's not contained in
Yeah,
you.
it is.
It's not local. No, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
it
why you
is.
can transcend past that.
No, you can't.
No, it's not.
Demonstrate
Show me
that.
that it's local. Demonstrate. No, you
Yeah,
demonstrate
global
that it's local.
workspace theory. When you turn off a brain, you turn off consciousness.
Okay, but where does your consciousness end up?
Your brain, brother. It's an emergent property of the brain. Same as a rat trap.
Okay, does it stay in the Okay, when you die, does it stay in the physical realm?
Yeah.
No, it
It's
transcends.
energy.
It goes to the
No,
spiritual.
it transfers. It turns into heat.
But okay, transfers.
Yeah, it
yes,
turns into
okay,
heat and gets
transfers.
absorbed back into the ground.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that that's going to remain in like a physical body, right? It's going to become a spiritual body.
It doesn't become spiritual at all. It just transfers into another type of heat or another type of energy called heat.
You're such a fucking geek scientist that you only speak in scientific terms, that you're not willing to actually like combine any theological perspectives that are actually could make sense with science. You're just disregarding all of it.
Oh, cool. Prove scientifically that the spirit exists.
Spirit?
Mm-hmm.
Like the soul?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, the soul definitely is just a human concept created by men, but like the soul.
Yeah, so it doesn't exist.
It does exist, but not the way that
Prove
you
it.
think it exists. See, that's the problem that you fucking geekers have with science.
Thank you for calling me smarter than you. So prove that a soul exists.
You're smart with your words, but you're not smart because there's a language model here that's not allowing you to understand this because of the language is
Brother, I'm not even using big words. I'm using basic words, and you have been able to understand every word I've made.
Mr. Miyagi, the only way I can ever demonstrate
Mr. Miyagi was a very wise, kind, gentle soul in the movie, so thank you. Thank you for calling me wiser than you, because Miyagi was smarter than his pupil. Therefore, I'm smarter than you. Thank you.
I'm giving you a compliment.
I'm glad that you're learning.
You want me to boost your ego more?
Oh yeah, stroke it, daddy.
Yeah, I'll boost your ego some more if you want me to, because I was giving you a compliment the whole time. I hope you
Some
knew that,
good
buddy.
coffee.
But anyways, Mr. Miyagi, Master Miyagi.
Thank you for calling me master. Good boy.
Yeah, of course. I know you like femdom and you know, and a bunch of weird porn sites that are, you know, probably fucking your consciousness up, but it's okay. I'll be with you for this time. The only way I can ever you know, get an atheist that's so well caught up in his atheism in order to believe in one God is to
Atheism.
demonstrate. It's to demonstrate the
Tell me what atheist means.
undemonstratable. It's to demonstrate the undemonstratable. That's the whole point of it. You can't really switch an atheist's mind. They're so hard-headed and
Why should
block-headed.
we is the thing. Why should we? Because we're able to. I am an atheist because my mind was open and I was able to accept facts over my feelings. I loved the church. I still love the church. My dad is a pastor. I grew up in the church. I loved it. I changed not because of trauma and not because of struggling to have faith. I changed because the facts did not align with my faith. And I don't give a fuck about my feelings. I care about what is true.
So what is it that you don't
So
believe?
if I am
What is it that you
wrong,
don't believe about
if
God?
I am wrong, you need to demonstrate how and why I should change my mind, not make up a bunch of baseless claims.
Yeah, I already know why. I can show you why exactly too. It's also a fact of self accountability, which I can get into that as well. Also, it's a matter of people not getting their actual like justice. Because when people in reality, though, what is their punishments? The Hitlers of this world and the Zionists and the people that are destroying people and being evil. Where do you think they go? That you don't think they get judged? Do you think they're just going to go disappear into energy and become science, like your gay ass science project that you want to create and destroy humankind and cause transhumanism to destroy us? Let me tell you something, Mr. Miyagi. I get
What
it.
the
You want to be a
fuck?
master? Go ahead. Yeah, I know. I know.
No, there's not a
You're
place
the
called
Elon
hell.
Musks of you're the Elon Musks of the world. We get it. We get it.
What? You want to make sense with your next sentence?
You guys are. Yes, what I'm saying is that you guys are all fucking retarded, and you guys are all presenting some bullshit, just a throwaway theology, and it's not gonna
For
work.
terms of
It never
service, I
will
can't
work.
allow you
It's
to say
like,
that word.
okay, sorry.
Plus, you're supposed to be a Christian. Remember that part of the Bible in Proverbs where it says, do not let profane speech leave your tongue? Also, remember in 1 Peter 3:15, yes, I know the Bible better than you. Remember in 1 Peter 3:15 where it says, when asked about your faith, give an explanation for the reason you have hope.
You
And do it
obviously
with kindness
don't
and
know what
goodness.
faith. You obviously don't know what faith I am. I'm not Christian.
Oh, I don't care. Oh, shit. You got... Damn it. He got reported by the system. It's funny because Evan would have dropped him immediately. I'm sorry, Evan. I know. That sucks. I tried, guys. I tried with him. All right, we're going to get the next caller up. Let's do... Oh, I can't pronounce that. So, Jewish Disciple will get you in next. You're second in line. We're going to get Never. I think that's how we're going to pronounce that. What is up, Never? Is that how I pronounce it? Never Broken?
Never broken.
Cool,
Yeah,
cool,
how you
cool.
doing, bud?
All right, brother. Are you over the age of 18?
So actually, you were hitting pretty key points. I was literally in the chat laughing, like beyond fucking doubt. So I guess like what his issue is like you being atheist, like you like the logic and the respect. You know what I'm saying? You're gathering your evidence. So a lot of people come to you, try to flip the script. Like I'm not arguing belief. Like I'm talking history. Like Hinduism is the oldest, like still practiced religion, and it's still widely accepted. But we don't have to agree spiritually or agree on timelines. Um, so I don't know. I was just jumping in the chat, laughing my ass off, bro. To be honest.
Yeah, the number one thing I notice about the Islamic faith is 99% of them are gaslighters.
No, yeah, 100%. I mean, I can't remember what it was called. It was something that evolved into Hinduism. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like it wasn't Mesopotamia. It was something else.
Well, it comes from Mesopotamia. That's like where like almost everything from the West comes from is Mesopotamia. Like I mean, like literally damn near everything, even laws in the judicial system.
Yeah.
Marriage comes from Mesopotamia.
That is right. I don't know. So like I don't know. Like I said, I just flipping through lives, bro. And I caught the I caught the banter on that dude's end. So I was just like, you know what? I only saw one box. figured he was gonna get reported once or a few times. So
Yeah, he had some words slip out. The true hatred of Islam. Well, I'm gonna let you down so I can get the next guy up, but I appreciate you, brother.
oh yeah, but have a good one.
You as well. Sorry about my voice, guys. All right, let's get Jewish in here. What's up, disciple?
Sorry, I had YouTube. My YouTube came on. What's up, dude? How you doing?
Hey, doing all right, brother. Which religion are you? Are you Jewish?
Born Jewish, then became a Christian like 2 years ago.
Oh, sweet, interesting. I'm curious about that,
I went
but
through atheism, went through Buddhism, went through New Ageism, all this stuff.
very
then-
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That's very interesting. I don't think I've ever heard someone do that one. Yeah, you're over the age of 18, I'm supposing, right?
Yeah. Wait,
All right.
36.
And then Christian. Cool. Why
37
should I
now.
be?
I mean, I would say, could we start like kind of before Christian? Can we just talk about God in general before we go to Christian?
Sure.
I think it's like more. I think it's more practical to talk about, is there a God before we say which God is true, right?
Yeah, that's valid.
So for me, I think it's grounded in. I believe that logic and rationale are actually real things that exist, and I believe that materialism can't produce something immaterial, which like logic and reason is immaterial, right? We would agree.
Sure.
Like we the awareness of them would be immaterial.
Are you an empiricist?
Mm,
You're a materialist.
well, I think that I mean, no, I'm not a materialist. I'm saying these things are immaterial. Logic and reason are immaterial, right? Like there is
Okay,
only
I see.
awareness of them is in the mind, right?
So they're grounded in axioms, like two things being next to two things is four things. We made up the concept of 2 + 2, though. So they are actually real, tangible things we can demonstrate in reality. Same
Yeah,
for logic.
we can look at reality and empirically use our logic and reason to make sense of the things, and like we can use the laws of the laws of logic, right? The laws of non-contradiction,
Yeah.
excluded middle, all these things. We can use these things to make rational and logical statements.
I do agree
And I
that they're
would-
not material. I do agree with that, but
Yeah, they're immaterial and they only exist in a mind, right? It takes a mind in order to organize these things. And so for me, when I look at the universe and I believe that my reason and logic is dependable, then I would come to the conclusion that logic and reason has to exist somewhere. And since reality reflects that it's logical and reasonable, that there would have to be a mind that created logic and reason for it to exist.
are you talking
truly in
immaterialism
reality.
by Berkeley?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not like a major philo bro, so I wouldn't know.
Are you saying that
Uh,
all things are mind dependent, therefore there must be a first mind?
yeah, basically.
Okay, yeah, so this is like incredibly fallacious. It was coined by Berkeley, immaterialism, that all things are immaterial. No, that's not even close to true. The universe is
All things are
tangible.
immaterial? I wouldn't say all things are immaterial.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we live in a material universe. The reason that logic is a
agree.
concept is because it just helps us know if we're thinking correctly in accordance with reality. So the thing about logic that is material is it must adhere to reality,
I agree.
of which God does not.
Why so?
Well, every single thing about him, Trinity, for instance, that's completely illogical.
We're not even talking about that yet. We're talking about God's existence.
Yeah, God
We're not
outside of
talking about
space-time
Christian-
breaks the laws of physics and logic. God all-powerful breaks the laws of logic. It's a paradox. Triomny is a paradox in
But
and of itself.
you're saying because you're saying God exists outside of the material, it's not logical?
Well, no, it's the things about it. So, for instance, if he exists outside of space-time, right, you cannot have cause and effect without time. Cause is a place in time, and effect is a future point in time. So, without time, you can't even have causal relation. Therefore, the that God cannot have created anything, let alone think. So it's
Because
illogical
God,
to believe
because
that.
so it's illogical to believe that if metaphysically God is atemporal, it's illogical for you to believe that that
Yeah,
exists
yeah.
because you believe it, everything has to be pure. Well, what would be your logical syllogism for that? Why is that?
Let's see. Let's see. Trying to think of how to do this without begging the question. Here, let me get my
Yeah, because
notepad
it kind
out.
of sounds like you're kind of just like talking about that as if it were
Well,
granted
I
that
can do it
God can't
without
exist
a
out of immaterial
syllogism.
reality.
How do you have cause and effect without time?
Well, yeah, because God would have to exist outside of time.
No,
He
without
would have to
time, how
start
do
time.
you have cause and effect?
Well, cause and effect is only started once he starts time, right? Like
Well, that's
you
a
couldn't.
claim, but
So
without time, so that means if he has not created it, there is no time. Therefore, without time, he is having causal relation. How is this possible?
how is it possible? Well, I would say that nothing could be moved without a first mover. So so we
Hmm.
have cause and effect, right?
To a
We
degree,
have
I
cause and
agree with that
effect.
first claim, but here's the thing with the full actual law. Things in motion stay in motion. Things not in
Hmm.
motion stay not in motion. Okay, so the universe's default state is motion. It doesn't require an external force to put it into motion because it's already in motion. It would require an external force to stop it from being in motion.
Well, again, you're begging the question that
No, I'm not.
it was already in motion.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're just making
All
the
evidence
assumption that it was
justifies that
always in
it's in
motion.
motion, and there's no evidence that something put it in motion.
I mean, what's the evidence that before, for example, the Big Bang, what was the motion that was occurring before?
It was in a hot, dense state of energy, and energy can't be created. That's the first law of thermodynamics. Why would I believe that it was created?
But then you're just assuming that energy was always there.
Yeah, because energy can't be created. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed. That's a logically sound argument for that.
Uh, you're saying energy cannot be created or destroyed, but we're talking about the energy that already exists,
Yeah, energy
right?
cannot
So,
be created,
for
and it
example,
exists, therefore it always existed, because it cannot be created and it does exist.
okay, so what started the motion of the universe? It was always in
Nothing. It was
motion,
energy is always
is
in
what you're
motion.
saying.
Yeah. Energy
Okay,
fields
but why
are
would,
motion.
how would we, like, when we look at the universe and we see that it's going towards entropy, right? Everything's losing its energy, right?
No, energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Well, all the
Entropy is
kinetic
about
energy
like
is turning back
chaos.
into, well, yeah, eventually everything becomes chaotic, and then we
Well,
assume that the
yeah,
universe
us
is going to
having
end
a
in a
kid
major heat
adds
death,
to
right?
entropy.
Yeah,
Uh,
right, because we're converting energy into another state.
Right, but we're just adding also more positions of a set.
Hmm. So then, so your position on what's the first mover then?
There
There is no
doesn't need to
mover.
be. Why does there need to be one if it's already in motion?
So then, what was it that predated the Big Bang that created?
Why does there
You're
need to
just
be
saying
anything?
everything. Well, I would assume that if we had a large explosion of potential energy
There
that turned
wasn't an
kinetic that
explosion.
created our universe. So you don't agree with the expansion of the universe?
Yeah, the expansion is not an explosion. Those are two different words.
But that's how we assume that everything was
Incorrect.
so dense that I thought that was the modern science take,
Mm-mm.
was that
No.
everything was like all matter was concentrated into one
Yep.
dense point, and
And then it
then
expanded 13.8 billion years ago. And we know this to be a fact thanks to CMB radiation. We
yeah,
have
we know this
evidence
to
for
be a
it.
fact.
So everything I
Yeah,
believe is due to justified evidence beyond reasonable doubt. And there is no evidence to justify why we should believe that the universe had to have been put there.
but then what would be the actionable? What would be the cause that created
Dark energy
everything to
expanded the
go?
universe. Energy, energy, energy. Everything goes back to energy. 100% of all of it comes back to energy. And energy can't be created. So unless you're able to prove the first law of thermodynamics false, there's no justification to believe that God did it.
So the material universe, what caused the material universe to come into existence?
Matter
It always
emerges from
was. That's your
energy.
take. Okay, that's not the answer, but what caused the material universe to come into existence and put it into
It's always
motion?
existed, brother.
But there has to be an initial cause, right?
No, there doesn't, because energy cannot
So
be
there's
created.
no, because energy cannot be created. There's
Brother,
no
if I did
cause.
this to your belief, the amount of special pleading that would be required. So for instance, if I ask you what caused God, because all things require a cause, you're going to run to, well, he's all powerful, he doesn't need to be created, he is the first cause. And I'm saying that this is the first cause, but you're incapable of comprehending that, but you can comprehend a magical unicorn being a first cause. The first cause is energy, dude. Energy can't be created. It is the first cause. God is not even, there's no evidence justifying it exists in the first place. We know energy exists. We know energy can't be created. So what
Where
are
does
you having a
energy
hard
come
time with?
from?
Dude, I
I
just
don't understand
answered
where
that
energy
30
came from.
times. What did I say?
So energy just exists. It is. So it's just.
It always
It's
existed.
almost
It
like
cannot
it
be
almost
created.
is
The
like a
universe
special
is
pleading.
energy. No, it's not.
That is a special.
No,
pleading.
it's not. Special pleading means all things adhere to these laws except for my thing. Your God is special pleading. Energy cannot be created. It is agreeing with the laws of physics. The universe is energy. Without energy, we wouldn't even be able to observe and ask these questions.
I don't know. It just sounds like special pleading to me. That
Dude,
just
it's not.
out of
Literally, by definition,
okay.
it is
I'm
not.
just. Can I finish? Okay, I understand what you're saying.
You're
But
saying a
I guess we're kind
fallacy.
of. Well, I think we're both. I think we're both kind of. I don't know. I don't understand a universe that could put itself
Well,
into
here,
motion.
it
Right. That is
didn't.
a. Okay, so then what created the universe? Just energy.
No, it wasn't created.
Okay, but that's just a claim.
The hot dense state of energy is the universe. It expanded thanks to energy. Energy cannot be created. It has always existed. This has so much evidence for it, and your God has none. What is so
Well,
hard to understand?
I think it's theoretical because if you're
It's
talking
not
about before
theoretical. What is theoretical about the
you
first
can't
law
let
of
me finish the sentence, my
thermodynamics?
friend.
Because you said something
When you,
incorrect.
I wasn't even able to finish
You
that
said it's
sentence.
theoretical. That's false.
But so theorizing. So when we make claims about before the observable universe and what was going on before that, it's not theoretical, is your claim?
What existed, if anything existed before the hot dense state? My answer is I don't know. But to assume that anything had to exist before the hot dense state in and of itself is presupposing. There's no evidence to justify that. What we do know is energy cannot be created. Energy exists, therefore it's always existed. So why should I believe that a God made it?
Okay. What's the evidence for the hot density?
CMB radiation. What's the evidence for God?
Sorry, I was getting a call. What can you say it again?
Yeah,
What is your evidence
CMB
for the hot?
radiation. What's the evidence for God?
I have to drop. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good one. Ah, he was so close. Like that was so close, dude. So close to toast YouTube channel. Bow, wow, chicka, bow. All right, Simon, let's get you in here, man. What's up, Simon?
Well, howdy there, sir. How are you today?
Hey, doing all right, brother. Yourself?
Not too bad. You having any trouble hearing me at all?
It's slightly quiet.
Oh, my apologies. It might just be my microphone.
Yeah,
I'm just
that'll
using
be
a
fine.
headset.
I can turn you up a little bit. It's all good.
Rather than come on here and argue with you, okay, well, as long as you can hear me, that's all right. Rather than come on here and argue with you about the definite existence of God, right? I'd prefer to have more of a debate with you. Um, my question for you is, why don't you believe in God? And I'm not referring to the Christian Catholic God per se. I am more referring to like a deity in general per se.
Yeah, there's no justification to believe in it. So why should I believe in it?
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing for pretty much anything. I
Yep,
mean,
and I do. I don't believe anything
despite the
until it's
fact that,
justified
like,
true.
yes, there are facts to back everything up, right? Well, and that's completely understandable, right? But I mean, you have to agree it would be insane to believe that there's not something, even if it's not the Christian God, that there is some sort of higher power.
Why is it
It would be
insane to not
impossible
believe in
to
Santa
believe that
Claus?
all of this could have just. Well, I mean,
There's no evidence for
it's
Santa
made
Claus, so I
up,
don't
right?
believe in
But
Santa
I'm not
Claus.
trying to justify
There's no
the
evidence for God,
existence
so I
of
don't believe in God. It's that simple.
Yes, and again, I'm not trying to listen. I'm not trying to like deny your claims. I'm just saying, right,
I haven't made a
that
claim.
like in the insanity of everything, right? No,
It's not
neither have
insane
I,
nor
and
absurd.
no, it's not. And I mean, you're
And the
completely
only
right.
absurdity would be believing in a God.
My question, right? Well, and that is definitely a justifiable truth. My question I'm looking for, however, is like the deeper truth of why don't you believe in a higher power?
Yeah, I answered that.
In fact, I think for this debate, well, no, I'm looking for like the deeper meaning, right? Not like the scientific truth,
There's no
like
purpose to life. Why should I believe in
your
a God?
belief. I'm looking for like, well, philosophically, why don't you believe in God?
Because there's no justification. That is the philosophy of it. It's my epistemology. I'm an empiricist.
Right.
I'm a skeptic.
Which is completely valid. And
Right.
well,
So
that's
you have the
fine.
answer. So why should I believe in
questioning
your God?
skepticism.
I
Is
have no
yes,
claims, brother.
but I'm
Why
questioning
should I believe in your God?
skepticism.
You
That's
have the
debate
burden.
I'm trying to get
Why are
into.
you shifting the burden?
I don't have a God. I listen. You know what? I'll tell you honestly, right? I don't believe in one God. My belief is that God is the energy that is the universe,
So you just worship energy.
and
That's fine.
I'm not gonna get into it because I wouldn't say I worship energy. I would say that God is the energy that is the universe.
Well, the definition of God,
mean,
capital G,
in
is going to be
Catholicism, they claim
all-powerful,
that God
triomni
is
God, creator
everything
of
and
the
everywhere,
universe.
right?
The definition of lowercase gods are going to lowercase g gods, plural, are going to be deities or
Oh,
supernatural powers that
but
govern
that's the thing is
humans.
I'm not pushing religion at all. This has nothing to do with like gods that exist. I'm trying
My
to get like
point
on a
was the
philosophical level to
word.
you.
Okay, this is philosophy. So you're saying you believe
Oh,
energy is
okay,
God,
okay.
right?
So
I'm
you're
saying
trying to get
that's not
people
true.
to like justify Christian Catholic God.
How much of a delay is
Oh,
there?
okay. Well, then I don't think you and I can debate. Oh, no, there's not much of a delay. My bad, man. I just think I misunderstood what you were. I think you and I are honestly on the same train of belief here. I was just
I have nothing
misunderstanding what you were
against
getting
like
at, man. That's
worshiping
honestly my bad.
energy or believing energy is the closest thing to God.
Oh,
Like if I were to argue that same thing,
and
I would say the
it's
universe is the closest thing to a God that we'll ever have. I can agree completely with Spinoza's God, for instance, which Einstein agreed with.
exactly,
But I don't think it's an actual intelligent being.
exactly, right? Well, you know, I can honestly that's fair, but you can say that like energy has rules, and that is like the way that electricity moves in its current is absolute. There's no way that like it's just going to decide to do something different.
I
So
don't
like
know if
the
I agree with
rules
absolute, but sure, I
of
hear
the
where you're going.
universe. Well, like, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I'm a justified skeptic, but I don't believe that there is any such thing as absolute proof at all.
That's absolutely fair. I mean, I'm not trying to like scientifically debate you on whether. No. Hold on. Let me explain myself. I know I sound ridiculous. My bad. I'm not trying to like argue whether or not God exists. I was misunderstanding the purpose of your live, and it's genuinely my bad. I'm bored. I'm just trying to have a debate with somebody, and this seemed like one that the debate would fit into.
Sure. Here, let's give another topic since we agree on that. Do you believe that the universe has a universal consciousness?
In a way, right? I don't believe that like it is a definitive like person. I believe that the universe has a sort of intelligence that is like beyond our understanding. Because if there is a higher intelligence, how could we possibly understand it? There's a reason it's higher, right?
So what does that mean?
So I don't know if we could like. It's hard to explain. Is the point? I don't know if
Put it
there's
into words.
a definitive way to say whether or not there is a consciousness.
Well,
All right.
like higher, like higher logic. Like what does that mean?
Okay. So you know how people talk about having like a higher sense of self, like a true self, your mind's eye, that whole kind of like spiel. If there is a higher power, they aren't attached to that like human physical like thing that we all have to deal with. They are simply the higher understanding of everything. I wouldn't say they are a thing per se, more like a consciousness of concept, if that makes sense.
It
Or
doesn't.
a concept of consciousness, if that makes sense.
Concept of consciousness could make sense. So are you trying to say in its own
Yeah, my
framework
bad.
there's
That's what I was. Yeah, I got it backwards.
a grounding? Are you trying to say there's a grounding for all things?
You know, that's not a bad way to describe it. I mean, if you were just trying to go for a generalization of like the belief, then yeah, then there's like a grounding framework for the universe,
Sure, I agree with
and
that. But the thing
humans
is,
are like here to. Oh,
so here's the thing with the universe and physics, for instance. Physics are our descriptions of the universe. It's not like gravity isn't separate from the universe. It is part of the universe. It is the universe's interaction with the universe. So we're just describing how it works and what it does and why it does it. There's no like
exactly.
separation.
Well, then, you know what? Here, I got it, right? Would it be insane to say that God is just the law of the universe and we have just named God the laws of the universe?
I would say it's an axiomatic presupposition that they would need to justify, but not necessarily insane.
Oop, I might have lost you there for
Test
a minute.
test.
Yeah, I think I lost you for a second there. Okay, I can hear you now. I think something just happened. What were you saying there? You cut off
Yeah,
right at the end there.
for that, I would say your people that say that are using God as the axiom, the grounding foundation for the universe, but it's a presupposition without any demonstration. Whereas I grant axioms that are self evident or have some sort of evidence of themselves to some degree, some sort of demonstration. Like things exist is an axiom that I subscribe to. It is self evident. It is, I don't have to prove to you that this pen
Okay.
exists. It is the evidence of its own existence, right? So that would require them to demonstrate why I should even believe their axiom is true.
That is entirely fair. But like I was saying, would it not be crazy to say that the laws of the universe that govern the laws of the universe are absolute? My example of electricity was terrible. If gravity can exist, it will exist, and that's absolute. Why? What is the reason for that? Would it be insane to say that the laws that govern reality are the like higher sense of the universe itself?
So this is going back to separating gravity from the universe when gravity is just a description of how the universe works.
Mm,
It is the
right.
universe.
I wasn't trying to separate it. It's kind of hard to put this into words.
Well, I'm saying there's no like
Yes,
external
exactly.
cause
It
or
is the
external
universe, which
grounding.
makes it infallible.
I wouldn't.
Right. But
Is it infallible?
why? I mean,
Oh
if
wait,
you can
infallible.
definitively prove to me that at any point on this planet, right, Earth could just have its gravity suddenly turn off,
I mean, it's possible.
and that could be a repeatable thing, then I will completely render my argument invalid.
It's funny
Is it
because I
though?
usually
I
argue
mean,
like the other
science
way.
fiction wise, it could be possible,
Yeah, right. No,
right?
that's where I'm going
And
with my definition
that
of
was kind of
possible.
why I stopped on your live, is because I wanted to throw you off a little bit. I'm bored as shit. I have my day off today.
Yeah, it's very much like what you're bringing up is very much like the same argument I would use, but there's still a little bit of like you're still sprinkling in supernatural.
Sorry, hold on. Somebody was calling me.
Yeah, you seem to be
That
like
must be the most horrible gift
an
you've had
atheist. You're
all
like
day, but I'm so
90.
glad.
I'd put you at like 90% atheist and 10%
Oh,
spiritual.
ooh, incredibly wrong. I would consider myself 100% spiritual. Well, no, maybe okay, maybe not 100% because absolutes are ridiculous. I would say it's skewed the other
That's a
way
contradiction. What?
because I mm,
Because you said the universe is
physical.
absolute.
Because I'm arguing, well, I am, but I'm arguing that the universe itself is the higher governing power,
I can
right?
grant that.
And that's why I was saying earlier, it's hard to explain whether or not that higher power has a consciousness.
I wouldn't say it's hard to argue that part, but I do agree with the first part.
Right.
Like, what do you define as consciousness?
That's exactly it. Consciousness is hard to define because you would call a dog conscious, yes?
Yes, consciousness by definition is that you're awake and aware.
Right. Some people argue whether or not consciousness is free will or not, but you would
I think
argue
they're
that
dumb.
being alive is conscious. Some people argue that you would have to have thoughts and feelings, right? I'm on the same boat as you, which is what makes this debate a little difficult. But consciousness is kind of a loose term if you think about it. I mean, simply being alive with like the ability to do things for yourself is consciousness because a flower or a plant isn't conscious, but
Yeah, they're not aware.
you could consider a multi-celled organism that is right.
Yeah, consciousness,
So does
aware
that
and
mean that
awake.
you have to be aware to be conscious?
Yep. Yeah, what you're bringing up is the hard problem in philosophy.
So does
I
that
don't grant that as a
mean
hard problem. It's very easy in neuroscience.
yes? All right, you're gonna hate me, but you cut out again.
Yeah. So you're bringing up the hard problem of um, the hard problem of consciousness, which is it's only a problem in philosophy of mind. It's not actually a problem when it comes to science and neuroscience. In neuroscience, we know what consciousness is. It derives from the brain. It's an emergent property of the brain. Without the
No,
brain, you don't have it. So
no, I'm not. I'm like, but what I'm saying, right, is could you say that the laws of the universe are consciousness because
absolutely
of how
not.
loose the term of consciousness is? You
No.
are saying that there is no higher power, right?
Yeah.
Because there can't be.
No.
But
I'm not saying
saying that
that.
is as ridiculous as saying that there is definitively a God.
No, there's no justification for it because gravity doesn't have consciousness. Why do you think gravity has consciousness?
I wasn't saying that. I'm saying the laws of the universe
Yeah,
themselves have consciousness.
gravity is one of those laws.
The physical manifestation of gravity is not the right, but that's like the physical like representation of the law
Yeah, it's a
itself.
description of why it's doing what it's doing.
Like exactly,
Is gravity conscious?
right. But my argument is that God is a higher being that can't be described.
And so it's illogical.
And I mean
Or
no,
at bare minimum, it's absurd.
I could take that.
Like it's
Absurd.
absurd
That's
to
fair.
say
But
I have this thing that exists. I can't describe what this thing is, but it is true and exists. If you want me to demonstrate it, I can't, but just know it does. Like, that's absurd. That's stupid. That doesn't make any
you have
sense.
to admit it's a two-way street though.
No.
Because unless you can, I mean, okay, by definition, science, like, to prove something, you have to observe it, correct? Is the loose fitting, like, it has to be observable to be provable,
To some degree. Like I'm a natural empiricist, so I
right? I
also
mean, I know
accept
that's like
logic.
loose, right? But like, it's absurd as well to say that there's definitively nothing that proves that there could be a higher sense of self.
Why is that
Saying
absurd?
whether or not there is a God is just definitive. Well, because okay, listen. Saying that there is a God is just as absurd in your eyes because you cannot definitively prove that it is true that there is a God, right? You're following me so far?
Yeah, well, absurd just means it doesn't make sense.
Right. But it is just as absurd to say that there is not a
Uh-uh.
chance that there's a God,
Is it
right?
absurd to say there's no such
So
thing as a
saying that there
unicorn?
is or is not a God is equally absurd. Well, you have no idea.
Yeah, I do.
It's
There's no reason to believe
it
in
could be
unicorns,
possible.
Voldemort, or
The
Hogwarts.
like
It's absurd to say that they do
right,
exist
and I'm
without
not
justifying
saying
it
that
as
they're
true.
real, right?
So it's not absurd to withhold a judgment on it until the burden of proof has been met. That's why I'm disagreeing.
Right. Okay. Okay, here. You know what? I guess what I'm getting at. Humans as a species are not advanced enough to say whether or not there's a God.
I disagree.
How so?
Yeah, there's no evidence justifying the belief in any supernatural thing.
Can you definitively prove that we've discovered 100% of everything that exists?
Well, obviously we haven't, but
No, that's absurd.
that doesn't
Ridiculous,
mean
right?
that
That is
Harry
a
Potter
ridiculous notion,
exists. You're
right?
you're
And
arguing
I'm
from
not saying Harry
ignorance,
Potter
though. Like
exists,
you're
right?
saying because we
My
don't
argument,
know
right,
means
is
that
that
you
it is
can't say it's
my
not.
argument is that it is ridiculous to say that there is no God, just as it is to say that there is definitively a God. Your argument of
Mm-mm.
Harry Potter, while my argument was, can you prove that we've mapped even 100% of our planet?
So that has nothing to do with it. That's again saying we haven't observed absolutely everything, therefore we cannot say anything is true. That's absurd.
Hey, there it is. He gets it. That's
Right. No, I
exactly
know
what
what you're
I'm
saying. It's
saying.
absurd.
It
What
is
you're saying is
absurd
absurd.
one way or the other to
No,
believe that there is or is not a God because we cannot
no,
observe everything.
no.
And until humanity reaches a point where we can definitively say that we understand the entire universe, it is
No,
absurd to argue whether or not there's a God.
no.
Harry Potter is behind gravity. This guy in the comments.
Okay, so for instance, germ theory, okay? Before we understood what germs and sickness was, we believed that people that were sick were demon possessed.
Right.
That is absurd because we didn't
Right.
have an answer, the
Yes, right.
mechanistic causal
And
relation
after
to
proving
sickness.
that,
So it was absurd to believe that, the positive assertion that it's because of demons. It was not absurd to withhold judgment on that. Even though we hadn't learned about germs yet, it was not absurd to withhold
exactly.
judgment. So it's not absurd to withhold the judgment. It is absurd to make the claim that this thing does exist without any evidence.
Right. And what you're saying is because it was proved, it has become absurd to believe that
No, it was.
some
At that time, it was.
unexplainable thing is
No,
behind it. Right.
in that time, it was currently absurd.
Yes. Yes.
And then it was also equally currently,
was
during that
definitively
time, it was
proven
also
that
equally not absurd to just withhold judgment. So again, it is absurd to say unicorns exist.
Right.
It is not absurd to say they do not exist. Even though we have not observed every single aspect of this universe, does not make withholding judgment absurd.
which is entirely a fair argument.
Right. So your argument that both sides are equally
But
absurd is just
as
wrong.
an atheist, your belief is that God is definitively not your God. You, as an atheist, right? You definitively believe that there is no higher power, no being
Not necessarily.
pulling the strings for the universe at all.
There's no justification to
Huh.
believe it. I know that the Abrahamic God
Well,
does
hey, man,
not
we're arguing over
exist.
nothing. Then I thought. Oh no! If
Yeah,
you're
I'm
just arguing that
agnostic
Christian
on
God
some
exists,
and
you I
gnostic
are
on
the same
others.
page, man. Oh man, you and I would get along great. No, why are we arguing? Man, I thought you were just trying to definitively prove that there was no God at all.
No, I decided to keep the argument going since you wanted to have an argument and we both agreed to some degree. I just wanted to switch the topic onto something we might have disagreed on. I think we
This
agree
might be
more.
hard. I
Yeah.
think you and I would just get
Yeah.
along as
We'll
pals.
move on. It's all
Yeah,
good.
I don't think you and I can disagree, Loki.
I appreciate you, brother. You're
Yeah,
fun.
hey, my bad for wasting everybody's time. Hey, y'all have a good rest of your
That
day.
was fun. You have a good one, brother. That was a cool dude. Let's get Theo in here. I think we've had him before. And then we have Berenstinian. That's an interesting one. I'm excited to get in. Yeah, backup account. I will be unsuspended from the main account tomorrow. Oh, so we will be. Ouch! My hip popped out of place. Ooh, God, I'm getting old. We'll be streaming on the main channel tomorrow. You're good, Simon. Let's get Theo in here. I'm gonna need more coffee here soon. What's up, Theo?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You over the age of 18? Hello.
Yes.
What is up with the delay? I'm sorry, brother. I think there's too
Hello?
much of a delay for us to have a conversation. I apologize, man. I'm gonna have to drop you. That was like a 10, 15 second delay. Berenstein, let's get you in here. What's up, Berenstein?
What's going on, man?
Hey, man. You over the age of 18?
I am. I'm 22.
Sure. Do you have us on a speaker or something?
I do have you on my truck speaker.
Any chance you have headphones?
I do. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
please. They are headphones. They are a little older, so if they don't sound good, just let me know.
Sure. Yeah, I'm asking that next, Atheist Cat.
All right, brother. Can you hear me?
Test. Yeah, it's better.
Can you hear me? Hello.
That's better. Okay, for TikTok
All right, sweet.
terms of service, I'm gonna have to ask you, are you driving?
I am driving, but I'm hands-free completely. I can pull over if I need to for the.
Let's
the
pull
hours.
over. Can someone in chat tell me if hands-free is okay with the terms of service? I just don't want to get either of us banned. Yeah, he is a little low. I'm gonna turn him up. I can't hear shit. Okay, let's. Fuck. I can't turn him up anymore, guys. He's maxed out.
If you need me to talk louder, I can talk at this volume.
Okay, how's that volume for you guys? I think it's good. Alex, can't hear him. Let's wait. I can hear him perfectly. Okay, there's one hear him. The gain is all the way up, Kent. Everything is maxed out. Okay, it sounds like they can hear you now with talking loud. Cool. All right, you're over the age of 18, and which religion are you, brother?
I am Christian.
Okay, cool. What you got for me? Why should I be?
So I kind of wanted to ask your standpoint more so on a I guess religiously. Like I wanna know where you stand and why.
Yeah, there's no justification to believe in any god, so I don't.
What's your definition on justification? Because in my opinion, there's a lot of stuff in our history that's not necessarily justified, but we believe it based on.
I don't believe it if it's not
just the
justified.
living information that we're led to believe. Okay. What's your justification on Christianity? Like, why don't you think it's justified?
Why should I believe that anything Jesus did, said, or whatever is justified?
Well, do you believe that Alexander the Great is real?
Yeah, we have a lot of evidence, including contemporary witnesses. There's more evidence of Alexander the Great than Jesus.
There's about 10 manifolds. That's wrong. That's incorrect.
No, it's
There's about 10
100%
manifolds
historically
of information
factual because there's
regarding
zero.
Alexander the Great.
Sure, there's zero contemporary witnesses for Jesus. There are contemporary witnesses for Alexander the Great, so it's more historical. Alexander the Great is more historically
Yeah, that's also
true.
wrong.
Yeah, name one contemporary witness
That's
of
also
Jesus.
wrong. There was literally any of them quoted. John, literally any of them. Any of the Spartans that were that were.
Yeah,
any of the
name
Roman
one
soldiers that were
contemporary
guarding
witness.
his tomb. Fucking take your pick. There's any of them.
They don't
Hell,
exist.
name any logistical person that's actually seen Alexander the Great. There's 10 manifolds worth of information regarding
Brother,
Alexander
there's
the
not
Great.
a
There's over
single contemporary
25,000
witness.
regarding
Do you know what
Christianity.
contemporary means?
No, apparently not.
Living in the time of.
Living in the time of.
Yeah.
You want like a first last name, time and date.
Any, like, one single name and how you know that they knew him personally? Sure.
Okay. Well, if we're going off Alexander the Great, who's a contemporary witness for them?
Here, I'll bring up, I think there's 10. I'll bring them up. Okay, so Oxford. Let's use Oxford as the source. 10 of them, as I thought. All right. Few, if any, persons in the ancient Roman world have inspired such as writing by blah 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 blah. Prominent feature of modern Alexander scholarship is analysis and blah 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 blah. Where's it at? This chapter reviews what Polybius. There you go, Polybius. There's one contemporary witness, Polybius of Megalopolis, the only surviving primary Hellenistic historian, had to say about Alexander, and could be learned from Polybius about the views such as contemporaries of Alexander as Demetrius of Phalerum and Hieronymus of Cardia. Yeah, so there you go. Polybius is one contemporary witness of Alexander the Great. So where's one contemporary witness for Jesus Christ? Yeshua HaMashiach.
Hello.
Yeah, we can't hear you if you're off the app.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, you're good.
Paul the Apostle.
Why would I believe that? By the way, Paul never met Jesus. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's written that there's eyewitnesses.
Paul is
regarding
not a witness of
meeting with
Jesus.
Paul, not only that. Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. Paul never met Jesus, dude.
Yeah, but he was one of the witnesses of the afterfall of the crucifixion.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He writes about it. He's the one that writes majority of what happened during the crucifixion. He's the one that spread the word.
No, he didn't. He talked about churches.
He did meet Jesus.
He never
He
met
just
Jesus.
talk about-
He did not
he
meet
just talk about
Jesus.
churches.
Why do you think he met Jesus? Have you read the Bible?
So he references Jesus twice, and he talks about
Yeah, he
not only
referenced a
meeting with
Jesus. He did
but
not
he
meet
meets
Jesus.
Jesus's family.
No, he did
He
not.
meets his family.
No, where in the Bible does it say he met Jesus? Tell me the verse.
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Paul McCarthy versus Paul the Apostle.
He met him on the Damascus Road after the
False.
crucifixion.
He had a vision after falling and hitting his head in the desert. He never met Jesus.
And he met Jesus through it.
No, he had a hallucination, my brother Odin.
My brother and Odin. So you're telling me that you can't talk to Jesus through spiritual interactions? You can't meet him
Absolutely not.
in any way, shape, or form?
There's no such thing as spirit.
We talk and envision Alexander the Great through these books made by people that we can't trust. Why do we trust
Incorrect.
them?
We have contemporary
Why do
witnesses.
Alexander the Great was okay. Who's to say that they weren't lying? I mean, if that's
Because
the
all
same
the evidence
that we're
justifies
taking
the
in
truthfulness of it, including the contemporary witnesses, their own authorship, his own authorship, on top of every single place that he went to, all the wars that he did, and his reign, all being historically recorded as true in archaeology. It is literally a historical
Okay,
fact
two
with
things.
contemporary witnesses and
Two things.
authorship.
The people that met Jesus and have talked about Jesus, the disciples, the
There's
ones that
not
traveled
one
with him,
contemporary
that
witness.
can
The
either
disciples
just
weren't
say
the time
that
of.
it could have been. Okay, hold on. We're saying that the documentation is enough to justify it. Well, there's
No,
over
it's
25,000
not.
documented words regarding the
Documentation is not
DNA and
enough.
the evidence of Jesus.
No, there's 25,000 copies.
Okay,
There's not one
well,
single original
not only
manuscript.
that.
Literally 100% of all the manuscripts are copies. 100% of them. There's not a single original manuscript.
That's not true.
Yeah, it literally is.
100% of them is physically impossible.
No, it's not, because they're all like shreds of papyrus. There's not a single original manuscript. They're all rewritings of rewritings. They're all copies. 100% of them are copies.
Yeah, that's another justification. Over hundreds of thousands of years, you're telling me that all these people from different points in time
Hundreds of thousands of
don't
years?
happen to have the exact. Yeah. Dude,
When do
all
you
these
think
people,
Jesus
not hundreds of
existed?
thousands. That's a misspoke. That over these hundreds of years.
Okay.
My apologies.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
saying that
Brother, there's
that
also
after all this
hundreds and
time
thousands of
years.
copies of Harry Potter. So what? It doesn't make the events in the story true.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just a
the
storybook.
difference between Harry Potter and the Christian ideology is that prophecies through Harry Potter didn't come true. In
There's
real
not a
life.
single prophecy in the Bible that's come true either. And brother, Harry Potter is
The
more
Euphrates
real
rivers,
than
the
Jesus.
coming of Christ, bro.
You want to know?
Incorrect.
We have evidence and we know who the author is. The Gospels are
Well,
completely
yeah,
anonymous.
in terms of fucking
Dude,
fiction,
we don't even know who wrote the
fucking
Gospels. It's all
fanfic.
fiction. It's fanfic.
How?
They're
How is it fanfic
anonymous.
if multiple
It's
people
just
have written
random
multiple?
anonymous
It's not
people
anonymous.
writing
Multiple
stories.
people have put
Incorrect.
themselves
There's
out.
0 contemporary witnesses.
So millions of people have been genocided over the fanfic of Jesus.
Yes, same as Muslims, same as Hindus, same as Buddhists, same as every single religion that has ever existed, people have been martyred for. Yes. People die for lies all the fucking time.
Not martyred, genocided. People have not been genocided over Muslim beliefs. They have not been genocided over.
Yes, they
Christian
have.
beliefs. They have been hunted and genocided through Christianity alone. Like
My
you
brother
say
in
they
Christ,
have,
the
but not in the
Crusades
same
are
scale.
because of the Christians.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Christians went and genocided people. They're the bad guys. Don't try and make them the victims. They are the bad guys. The Edict of Theodosia is one of the biggest reasons that it spread in the first place.
Why did they start the genocide?
To spread it. Power.
Okay, to who?
What do you mean to who? To spread it for power.
You're saying
The
that
church.
they went and genocided just for no reason aside from power and
Yeah.
I'm saying that they
Yeah, to
genocided
own the world
because
like
they
every
wanted
single
to
person in
rebel.
power wants to do, including today. Why is that so hard for you to believe when you believe that the government is ran by the Illuminati? Yeah, they wanted power, so they fucking genocided for no fucking reason except for power. Is that hard for you to comprehend?
Yeah. The difference is the government's genociding people that are just normal people. We're genociding
Yeah.
people that rape children.
No,
We're
you guys
genociding
are the
people that
rapists.
fucking mate with animals. Elaborate.
Mary?
Elaborate.
Mary.
Yeah. What about Mary?
Yeah, she didn't give consent.
Like, hey,
No,
I
she
want a
didn't.
kid. Yes, she did. The
No, she
angel came to
didn't.
her and was like,
The
hey,
angel came and said, "You're
God's
going
gonna
to
put a
have
kid.
this." Yeah, God's. Imagine walking up to a girl right now and say, "Hey, I'm gonna put a kid in you." That's not consent. What the fuck is wrong with
It's
you?
completely different under
No,
a
it's not.
context. That's
No,
like
it's
going
not.
up to someone
What
and
context
demanding
makes
that
rape
they have
okay? Make it
the
make sense.
context of the literature. That's
Make
like
make
saying
the
Harry Potter
context
went up
make
to
rape
Voldemort
okay.
and was like,
Best of luck.
You're not gonna be bad anymore. I'm not
Best of
saying
luck
that.
making
No
the
one said that.
context make rape okay. You're defending rape right now.
That's not rape. Mary had the child through consent. She was
No,
like,
she
hey,
didn't.
I want to have a kid. An angel came to her, was like, okay,
Brother,
show me where she denied wanting to have.
show me where she said it is okay for you to do this to me.
She consented. She accepted God into her body. That's
No,
that
she
was
didn't.
the
God said,
whole-
"I'm going to
that
do
was the
this,"
whole
and then
point
did
of
it.
her being into the script.
That's not consent. And she was
No,
also
she
14, wasn't she?
begged to have a child.
Wasn't she 14?
No, dude, she was like fucking 30. And her
No,
sister
she was not.
also begged her child was like 60 something.
You don't know anything
She
about the
was.
Bible. It's
Dude, her
hilarious.
sister was like 60.
No, she was
Yeah, dude,
13,
she was
14.
coming to the end of her fruition in terms
False.
of having children.
Why do you believe that?
I don't think she was 13 or 14.
This she was. So why do you believe that she was 30? Have you ever studied anything before? Did you know books are free?
be honest with you, dude, I didn't know how old Mary was. I thought she was 30, but I think her sister was the one that was too old to have kids, or coming towards the end of having.
Yeah, so a 13-year-old,
that range of having kids. No,
a
she
spirit
wasn't.
came to a
That's why
13-year-old,
I
was
didn't know
like,
that.
I'm going to fucking put a baby in you, and there's nothing you could do about it. And then they did it. That's an evil fucking grape.
Yeah, because that was different at that time.
No, it
Like,
wasn't. No, it
at the
wasn't.
fucking
Nope.
time,
Nope.
the laws
False.
were
False.
completely
False.
different.
False. 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 False.
Yes, it
False.
was.
Nope. Through all of
Yes,
history.
it
Shh. Be a
was.
good boy and listen for a second.
The laws regarding.
Okay, you're not able to listen. So, in accordance with all of history, that has never been okay for a full-grown adult or spirit, whatever the fuck you want to say, to marry and grape a child. What was normal was 13 marrying 14, 13 maybe marrying 15, 13 marrying 30. Nope. Muhammad was gross as well. Muhammad was just as gross. No, it was not normal for a 13-year-old to be married or graped by a 30-plus-year-old, etc. And no, it is not normal at all. They did it for survival. If they got married young, it was for survival. It wasn't normal. Not everyone did that. That was like struggling, dying peasants. Okay, that was not normal. Don't try and make grape normal. That's kind of gross. You need mental help.
Can you hear me now?
Yup. So historically, you're inaccurate.
Okay, I'm not saying at all that rape is okay whatsoever. I'm saying
You just
that
did.
during the time, through the laws. Okay.
So the only reason you don't grape a child is because of laws. That's fucking disgusting. You need mental help.
Who the fuck said that?
You
No one
just
said
said
anything
it was
about
okay
raping
because the
anyone.
laws were different. That's what you just said.
I never said it was okay. I'm saying that that's what happened during that time.
Okay,
No
so
one
it
said
wasn't
that.
okay and it
No
was
one
still
during
grape.
our time
So it
ever
was
said
still
that was
grape.
okay. I'm
Whether
not
the
saying
law
that.
agreed with it being
I'm
okay
asking.
or not, whether the law agreed with it being okay or not, it was still grape. Correct or wrong?
You cut out. What was that?
Yeah. Regardless of the law agreeing or disagreeing, it was grape. Correct or wrong?
I think it was wrong, but I don't think it was rape. She wanted to have a child. That was the normal lifestyle then.
No.
Having children
She,
at that age during that time
a
frame was
spirit came
considered
to her and
normal.
said,
That's
"You're
like
going to have a child." They did not meet at the bar, and then they both didn't both go, "Man, I'm really in the mood." And then he's like, "I'm really in the mood too, bro. You want to go back?" "Oh yeah, let's go back." Boom, that's consent. Going, "I'm gonna fuck you," is not consent.
No, he didn't come to her.
That's
with
what he
a
did.
rape plan.
Yes, he did.
He
Literally,
came to her was like, Christ is going to put a child in you.
literally the word I just used. He came and said, "I'm gonna fuck you." He came and was like, "Christ is gonna put a baby inside of you, you 13-year-old." That's fucking disgusting. You don't agree with me?
I agree with you 100%. I don't think.
Okay, so it's wrong. It's grape.
Right.
Thank you. So your God is gross. He's a rapist. Awesome. I'm glad that you agree with that finally. So there's no reason to believe in the God anyway, because A, the Gospels are completely anonymous writings from decades after. It's all 100% hearsay from anonymous authors. So we have no justification to believe that the Gospels are there. I don't even believe Jesus or Paul existed as human beings.
I think that's wrong as well. I think
Cool.
hundreds
Demonstrate
of
why you
people
believe.
identifying that they are real.
Hundreds of people identify and believe that Allah is true. So is that true? That's called an appeal to populum fallacy. Just because someone said that they believe it, therefore it's true. That's fucking stupid. I like to use logic and critical thinking, not stupidity. So no, just because people say something is true doesn't make it true. We have to have evidence justifying the belief as true. So what evidence do you have justifying Jesus as true?
What's 1 + 1?
So again, what evidence do you have, Pivot Queen, that Jesus is true?
Well, hold on now. Hold on. This is correlating to
1
my
+ 1 is an axiomatic
human
principle. Math.
ideologies.
Math is grounded in axiomatic principles, which are demonstrable and tangible that we can test. False. Incorrect. You don't even know what axiom means.
We decided-
False. False.
we decided
False.
that that's what
False.
was fucking gonna happen.
False. Jesus Christ, you talk too much. No. Math is grounded in axiomatic principles. We made up the words for 1 + 1, but one thing next to one thing in nature has always been two things. That is objectively true. It is not human made. The words and the symbols are human made to make sense of the objective thing that is actually real. You got to pay attention, dude. Stop trying to talk. Whenever you're wrong on something, you keep pivoting to another subject. You just pivoted to math when I'm trying to make you stand in a corner like a good boy and talk about Jesus. Stop pivoting. It's really pathetic. You're an adult. Let's act like adults. Jesus. Why should I believe Jesus existed?
Because Christ is king. that, dude. If
That's not a
if,
fucking explanation. That's a claim. That is the claim. Guess what? Unicorns are
through
king.
faith alone.
Yeah, faith is belief without evidence. Therefore, you're stupid.
If you want to believe in a fucking unicorn and burn in hell, by all means, go for it.
Prove
I'll
hell.
come back when I'm more educated.
Prove hell. Why would I fear hell? You should fear Muslim hell then. You want to use Pascal's wager on me? I'll use it on you, motherfucker. There's 2,000 religions. There's 45,000 denominations of Christianity. You're 100% ignorant on every single one of them, including the Bible that you are preaching from.
Christianity is the only religion that is being attacked.
False, dumbass. Muslims. The fuck is wrong with you?
Incorrect.
Christians attack Muslims
No,
on a
they've
daily
been
basis.
disproven. They've been
Yours has been disproven. Are you kidding me? We have contemporary witnesses of Muhammad, by the way. There's not one of Jesus.
He's a dude. That's why it's wrong.
Muhammad's more real than Jesus. Why should we believe in Jesus? Oh, he ran. Raptured. Yeah, I grant that. I grant Muhammad was a real person. I've heard some people that don't believe he actually existed, but according to the research I've done, there are contemporary witnesses, so I grant it. The persecution complex is insane. Yeah, I know. It's gnarly. All right, let's get RC up in here. What happened to main? Oh, it gets suspended every week, bro. The main channel will be unsuspended tomorrow, and then we'll be live on the main channel tomorrow. RC, let's get you in here. What is up, RC?
Hello. I'm a theist, Christian. I
Cool.
disagree.
You over the age of 18?
I am.
Okay, why should I believe in your God?
Well, the evidence of testimony. You said it has to be testable and demonstrable. And you can see the effects of people believing in Christ. Addictions ending, depression levels going down.
I'm sorry, say that again. I was turning your volume
You
down a
said
little
that
bit.
the evidence has to be testable and demonstrable. And people's belief in Christ has reduced depression or removed it, addiction levels, abuse, a lot.
Does their belief in a unicorn make the unicorn exist? Even if the belief in the unicorn makes them feel less sad?
I mean, if there was millions or billions of people testimonying that.
So let's say
and there
100% of
was
all
testable and
people on planet
demonstrable, then
Earth
yes, I
believed
would
in a
say yes.
unicorn, and that unicorn provided them peace for believing it actually existed. Does that make the unicorn exist?
It would provide strong evidence that that
No, it
unicorn
wouldn't.
exists. Yeah.
How
Yes, it
would
would.
someone believing something prove that it's real?
Well, if one person believes in it, that's not.
How would
strong
100%
evidence.
of all people believing in a unicorn make a unicorn exist?
Well, it's evidence that that unicorn exists.
How?
So
How is it evidence that the unicorn exists? It's only evidence that people believe something. Where's the evidence that the unicorn exists?
it's the same evidence that therapy works. and that it
False. I
exists.
asked you what evidence people believing in a unicorn provides evidence for people believing in a unicorn makes a unicorn real.
Well, if the unicorn has magical powers and they believe in this unicorn and it heals them, and there's billions of people that believe in it, then that's evidence. You don't
No, it's
have
not.
to agree that it exists. Yes.
How do you
what
know the
mean?
unicorn healed them? They just
What does
believe
evidence
the
mean to
unicorn
you?
healed them. What causal
Well, what does
mechanism
evidence
shows
mean?
that a unicorn healed them?
What do you mean by evidence then?
I'm sorry that you don't understand basic words. So you're saying that someone believing that they were healed by a unicorn makes the unicorn real. No, you have to show the cause being the unicorn for the effect being healed. So how does belief in a unicorn make the unicorn actually exist? Let's use logic here.
But evidence are objects that support a claim. So that is a piece of evidence that supports a claim.
No, it
that
isn't.
The unicorn. Why? So how does therapy exist, and why does that work?
We're not pivoting.
It's
I know
just
you're
testimony.
cowardice, but we're
It's
not going to
not.
do that. So what we're going to do is
It's
you're going to
pivoting.
provide me
I'm testing
evidence
your
and
standard
how
of
the
evidence.
belief of a unicorn. No, I'm testing yours already. This is already an internal critique. We're not doing an
I'm
internal
seeing that your
critique.
standard of evidence is not consistent.
Oh, it's very consistent. You're the one pivoting away from the one
then
thing
why do
that
you
I'm
believe
holding
in
you
therapy?
accountable for. So be a
Why do you
good
believe
boy,
in
sit
people's
in the dark
testimony for
corner,
therapy?
and be my good little bitch, and provide the evidence for how belief in a unicorn makes the unicorn exist.
I've already answered that question.
No, you haven't. You
You're
said
just
the belief in the
reacting.
unicorn makes the belief in the unicorn makes the belief in the. No, you're saying the unicorn.
Yes.
You're saying the claim over and over and over. You have to provide mechanismal causal relation.
Because we have
How
to
do you know
believe
that it's the
people's
unicorn
testimony.
healing them?
How do
No,
you
you
know a
don't
woman
have to
got
believe the
raped? If she
testimony.
accused the man of rape, you believe her testimony.
There's
right?
usually evidence for it.
The evidence is just her word of mouth. There's no
Nope.
video or audio evidence to proving it. There's no text.
It's not how that
evidence, it's
works.
just her-
And stop
That is
pivoting.
how that
It's
works.
pretty
In a lot of
pathetic.
rape
So
cases,
how do
that's
we?
exactly how
Hey,
that works.
shh, it's okay, good boy. So how do you relate the unicorn to the healing of the person?
Same way I would relate it to a woman getting raped. We have to believe her evidence, right? Word of mouth testimony.
That's a
Same
nice
thing.
pivot. It's adorable. So how
It's
do
not a
you
pivot.
relate the
It's
unicorn
a consistent
to?
standard of evidence that you either believe
How do
or
you
don't
relate the
believe.
unicorn to the healing of the person?
It's either a consistent standard of evidence you apply in all cases or you don't. And clearly you're being
So how
inconsistent.
do you connect the dots from the unicorn to the healing of the person? I'm
You're
going to
not
ask
having
this
a
over and
good faith
over until
discussion.
you're capable of
You're not
answering
having
it.
a good faith conversation.
Can you stop running like a coward? It's pathetic. How do you relate the causal mechanism from a unicorn causing the effect of healing for the person?
I've already told you if it was just one person, I wouldn't. But if it's billions of people,
100% of all the
and it's
people on planet Earth
testable
say
that
this.
they're-
How do you know that it's actually a unicorn healing them and not natural biology? Provide the mechanism that shows the causal relation to the effect of healing.
the causal
This is what
relation
evidence
they're
is.
all attributing it to their belief in this unicorn.
That
So
doesn't
what else
make it
would
the
be?
unicorn. That doesn't make it the
And it doesn't
unicorn.
make it therapy then. If people say that therapy is why
Stop
their
pivoting.
depression went
I know
away.
it's scary.
it's not
I know it's
pivoting.
scary.
What
You're
else could
getting
it
back
be?
shots. It's scary. I know. I'm
I'm
holding
not.
your
What
hand
else
through it.
could
I'm
it
holding
be?
your hand through it. Be a good boy. What else could it be?
be?
That's a good question. It could be natural biology. So how do you know that the unicorn is healing them?
What's natural about believing
So
in a
how do
unicorn?
you know that it's the
How is that
unicorn
natural?
healing them?
What else is it?
It could be natural biology healing them because
You're
we
not
know
saying
that
anything.
our
What's the natural
bodies
biology of believing in
naturally
a
heal
unicorn?
themselves. Natural remission is a true thing. Many people actually get through cancer thanks to it.
Billions
So
of
I'm going to
people,
ask
though?
you talk way too much. Shut up
So if
and
it's
learn.
billions of
Try to
people?
pay attention for once in your life. I know you've never done it before. How do you relate the causal mechanism of a unicorn healing the person? What relates the unicorn?
That's like saying therapy only.
Be a good boy
That's
and
'cause they're
stop
sitting-
saying the same thing over and over. It's pathetic. Everyone's laughing at you. You're a laughing stock. You're a joke.
all right,
You're
back-
pathetic. So I
speaking
want you
back
to
at that.
provide the causal mechanism linking the. Oh, he ran. What a good little boy. Running like a coward you are. Buddy thinks grape is okay. I hope you have a shit life. Chicken. It's getting dark in here, but oh, I need a cup of coffee. Circular arguments are extremely exhausting, especially pivoting arguments. Hey, let's talk about gravity. Yeah, well, you know, when you're in a court of law, I said gravity, motherfucker. Let's talk about a unicorn. Well, you know, a woman. No. Unicorn, not woman. I know your brain has never been turned on before, but let's try. All right, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee, and then we're going to get the next guest in here. First, we're gonna play this song while I'm gone.
If you gotta exist, then show me all your proof. Burn his name into the sky, and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, then make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more angels in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he exists. to be, but trauma isn't holy just because you survive the scene. You tell me every tragedy is part of some celestial plan, so every suffering child that dies is a message from God's hand. You say I'm lost because I'm asking where the compass is. You call it mystery whenever you can't answer it. Prove my best alone, you prove that that exists, and for me it's a test. If God exists, then show me all your proof. Put his name in the sky, and show me it's the truth. I'm tired of secondhand miracles with zero evidence. If your God is really there, make him manifest. I've been screaming at the ceiling till my lungs both cave. If he's really in the room, then he can say it to my face. No more echoes in the dark, no more prophets in my head. If your God exists, then prove he isn't dead. Dear God, if you're there, then why the secrecy? Why am I dissecting all this doctrine like it's therapy? You built a universe but couldn't build a little clarity. You want communion while I'm choking on disparity. They said God is love, but then they weaponized the sentiment, painted over genocide and labeled it benevolent. You're omnipotent, omniscient, but you couldn't intervene. So every tragedy is just a plot twist in your perfect scheme. I'm not your villain just because I see the plot holes. I'm not the devil just because I don't applaud those. If you made me in your image, then you built me with the doubt. So either fix the code or stop deleting when I cry it out. You want devotion, give me evidence that you exist. Cause I'm done signing blank checks to an empty abyss. If faith is all you got, then why you so afraid of proof? If questions are the chase, then why am I the one that's loose? You say I'm playing God because I won't pretend to see. But if you're speaking for your God, what's the true hairstyle?
All right, God is back. Let's get dark in here. What is up, Dark?
What's good with you?
Hey, man, you over the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
All right, which religion do you follow?
I want to say religion, a relationship with God.
And because of the way you said that, I know right now for a fact that you're an Abrahamic Bible-believing Christian.
I'm
That's
an
like the
Israelite, but you can say that if you want to.
kind of Israelite. Would you consider yourself a Hebrew Israelite?
Kind of, not really though.
Would you
I don't
consider
believe in all
yourself
their doctrine.
a BHI?
All the Israelites were black, so there's no such thing as BHI.
So you are one. Gotcha.
No.
Why should I believe in your God?
BHI, you have to believe that only black.
Why should I believe in your God?
For the evidence of because of the evidence of demons and possession and hauntings.
All right, wonderful. Provide me one.
Demon House, Gary, Indiana.
Demon House, Gary, Indiana. Demon House, Gary, like the
Yeah, on
name Gary.
Netflix, they made a dramatic
Garry.
movie about it.
Oh, there it is.
Garry,
Indiana. Got
where
it.
Michael Jackson is from.
Yeah, 1R.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let me look this up. All right, Gary, Demon House, Gary, Indiana. Peer review, controlled study. Let's look this up. Oh, it doesn't exist.
What?
So it's 100%.
Oh.
It's 100% hearsay, and it was also on U.S. Ghost Adventures, and it's also even in the ghost hunting world is also a hoax. In accordance with
Absolutely not.
U.S. Ghost Hunters, iHeart, Morbid Curiosity, Wave.co, NW Times, Medium.com, TheLineup.com, Wikipedia, IndieStar, allthat'sinteresting.com. According to every single thing, it is like all skeptics, everyone is saying we don't know if it's true or not. There's no causal relation of a demon doing
Who's
anything.
telling you this? Where are you getting this information?
I just told
Where
you
you-
every
where you
single
from?
source. I
Where-
literally
no, where did
just
get the
told you.
source to look at those sources. What's the source to get those sources?
Google?
So you Google what? Is this was a hoax or?
No,
Is it
I
true?
said Demon House, Gary, Indiana, peer-reviewed controlled study.
Peer review controlled study. So how are you going to peer review a house that is demolished?
By having your peers
due to the
go
demons there?
and review all of the historical context and happenings.
Okay, so what was the historical context of happenings?
That's a good question. Where's the evidence that a demon caused anything to happen?
So you have the police captain You have the
Pause,
psychologists, you have
pause,
the
pause,
nurses.
pause,
Those
pause,
are
pause,
all.
pause, pause,
These are
pause,
all.
pause, pause,
These are.
pause, pause,
These are.
pause,
We're
pause,
not done
pause,
yet.
pause, pause,
These are
pause. You're
all.
done when I say you're done,
Pause what?
motherfucker. You have no power. So I'm going to pause you at each of these individuals so we can talk about them because I'm not going to allow you to gish gallop. You're not going to just throw 1,000,001 claims out there. What you're going to do is be a good boy, shut the fuck up, and we're going to go point by point. You have no power here. So you said the police officer. Pause, as I said 4,000 times, and explain what the police officer said and what he experienced. Slow the fuck down. You have no power. If you want power, go do your own show.
Please, Captain's name is Charles Austin.
Okay, what did he say?
Google what Charles Austin said.
Tell me what he said.
What happened to Google? You're not gonna believe what I said. Just read it.
No,
That's
fuck
his
all
name,
of it.
Charles
You're the
Austin.
one with the burden to
There.
prove this to me. You're the one that's saying it.
Okay, so let me do it then. So these are professionals. They
Who?
cannot lie on reports. They cannot lie.
What are their names?
Charles Austin's one of them.
Okay, Charles Austin. Let's see who he is. Charles Austin. I don't see anything about that. What's his MD? Is he a doctor? What is he? Charles Austin what? Oh, he ran. What? No, you didn't.
Gary
Okay.
Police Captain. No, I'm on Google too.
Charles
Gary
Austin.
Police Captain Charles Austin. Yeah, go ahead.
Charles Austin. What is his, like, I can't find him. What is he?
Why can't you find him? I found him.
What is he?
I found him easily.
Charles
I just
Austin.
typed in Gary, Indiana, Police Captain Charles Austin. You're a liar. Anybody can type it in. Everybody type in Charles Austin, Gary, Indiana.
There you
Watch
are.
him live.
20,
Come on, I didn't
died
write
in
anything.
2021, correct?
Died in 2021.
Okay.
But he was the captain on the case, was he not?
No
Google
clue.
that.
Slow down. Charles Austin, Gary, Indiana. How should we do this? Demon House report. Videos, Indy Star, Daily Mail. News. There's
Just
no.
looking for evidence contrary. You click on Indy Star. What does it say? You said
You
Indy
wanna
Star
do
before.
Indy
This says
Star?
no evidence.
Okay.
Go ahead. What does it say?
Do Indy
I don't know what
Star.
it says. Just tell me what it says.
I know Indy Star is a news article.
Yeah.
You trust news articles?
Report the
Really?
news.
Okay.
I trust evidence. There's more than him.
Exorcisms
They
of.
have a long way to go.
Oh, this is behind a paywall. Okay, let's try another one.
wow.
Yeah, it's one of those like click on it to read more. If you said news source is okay for you.
You can
Okay.
just go
Are
to
you
look
cool
for
with
his
Daily Mail?
testimony, the little thing he said about it. I'm sure they got video of his
Yeah,
name
there's video. Are you
and
cool with Daily Mail?
interviews, so you can pick and choose. Go ahead.
Okay.
Daily Mail. I mean, that's from your type of people.
I mean,
but
they're all
go
shit. My type of people? What the fuck?
ahead.
What does that mean?
Mockers. That's what it is.
Huh?
Mockers.
Mockers?
M-O-C-K-E-R-S. Mocker. Yeah.
All right.
It's okay. Look, just Google what
She
he
was
said about it.
possessed
We're wasting
by
time.
children.
We have more to go than this. This is just the first person.
Oh, you are a waste of time. In here for the first time, video footage, Gary Indiana
No.
police, without question, the most bizarre and disturbing in their history, the possession and exorcism of Latoya Emmons. I can't.
Oh, an exorcism. What?
Yeah, it claims there's an
Don't
exorcism.
try to skip over that.
Whoa.
Oh, wait. The police captain claims this is a what?
Yeah.
Can he keep his job and do that in America in
Huh?
his jurisdiction?
Yeah.
Can you lie on reports? I don't think so.
It's
I
not a
used to
lie
be
if he
cop.
believes
I
it.
used to be a cop. You can't. No, you can't. You lose your job.
It's not a lie if he believes
He
it.
believes because he saw what? Evidence.
If he saw something, it doesn't
Oh,
make it
he
real.
saw evidence. That's
Am
why
I
he
allowed to
believed
look
it.
this up, or are you going to keep
He's not
talking
the only
shit?
person either. So there's two little boys. There's two little boys that lived in that house.
You need to slow down. I'm in the middle of looking this up, and you're trying to move on. Slow down. If you don't like it, fuck off to another channel where they're going to allow you to bully them. You're not bullying me. This is my channel. I am your god. You are my bitch in here. We're
Bro,
going
why
to do
you-
it at my pace. You told me
why
to
you
look
up here
this
so
up,
angry,
so
bro?
I'm going to look it up. A, someone saying something is an exorcism doesn't make it real. Just because someone was having some issues or there was something weird or unexplainable going on doesn't mean that a demon was causing it. And so what if he got fired or did not get fired? That's not evidence that it's true. That's not evidence that anyone was demon possessed. That's illogical. You need to learn logic. I'm still trying to find his quotes. So slow the fuck down. Stop trying to move on because you're scared. We all know you're scared. It's okay. Just stay in the corner like a good little boy and let me find the quotes.
You're just manifesting, bro. Just get on
Yeah,
with
I'm
it. Hurry
manifesting
up.
so much.
Manifesting demons. Go ahead. White
Yep,
demons.
so much. What the fuck does that mean? You racist
Why would-
sack of shit. Fuck off. Good God. Jesus Christ. Dude was so fucking racist. He said one thing already, my people. What the fuck, dude? Imagine me being racist towards you. You guys would all have a fucking cow. Don't be racist towards me. Racism is not okay in any way that you say it. That's fucking stupid. You're disgusting. I'm sure he just did that so that I would kick him because he was losing so hard and he was so scared, trembling in his boots. Ugh. Disgusting behavior. Yeah, here's the problem with the guy's argument. A, he wouldn't even allow me to fucking look it up and find the answers. B, just because someone says that there was an exorcism, and just because someone experienced what they called an exorcism, doesn't mean that it was demons causing whatever event was going on. So no, I don't grant that at all. And it seems, from what he was saying, listen to the testimony of this guy and listen to the testimony of that guy. Guess what? I have testimony, eyewitness, contemporary testimonies of hundreds of people in this chat alone who have witnessed me flying like Superman. Is it true because we said so? No. No, not at all. That's not how that works. Just because someone says something does not make it true. He said I was manifesting demons, and then for the second time brought up white. He's like, white demons. But he also said something else earlier, like, yeah, your people love that news. And I was like, my people? He's just a racist sack of shit. All right, we're going to get in a voice. How's it going, voice?
Hey, how are you?
Doing all right, brother. Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Which religion do you follow?
I just wanna. I'll tell you shortly, but I just wanna understand here. You have two questions here. First, you're saying, I am an atheist, and then you're saying, why should I believe in your God? Right?
Yeah. Where's the two questions?
I mean, being an atheist is one thing, and believing in somebody's God is another thing. So
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
believe in God. You don't believe in God? That's what you're
I'm an
saying?
atheist.
Okay.
You having a hard time? You there, buddy? If you're off of the app, we can't hear you. All right, we're going to move on. Oh, shit. Wait, I just blocked down one of your requesters when I was trying to kick him. He left. He left literally the millisecond before I kicked him down. Damn, I dropped one of you guys, and I don't know which one of you it was. All right, while I wait for the other, we're going to get Cyprian? Yeah, Dark, you're not coming up. You're a racist. What's up, Cyprian? How can I say your name correctly?
Cyprian. Yeah.
Cyprian?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You over the age of 18?
What about Spinoza's God? Like, one is all is one. Like, the totality of everything is God.
Are you
Like-
over the age of 18?
Yeah.
Which religion do you follow?
Like, pantheist.
Okay.
Everything is everything. Like,
Yeah, it's
God
dumb.
is everything. I'm part of everything.
Yeah, I don't deny Spinoza's God. Yeah, if you want to
Yeah.
believe and worship energy, go for it. If you want to worship the universe, go for it. But it isn't a god. The capital God is going to be Triomni, all-powerful creator of the universe, and lowercase gods is going to be divine supreme beings over humanity. So no, any way you look at it, God and gods are going to be intelligent beings that are powerful.
What if you are part of? What if the universe is like an intelligent being and you are part of the universe?
Why would I believe the universe is an intelligent being?
I mean, do you have consciousness?
Yes, I do. Does the universe?
Yes, because the universe is you.
No.
You're just one point of like
You're
part
talking
of
about
a
part of a
bigger
whole.
consciousness.
You're talking about parts of a
Yes,
whole. You don't even understand it
one is
though.
all is one.
No.
So
No.
you are apart from, you are consciousness and you have intelligence, but you're not part of.
No, the parts of the universe I am made up of, but I am not the whole of the universe. The universe
So
provides all the material and matter that allows for me to exist, but it doesn't make me the universe. It makes me part of the universe, sure, but I am not the universe. Why am I conscious and the universe is not? Because the universe provided all the parts necessary for consciousness to form, and it happened to form in a brain, of which the universe itself does not have a brain. Therefore, it is not conscious. Do you have any justification of consciousness being of the universe? And if you go down panpsychism, I'm going to whoop your fucking ass because no one seems to understand global workspace theory of consciousness.
do you understand Venn diagrams? You cannot take a part of
I
what
just
already
explained
is
it
out
to
of.
you.
It sounds like you don't understand it yourself. You cannot get yourself out of the universal. You are the universal. You are a part of the universe.
Yeah, I'm
You
part of the
can't
universe.
you can't be outside looking in,
I'm not outside looking
because
in.
it's, yes, that means you are inside the
Yes,
universe.
I
You
am
are the
inside the
universe.
universe.
You
I am
can't
not
take
the
yourself
universe.
apart from it. Is a drop of water in the ocean the ocean?
It makes up the ocean. Every drop makes up the whole of the ocean, but each individual
So
drop can be taken out.
let's talk about consciousness then. Your consciousness is a drop. Mine is a drop.
My
A
consciousness
goat's
is
is a
an
drop.
emergent property of my brain. What part of the universe has consciousness and how do you know it?
The part of the universe that has made itself into a
Yeah,
brain,
which part of the
like
universe
universe.
has a brain?
The atoms in your body, the ones that make up the brain, it's a part of the universe, and that is
I
what
agree with
has the
that.
brain.
That doesn't mean that the
Yeah.
universe itself is conscious. Is gravity conscious? Because it's a description of the universe working and doing things.
The universe is conscious
No,
in
it's
you
not.
right now,
No, I am
and in
conscious.
me.
The universe is not conscious.
You are the universe.
No, I'm not. Can I create living matter?
I mean, you figured that out
Can I
long
create
ago. If the
living
Big
matter?
Bang is
Can I create a Big
yes, you
Bang?
did that. You did that when you created the Big
No, I
Bang.
didn't.
You are just
What evidence do you
yes,
have
you
that I
did,
created a Big Bang?
because you are part of the Big Bang,
What evidence do you
and you
have
can
that I created the Big Bang?
you are part of the Big Bang. If you
No.
believe that the Big Bang happened, it happened. It's actually like happening right
You know
now.
what?
If you
Actually, I
believe,
agree with everything you're saying. I am God. Thank you. You have yourself a shit day.
yeah.
Saku, let's get you in here. That was annoying. What's up, Saku?
Yo, how you doing, man? My phone,
Alright.
man. I was getting myself a haircut.
Oh, you're perfectly fine, brother. You over the age of 18, man?
Yep, 25.
Okay, cool. Same age, bro. Yeah, which religion do you follow?
And I guess I probably should say this. I grew up Christian, then Muslim. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I wouldn't say I'm technically a religion now where I'm at. I would just say I'm more so spiritual just because of just certain things that I've seen.
Sure.
I know that's like sort of a testimony in itself, so it's really hard to put evidence towards that. That's why I was sort of hesitant joining, because like you seem educated, you're asking for evidence, rightfully so. You need to find it with logic, but I guess where I'm at with my belief is based on my testimony, which
Sure.
is more spirituality than God or anything of that nature. But I am educated on the Bible. It's the first book I read.
Yeah, let me explain why I don't grant testimony as evidence. So, for instance, I had a time when I was growing up where I'm sitting on my couch and a bag on my left side went flying across the room. No one else seemingly was in there. My first thought was, this is a demon trying to fuck with me. Is that evidence of a demon moving that bag? Yes or no?
No.
No, but my testimony is that a demon was doing it. So again, we're missing causal relation of a demon moving the bag. What it is a lack of knowledge on why the bag moved, but that does not equate to therefore demon.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree, but what would be your example for, like I said, I grew up around my ancestors and my family, they practice voodoo and voodoo.
Mhm.
If I was to tell you that I've seen things and experienced things that will line up with those, I
Yeah,
guess,
I practice these
subjects.
things.
Okay, so what would your response be to that? Because all
Psychology.
black magic is, but some of that stuff can't be defined by psychology. Though.
Yeah, it
You act
can.
like there aren't things that.
Literally all of it can be broken down in psychology. Literally all of it. I currently right now have a spell jar on my desk.
So just educate me just on something simple because it's pretty basic, but just like sleep paralysis, how is that defined by psychology? I'm just curious.
Well, you're paralyzed because when you fall asleep, the part of your brain that immobilizes you so you don't act out your dreams stays active, but your eyes are open and you're conscious. It's all part of the brain. And then you're still hallucinating because your amygdala is still activated, or your hippocampus, sorry. Your hippocampus is still activated, so you're hallucinating like you do in a dream, but your eyes and consciousness are awake. It's just the brain misfiring. It's
Right,
nothing spiritual.
So you feel like, or your claim is pretty much saying everything that is tied in with those type of things, witchcraft and all that, can be explained by science and so forth.
Yep.
So what would you say about gravity?
It's explained in science, the law and theory of gravity.
But what about certain areas in the world that like defines gravity? What's your opinion on that?
It doesn't defy gravity. Gravity just works a little different because there's a north and south pole. And when you get to certain points of those poles, there's going to be different areas of the space-time curvature that curves slightly different.
Would you say that's the reason for what that one place, I forget the name of it, in Oregon?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. My questions were more just like combating, because like I've been in construction and I've read the book and I see the flaws in it, but I was more so on spirituality because I have been in a space where I have been like, I guess, cursed by generations of what my dad has done. And
Curses do work, but it's all psychology.
Explain that one last part to me. Why
Yeah,
is it,
sure.
like, what's
So,
causing that?
for instance,
Mhm.
I do lots of like spell and curse bags. For instance, I have this one. I've got this little bag here. Okay, and inside of the bag, I've got a little bit of crystals. I've got some herbs. I can't even remember what I put in here. Yeah, I can't remember, but it's got some herbs and some crystals and whatnot. And what it is a peace charm bag. Okay, so what it does is I do the ritual aspect of putting these things together, which is meditation, which is going to make my subconscious mind more focused on it, even when I am not focused on it. And when I have it in my pocket, because you're good. Because I have it in my pocket.
It's my roommate. Give me 1 second, because I can't hear you. Give me one. I'm gonna step outside 1 second. Damn, nigga.
Kicker, I would ignore comments too if I was host. Too hard to face reality and work, huh? Choosing to be unemployed is crazy. Brother, I work a full-time job and stream. What? Yeah, Kicker, I have a full-time job and stream. You can do two things. You have 24 hours in a day. Full-time jobs are 8 hours a day. I still have many hours to stream, and I stream between 2 and 4 hours a day. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 hours of a day working. Come on now. Let's be real here. You have a full-time job? Yes, I do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. What were you saying? You said the bags. I got you.
Yeah.
Cut off right there.
Yeah. It's so same as my spell jar, right? If I do the ritual aspect of putting things together with the thought process of peace or happiness or joy or whatever, it's just making your brain is very what's the word, plastic, right? It's able to create new neural networks. So the action of doing these things, the action of writing in and of itself helps with new neural connections. And when you meditate on this joy or happiness, your brain is going to start thinking about that more. and it's not going to manifest it, but it's going to focus on it. So instead of focusing on bad things like, oh my goodness, I tripped today, you're going to think about the 3 good things that happened. Oh my God, I had a great meal. Oh my God, it's sunny today. Like, it's all just regular psychology. So when I put that bag in my pocket and I'm walking around, it being in my pocket is a subconscious reminder every time I touch my pocket, every time I think about it, or even just the subconscious knowing that it is in my pocket. My brain is going to be more likely to focus on good things instead of the bad things. So it's 100% psychology. So what you can also do is give these things to other people. If you give a good joy spell to somebody and you tell them that it's a spell, even if they only 1% believe in it, their subconscious is going to make it a reality by focusing on it. And whatever you focus on is what your brain notices more of for confirmation bias. And then they are only going to notice the good things happening instead of the bad things happening, which makes it seem like the magic is actually working. It's 100% psychology.
Okay. Yeah. And this lastly, a couple things. Would you have any like books you recommend? Because I live with myself as like an intellect, so just anything that can make me better.
Oh, that's a good question. On philosophy or?
Definitely philosophy. I'm just trying to, like I said, my family has a big impact. Like I don't know if you have any like African friends or anything, but they're we
Yeah.
call it African pride. So it's hard to have sometimes intellectual conversations with them.
Sure. Well, I don't have any African friends. I do have one buddy that he moved here from the Virgin Islands, and his entire
Okay.
family was very big into magic as well.
hmm
One of the books that is really good for learning like the basics of epistemology and metaphysics is going to be
hmm
called Knowledge, Reality, and Value
Okay.
by a philosopher, Michael Humer.
Okay. I'm screen recording all this. So I'll go back and look at it. And then lastly, I just graduated, and I know this is my first time seeing your page, so I don't know what you do or anything, but just trying to make connections. I'm a 3D artist. I do anything from like editing, character designs and all that stuff. So I mean, I'll hit you a follow if you ever need any type of work. Free work is fine. Just something I can put on my resume from somebody who has a platform would be just grateful.
Yeah, sure. This is my backup platform. My regular is
Mhm.
Evidence First. If you go follow that and shoot me a message, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, sounds good, man. And I appreciate the conversation, man. You have a good day.
You as well, brother.
All right, man. See ya.
That was a cool dude. By Michael Humer. Yeah. Just don't listen to any of his actual opinions. What do you mean by that? I love this. The racist keeps on requesting up. Like Humer believes in weird souls and qualia and stuff. Yeah, which I mean, we should, just because someone believes something weird doesn't mean that everything they said was wrong, you know? I still grant a lot of stuff he said for justification, for instance, like the phenomenal conservatism. I love it. No, Dark, you're racist. Stay down there like a good boy. Engage in my chat. Thank you. The algorithm loves it. I'm just going to leave your request there. You're going to sit there like a good boy. When will you concede to presup? Yeah, I presuppose axioms. Yeah, he's not worth the time at all. Shall I post the chat link if you're still open? Yeah, no, we're not doing YouTube callers. They're all trolls. Hello, I believe in Spider-Man and Marvel Bible. Hell yeah. All right, it has slowed down. We're going to restart the TikTok live stream and see if we can get a new batch of requesters. So we'll be right back. Let's go ahead and do this again. Go live. 18 and older. Go live. Got a couple of good clips that'll go up. Some good content today. Yeah, we got some decent content today. I try and read both chats, TikTok and YouTube. You guys see TikTok chat on the screen. Oh shit, I never put the TikTok chat on screen. My bad. There you go. My apologies. Thank you, Mari. Cody has only been doing this for 2 days. Please be kind to his heirs. Yep, only 2 days. First it was the link, now the TikTok chat. The link I stopped caring about because every time we get a YouTube caller, it's always a troll. They always have like naked people on screen or they blast racist stuff. What's up, Kevin? It is really nice outside. We had some rain yesterday, and it smells so good outside. Oh, I need to charge my watch. Let's charge the watch. We'll give it another 10 minutes. If we don't get a chatter, then we'll go ahead and end the stream until later on tonight. Since I've been sick, I've been kind of sleeping weird times. What's up, Cliff? Like, I slept for like 12 hours yesterday. It was crazy. I did watch a new movie. What did I watch yesterday? It was a Johnny Depp movie where he like becomes AI. That was pretty interesting. I am still confused about the ending of it though. It was called Transcendental. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. YH, what's up? What can I call you?
Pete, you say
Pete?
Johnny Depp?
Yeah, it was Johnny Depp and like a bunch of other massive people. Like Morgan Freeman was in it as well.
Oh, I'm thinking of a different one. I'm thinking of, what's that one? He's not in control of his body when it takes over, and he does a lot of fighting and all that sort of stuff. That was pretty good. I don't remember the name of it or the lead
You
actor.
figure that out and you let me know because that sounds great. I also want to watch that one with Johnny Depp where he's like a college professor or something.
Johnny Depp is is that the one where he's hunting for all the old books?
Maybe I just like I find all my movies to watch on TikTok, like the clips will pop up and I'll save
Yeah.
them for later, and I never know the name of them.
Yeah, yeah. You can watch them for free on that Watch Series IS or whatever it's called.
I do use my favorite streaming platform is going to be what's this called? YFlix. It's amazing. It even saves your spot in movies and shows. It's really cool.
I'll write it down. Why
That or
Flicks?
Tubi, but Tubi
Yeah,
has
that one.
ads.
Like he's wearing glasses. And
Yes.
it's like Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Type of stuff, and he's looking at old libraries and like searching for some secret. Yeah.
I love it. Well, anyways, you're over the age of 18, I suppose.
CKSY Flick. Yeah. I've heard an interesting idea, and it's like somebody yelled at me the other day because I didn't know the source or something. People get obsessed with sources, but
yeah.
I remember hearing in all these debates that that religion has all kind of benefits in it and everything. And I looked it up, and can't remember which one of these it was, but the government studied it. It was like a PubMed or .gov something or other. But basically, what I keep hearing, it seems to be true, is the religious guys live longer, they make more money, they have more babies, they do better in combat, their marriages last longer. Anyway, it seems to be like if you listen to an evolutionary psychologist like Edward Dutton in the UK, he thinks that religions are like software systems, and they're evolutionarily adaptive, and they instantiate as the will of God like Darwinistic traits, like having babies, or like trying to keep the team together by not whacking the head off of the guy who slept with your wife and trying to forgive him, and all that sort of stuff. And I find that pretty convincing. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not true at all. In accordance with all peer research, including Pew and Oxford and Harvard, we know that the only positive trait that theistic people are going to have over atheistic or non-believers is going to be happiness and social community. That's it. They are not more educated. They're less educated. They have worse health. Like, no, that's not true at all.
They have worse health?
Yeah, because they believe that prayer heals instead of a doctor. So they die more often, they're more sick more often. And then people that don't believe in the God, they also tend to eat better because they're not scared of fucking shellfish, right? They're not scared of doing all these things. They actually use medicine. They actually talk to their doctor. They don't just pray about being stronger, and then they actually go out and do the work. So in accordance with all research, that is just inaccurate as hell. I don't know where you got that source from.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. I have to look it up again. Maybe I'll come back later and put it in the comments.
Yeah, mine's in accordance with Harvard, World Health Organization, and Pew. Those are my sources.
It was a .gov site. It was something, I can't remember what the topic
Well,
was.
worldhealth.gov is going to say that's bullshit. Well, World Health isn't .gov. Let me look this up. World Health, is that an org?
Right.
Org.
What do you think of that Jonathan Haidt guy? Have you ever heard of that guy talking about religion?
Jonathan who?
That Haidt is a sociologist. He thinks it's inevitable. He thinks people just make it. He has a pretty broad definition of it.
Jonathan
He thinks
Pike.
you can make it. Haidt. H-A-I-D-T, I think it is.
Found it.
He's a sociologist.
He's a American social psychologist and author.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, he thinks he's got a really broad definition of religion. Like, because he'd be like, okay, well, you can have religion without God, like Confucianism or something. And he figures that people make it like birds make nests, and it is that you can't get rid of it. It's not a bug. It's a feature, and that people will and can make it out of just everything and anything. Something like that. I thought it was a weird idea.
That's in
It's
accordance
pretty
with
interesting.
evolution.
Right. So because you hear atheists talking, and they'll say, the world's going to be a lot better when we get rid of all this religion stuff. But if that guy's right, that kind of puts a monkey wrench in the whole thing.
What? I mean, I agree that if we were to demolish all religion today, a lot of the population would become suicidal and die off. But no, being
Right.
religious doesn't make you better in any sense of the word or more likely to survive. As a matter of fact, in accordance with all research, non-religious people live longer. Again, because we accept fucking medicine over prayer.
I guess the question is, what can bind a group together the
Well,
way
I'm an
religion
atheist and I
does?
have lots of friends and family because of shared common interests, which is the exact same thing as religion. You have a shared common book theme. So the Christians go to book club and I go to book club too. My books just admit when they're fiction.
Right? But the way I'm picturing it, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but the way I'm picturing it is kind of like, yeah, like a software system. Sometimes I think of it as a superpower or something. I imagine what would happen during the Crusades if you told that English king or that Saladin guy, hey, hey, did you know there's no God? And you were successful in convincing these guys. I'll bet the guy who didn't believe in the God gets conquered by the other guy. I bet it screws up their whole their morale,
According
you
to
know, they're
who?
fighting. I'm just picturing it in my mind, like if these
I can
evolutionary
picture
guys
the
are riding
polar opposite,
evolutionary.
therefore I'm correct? No, just because you can
Like
picture
if
it doesn't make it
evolutionary
true.
I'm just going with the idea, like those evolutionary psychologist guys saying that religion binds the group together, and that's its
Yeah, that
utilitarian
is
purpose,
true.
and so on and so on.
But there's the same truthfulness of that for atheists as well. Like, we have common shared interests. There are things that bind us together. We are social creatures, and we always find some way to come together. It's for our own benefit of survival.
Right. Like, do you think nationalism could do it? Like, if you had to go to war tomorrow and you had a nation of atheists, would nationalism be strong enough to like hold them
What does
together? And
being atheist or belief in a god make you like better at firing a weapon more accurate or your biology of strength more strong? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Believing in God doesn't make your muscles bigger or make you more accurate with a weapon. That's stupid. Just because you're religious or atheist does not make you better in combat.
well, as far as I've heard, it does.
Brother, I'm
Like
an
we can.
atheist. I am 6'4", 200 pounds. In accordance
Good
with
for
your
you. I'm not
logic,
talking about.
I should be a Christian because I'm stronger and faster than the majority of people I meet.
No. No, it's not about the individual. It's about the group and group psychology and group
All of the
dynamics.
people that I'm friends with are the same. Because I
Well,
meet
yeah, I know.
people.
I'm
Because I
talking
meet
about.
people with the shared common interest of the gym and eating. So all
Right.
of my
Yeah, I'm
atheist
talking
friends who
about
read books,
one that's
are
stable.
highly educated, are also extremely fucking strong. I'm also very well trained in firearms and safety and fighting. So everyone I meet is also really good with a firearm. Okay, so in accordance with your logic, all atheists will win this war. That's stupid. It's just a shared common interest. Are these Christians or are these atheists interested in firearms? Do they practice to have accuracy? Just because you believe in a God doesn't mean you're going to be better on a battlefield. That's a
Put it
dumb
a different
argument.
way. Like, I think the only reason Jesus or Muhammad or Genghis Khan or any of those guys, anybody that you can think of that's important in history, is because they sucked people together long enough to do something important
Yeah,
that everyone
atheists do the same thing. It doesn't
Yeah.
make religious people better in combat. What that shows evidence for is that we are social creatures and we can bind people together with common shared interests.
Right. I think that's the question I'm wondering is what is as powerful or more powerful on a large scale as religion? And what would you call it? Is it nationalism? Is it
I don't care.
Okay. Well, never mind. All right. Thanks for the conversation.
And that's true too. Some of the greatest, strongest, fastest, mentally strongest people on planet Earth are going to be Muslims, they're going to be Buddhists, they're going to be atheistic monks. Like, and no, the best fighters in the world are not Muslims. What? Let's look this up. I want to find out some actual research on this. This is interesting. Which Oops. Which people are the greatest fighters? Spartans, Mongols, Samurai, Persian, Viking, Zulu, Gurkhas in Nepal. What makes someone a great fighter? Battlefield dominance, discipline, innovation, cultural warrior identity, historical impact. None of that says religion. Interesting. That is a weird argument. Very interesting. All right, fine. Kent, you keep on spamming the fucking link. I'll put the link up. Ugh, my sinuses, dude. Good grief. All right, we got the link to call in. Benz, let's get you up here. Well, actually, we did get first super chat. We got Autumn with the $2 super chat. Just watch Repo Man. You will understand it all. Repo Man. I've heard of that. Never seen it. I will look that up today. All right, Benz, how you doing?
I'm great. I just want to define atheist to you. You lack the belief of a god, or you believe there's no god.
Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah,
All right, which religion do you follow?
I don't follow a religion.
What god do you follow?
I don't follow a god. I just believe in intelligent design, which would be God to me.
So you follow a god.
I don't follow a god. I believe in intelligent design. It's not followed. It's
So what
believed.
made the intelligent design?
I have no idea.
So you believe in a higher
But
power.
even I of course, yes.
Okay, yeah, atheist just means lack of belief in God or gods by literal definition. A means lack of.
Well,
Amoral is lacking morals. So theist means
sure,
belief
but
in
there's
God or gods.
also.
A in
Are you
front of
looking
that.
that up right now? Did that take you a while to look up? It took you about 2 minutes to answer that. Are you like on Google right now? Anyways, let me ask you.
That was
Is by
pathetic.
definition the atheist? Well, it looks like you're looking it up. But anyways, there's lack and then there's also belief. So there's two types of atheists.
Let's
Do
say
you
I
know what kind of
believe there
atheist
is
you
no
are?
God. So what? I believe there's no
No, I was
unicorns.
just asking you. It's, huh?
I believe there's no
Unicorns.
unicorns too.
I believe there's also no unicorns unless
There
you
you
can prove
go.
it to
You're
me.
an A unicornist. Congratulations.
Got
What's
it.
the point?
Well, again, the unicorns provide no benefit to people. A god does.
Yeah,
right?
they do. They provide
Correct?
happiness and joy and peace.
That's not. That would
Unicorns
be
are metaphysical creatures. Let me
to
bring
maybe
up the
a person
definitions. Metaphysical unicorn symbology. All right, you get purity and innocence from a unicorn.
Unicorns have no control.
Purity and innocence.
So now it's obvious you have Google.
Yeah, that one was
Now it's
Google.
obvious you have Google in front of you. Thank you for clarifying that.
That one was Google, yes.
And so was the other one. But anyways, unicorns is not a happiness.
Hey, we're not playing this dick showing contest. If you want to be a little bitch, fuck off to another channel. If you want to have an honest intellectual conversation, stay. Do not tell me what's going on in my mind. Ask questions. You're not able to mind read. If you can, you need to go back to whatever college you got your mind reading degree from and fucking get a refund, because you fucking suck at it. No. There are many definitions for words I have memorized. I didn't answer your question right away because you hopped in immediately talking, and I was waiting for you to finish before I could get my TikTok terms of service questions out. I have to ask you your age, and I then want to ask you a defining question about which religion you follow before I answer any other questions for my own sake. So shut the fuck up with the dick measuring bullshit. Get the fuck out of here if you want to do that horse shit. If you want to ask questions and have an honest, respectful debate, then stay. But don't do that shit. No, fuck that. You're in my house.
Well, in order to have a debate, you
Yeah,
need to
fuck you, bitch. God, that was condescending as hell. I literally explained to you that I had that word memorized. Metaphysical unicorn symbology, which I don't look up every single day, I needed to go look up so I could give you a correct representation of what it presents. Alright, let's get Dag in here. What's up, Dag?
Yo, what's up? My dick's 8 inches and I'm 21 years old.
Alright, which god do you believe in? Did you really just request to get kicked? That's ridiculous, dude. All the trolls just got out of school or something? Oh, Ben's requested back up. See if he wants to have an argument. Hello, why should I believe in a higher power?
I just want to. Can I talk?
I didn't ask you if you're gonna cry. I asked you why I should believe in a higher power. Remember, this isn't your house. When I ask you a question and then I'm silent, that's your turn to talk. That's how conversations work. If you don't understand the basics of back and forth conversations, stop requesting up. Got any other Christian requesters, Muslim requesters, New Agers? Yep, great relationship with my parents. I know you don't have a good relationship with your parents since you're a believer in fairy tales. See how stupid that sounds? What's up, Ravis? Prove to you why you shouldn't believe in God. There's no justification to believe in God. What's up, Frost? Hell yeah, man. Why do they always bring up parents as if theirs didn't beat them? Yeah, I know. They think that because you don't believe in a God, all of a sudden you have daddy issues. It's hilarious. What's up, brother?
Yo, I didn't fall asleep on your stream the other day, did I?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either. I fell asleep on I don't know if you've heard of her, African Atheist.
African
I fell
Atheist,
asleep
I've
on her
not.
a lot. She's one of the people who she calls me one of her professionals, but I fell asleep on her live the other day, and I'm like, oh, I feel so bad.
You are one of my professionals.
Heck yeah. It feels awkward to say, but yeah.
You
Technically,
are,
I guess I
literally,
am.
by definition.
It's
We had a
as Forrest fell. Go ahead.
yeah, we had a Black Hebrew Israelite on today.
Oh, my condolences.
Yeah, he called me white twice.
I mean,
I am, but it
like,
wasn't like it was more like a you're white, your opinion doesn't matter type thing.
oh, see that's my issue. Like, so like, well, yes, I'll be the first to say you can't really, in my opinion, and we might disagree on this. You can't be racist against a white person because racism is racism is historically a systematic issue, and because what I don't know if TikTok will like it, but YT people have historically held the systems of power.
That's
So,
true.
You know, historically,
I can
speaking,
see
you
your
can't.
perspective. Okay. I can grant your
Yeah.
perspective. Sure. Do you think it is racist to attack someone that is white, brown, yellow, pink, purple just because of the color of their skin?
Oh yeah, I would absolutely think that
That's
that
racist.
part. Yeah, I would say that like the system of racism is where you can't have, but like you can be. I don't know. There's a bunch of nuance to it.
I know in France they're incredibly racist towards white people.
That wouldn't surprise me. It also depends on where you're at too, because in America, the people who
Bigoted but
hold
not
all of the
racist.
systems.
I need to look this up because if I'm wrong, I need to update my information on that because that's a big deal. Racism. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. So I mean, I guess based on literal definition, whites are not a minority, so therefore you literally can't. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the position I would hold. But like,
Interesting.
also you gotta think
So then what's
in
bigoted?
certain areas of the world.
Bigot definition. A person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or prejudice. Okay. Okay, cool. So racism is a system. Bigot is a personal, unreasonable belief against. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, I've updated my mental faculties on this information. Interesting. Very interesting. Cool. I'll subscribe to that. That makes sense to me.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I
Interesting.
I only think about that stuff because I myself am not white, but I am white passing, and like
Oh, really?
by all. Yeah, well, I'm Polynesian. Like literally, my mom was born in Hawaii, and like
Oh, you're a big boy,
before
aren't you?
that, yeah, I'm well, I'm not tall. I got all my height from my dad, but like I do have like I'm built like a fucking dwarf, man. I'm like, I think I'm 5'10", 5'11".
That's tall.
Not really.
I think the average height for men is 5'7", 5'8".
No, that's fair. Everyone knows the ideal height is 5'6", so that you can be the same height as Charlie White.
Who the hell is Charlie White?
Penguin Z, Moist Critical.
Oh, he's 5'6"?
Yeah, he's 5'6". The joke is that he's the ideal male height at 5'6". The rest of the world just isn't ready for this manly package. That's what he says on his stream all the
Dude,
time.
I love him. Charlie is fucking hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
I love Charlie. Yeah, it's been slow. We the first 2 hours of stream had quite a few good clips that'll go up, and the last half hour has been pretty dead like this. So I'm debating if we should continue or going ahead and end it and pick it back up around 5-6 p.m.
Yeah. I mean, real talk. Right now, it's kind of that dead zone. It's between activities, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty slow. The only problem with like the times that I'm so inaccurate, not consistent with the times I go live, that like the next time I go live, fucking Justin will probably be live too.
Yeah, and then you're either getting the runoff sludge of Justin's live for the
Yeah.
callers,
Oh,
or
we got a philosopher that's requesting up. Hope this might be good. I joined one of their groups the other day and actually had some good conversation. What's up, brother?
Brother, I want to call you brother, but I've seen some clips of you, so I wanted to try you out. So, what's going to be your argument that leads to the conclusion that there is no God?
I'm not saying that. Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah, of course I'm 19.
Do you follow a religion?
Do you not see the cross in my bio?
No.
Yeah, okay then. Well, I'm glad I got that.
So you're a
clarification.
Christian?
Yeah, Eastern Orthodox.
Cool. All right. Why should I be?
Why should you be?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because Neoplatonism is true.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, so Neoplatonism is just going to be some sort of form of hierarchy that allows from the derivative of the one and then to the nous or knowledge. And then from that, all derivatives from the one happen to be the case that, they have substance souls, and then substance souls create matter or material, and then these material forms create function, and then that's how we exist.
Is that to simply say, I'm going to try and steel man you in simple terms, there's a hierarchy of knowledge, and once you get to a high enough knowledge, there's a soul?
No. The soul is the type of thing that creates knowledge. That's how we participate in intelligible forms.
Right, so there's a hierarchy of knowledge, and at the very top is a soul.
No, God is at the top, and then the soul. God, where souls are derivatives of God, and then knowledge is derivatives of souls.
So can you
And
give
these
me
two
the
things create
exact
material.
hierarchy in simple terms?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. We can, let's do this, actually. Let me go ahead and not strawman Plateau. Let's go ahead and get his hierarchy, because my hierarchy is a little different for how I want to explain it under the Eastern Orthodox view for how the church allows apostolic succession to occur. Let's see.
My first curiosity while you're looking that up is, why should I believe that this hierarchy exists?
Why should you believe it exists?
Yeah.
It's just axiomatic. Neoplatonic
What
system
axiom?
has an axiom. What axiom? It's called the Neoplatonic axiom.
Let me look it up. Neoplatonic axiom. All right, let's see. What sources do you accept for this kind of research?
Anything that doesn't fall under epistemic collapse.
Unlike a singular set of doctrines, Neoplatonism is best understood as a lineage of thinkers unified by their reinterpretation of Plato's ideas, with a central tenet being the concept of monism. But where's the axiom? Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, does that work for you?
Like I said, as long as it doesn't fall under epistemic collapse.
What's your epistemology, by the way?
Are you looking at your screen because you're nervous? Or my epistemology?
Yeah.
My epistemology is in virtue of God.
I don't know. What's your epistemology? How do you know things? How do you test
How do
them?
I know things? In
Yeah.
virtue of empiricism. Yeah, in virtue of empiricism.
what would be your empirical evidence of a soul?
Yeah, the empirical evidence of the soul would be the self-asserted Neoplatonic axiom, which is self-asserted truth. Axioms are just, self-evident, and our brute truths are explanations.
What do you think self-evident
I
means?
wouldn't accept that. Because
Yeah, Faye. Can you tell me why an axiom would not be self-evident or a brute fact? Go ahead.
Well, no, I grant
particular
that.
axiom can be demonstrated.
No. I'm not talking about you evidence. I was talking to Faye Bourne. Faye Bourne made
Well,
the positive claim.
he agrees with me, I believe. We're not questioning what the definition of axiom is. We're still trying to figure out what your axiom is. Are you saying God is the axiom?
No, I'm not saying God is the axiom. I'm saying the type of hierarchy that follows from Neoplatonism has its own axiom.
Right, and that
which I
axiom
think
is...
self-evident. Yeah, it's going to be the more unified, the more actualized.
The more unified, the more actualized.
More followed. Yeah.
So
And
the
then
more
the
unified
hierarchy
of a
just follows the
system, that
actualization.
system actualizes.
Yeah.
Well,
The
what
more
if I have a unification of Harry Potter fans? Does that actualize Hogwarts?
The actualization of the unification of Harry Potter fans,
Yeah,
no,
because
that
you're a
doesn't seem to
unification
follow.
of God believers. It doesn't make God
No, I'm
actualized.
saying the more unified and the more actualized, the more what you call it, the more stable. That's what the axiom wants to say. Hence why we're stable beings
Sure.
from
So
the
Harry
Gnos.
Potter is also stable because of the unification of the followers or the fans.
Hogwarts magic in their universe isn't the type of thing that would be stable within ours because it posits some sort of things that don't exist within
I mean, I agree with that, but according to your axiom, the unification actualizes it.
what unification. Okay,
The
so
people coming
number
together and
one-
unifying.
Hold on. So number one, unification in this sense isn't talking about actual human posited entities. It's not talking about some sort of
So define unify.
ontology. Yeah, in the sense
Wait, pause.
that
I'm
we're
sorry.
talking
Did you
about
say
it-
you're not talking about ontology?
We're not talking about the type of thing that humans coming together. We're talking about the type of thing that ontology would want to speak of when we speak of metaphysical material. Do you know what material is?
Right, yeah.
When we talk about metaphysics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what it wants to say is when the more unified the nous, the more actualized the material.
Well, nous just
therefore
means
we get
knowledge,
something.
so that has nothing to do with unification.
No, listen, the nous is the type of thing that comes from the soul. Nous cannot be
Well, that's the
derived from
claim.
anything.
So is your axiom
Yeah,
a soul?
That's fine. No, the axiom makes the the hierarchy follow, not the type
The
of thing
unification.
that,
Right, so what does unify mean in your words then?
yeah, unifying means the united material, that of the nous, soul, and then the material.
Well, then why should I
that's us.
grant that axiom if I don't even believe a soul exists?
Yeah, then you made a positive claim and you have to prove it.
No, I'm saying I
Axioms
lack a
just
belief in
self-assert
it.
that
Why
they're
should
true.
I believe in it?
Yeah, you have a lack of belief. Okay, that's fine.
I don't believe in
Right,
unicorns.
so-
Do I need to prove that they don't exist?
No, that's not a
Right,
positive
so
claim, but you made the
I
positive claim
don't
that
believe
souls
in the
don't
soul.
exist.
False. I said I don't
Yeah,
believe in a
that's-
soul.
That's a positive claim.
I don't
Yeah,
believe in
that's-
unicorns.
Are you positing? Okay, I'm asking you a clarifying question. Do you believe that souls exist? That's positing a yes or no.
No.
It's either you do or you don't. Okay, so that's a positive claim. Okay, so now I'm asking
Do you
to
believe
prove that
unicorns
souls don't
exist? Yes or no?
in some universally plausible world.
I disagree with that.
That just okay. So can you prove that, please?
No, it's a negative claim.
No, you made it. No,
Prove
earlier you made a
unicorns don't
positive claim and
exist.
Said that. Yeah, I never said that they don't exist. I said they could exist in some universally
Cool.
plausible
Prove a
world. Are you
world where
tracking?
they do
So I-
exist.
Yeah, so subject to Bayesian probability just proves this to be as such.
No,
even if it
Bayesian
requires a
requires
0.001.
probability of analysis and data. So what measure have you used for mathematical probability to determine that a unicorn is more likely to exist than not? That's stupid. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
absurd.
So listen, you actually
That's an absurd claim.
Low tier slow boy. Listen, calm down. Listen, I see your
That's
cortical
absurd.
spiking as we speak.
No,
Listen,
that's
calm down,
absurd.
calm down. I see your.
So
I
what?
see-
ev-
listen,
so
calm down,
what
calm down,
data
calm down.
demonstrates the plausibility of it?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll just pull up the epistemic research and we can, go conclude from there. Okay. So just calm yourself down.
This
I don't
is
know
the
why-
general. This is the general lack of intelligence you get from someone with a medieval.
Intelligence. Meanwhile, your thalamocortical system that into
Someone with
Why
a,
is he trying to mute?
with someone that has a medieval torture device in their bio. This is-
Medieval torture device? I'm black. Wait, what the fuck? How do I have a medieval torture device in my bio? Are you
What do
absurd?
think-
Are you okay?
What do you think that thing is? What do
Yeah,
you
that's
think
an
the
Eastern
pro-
Orthodox cross. Yeah.
Yes, it's a medieval torture device, sweetie. I know you might be too slow to understand what a torture device is. but that's
Yeah,
what
why
it
is a grown man calling me sweetie? Calm down. You're like
pie,
way
cutie
older than
pie,
me. Calm down.
cutie pie.
I don't like that. That's
Aw.
I don't consent to that. Under the TOS, 241.5 it says if I don't
That was pretty funny. I like that one.
Wow.
So I'm not like trying to shut you down. I'm trying to get more elaboration so that I can understand what you're talking about. So calling me a slow boy, sure, I'm ignorant. You want to help my ignorance or you want to make fun of my ignorance? I thought we were having an honest back and forth conversation.
Hold on. Yeah. All right. So you said the Roman Empire was medieval. Did any of you say that?
No.
No. I see that quote in the comments. By the way, I just want to be sure. The Eastern Orthodox Church was not medieval, by the way. I just
Okay.
want to flag.
That's fair. It's still a torture device. I made a
Yeah,
mistake.
can you prove? Wait, can you prove the fact that the Eastern Orthodox Church?
Whoa,
was-
this is so red herringed from the original. Let's
No,
come
no, no.
back.
He made the claim.
I'm not
He's
saying
the
you
hands.
red
He the-
herringed. I'm saying that we are going down a hole of a completely different topic. I want to talk about the God topic,
That's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's fine. That's fine.
which
So,
we are still
listen.
on what the axiom and how we should, why we should accept the axiom as self-evident. So you're talking about the soul, the unification of a soul, right?
Yeah.
Why should I believe that a soul exists?
Why should you believe that a soul exists?
Yeah, I'm a justified skeptic and natural empiricist.
Yeah, sure. Let me write that down real quick.
Sure.
Let me see what my
What?
axiom wants to say.
Yeah, sure. Which reasoning and/or epistemic justification do you use for a soul?
What epistemic justification do I
Yeah.
use? Sola scriptura.
Solo scriptura. You want to say that in English?
That okay? Yeah, it just means scripture. But
Okay. So why
Scripture
should I
just
trust the
shows-
scripture?
Yeah, you should trust the scripture because one, it's a derivative from the one, and all derivatives from the
Who
one
wrote it?
that have been actualized in our world are true. His apostles wrote these things.
So how is it a derivative?
Yeah, it's a derivative from the one because all things that are actualized by the one are true.
Well, that's a claim.
That's just in its
what
nature.
grounds that claim? Why do you justify
his
that claim as
triune-
true?
Yeah, his triune nature justifies these
No,
things.
that is the claim, brother. Your claim is that he is true. You have to justify it now. You have epistemology in your name. Can I please have a justification for why I should believe that it's true?
Why you should believe the writings of the scriptures are true.
Yeah. You have epistemology in your name, dude.
Yeah, that doesn't entail that I'm an epistemic. I don't believe in empiricism. Empiricists can't prove metaphysical.
No,
claims.
epistemology is not just empiricism.
Yeah, it's knowledge. I know it.
Empiricism is a type of epistemology. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's the study
How
of
are you going to
knowledge. I
call me
know
a
what I'm
slow boy when you're not keeping up? You got to track if
Yeah,
you want to
so
have this conversation and talk shit.
Yeah,
Once
so
you're
calm
able to
down,
track,
calm down.
you can then
So
talk
listen,
shit.
I already
Calm
said
down,
that,
calm
you know,
down, calm
epistemology
down.
is the
I
study
need
of
your
knowledge.
epistemology for the justification in a soul.
Yeah, so listen, it's just going to be right as follows. So calm down. Listen.
I know
So
you
the
need to
reason
calm
why
down.
we should believe this souls. Hold on, my cortisol is perfectly fine.
No, it's not. You keep on saying calm down.
Yes, it is.
You're just talking to a mirror.
Yeah. So listen. Right. So when multiple features of reality require an explanation, we should accept the explanation with the greatest exploratory power. Do you agree? In parsimony? And Occam's
Yeah, I
razor,
guess
of
that
course.
kind of depends. Sure, let's grant it for now. I might change my mind
Yo,
on
you-
new information.
Okay. And then, with the greatest explanatory power, coherence, and least arbitrariness, correct? You
No.
do agree with this claim for now.
I don't
No,
grant
you
that
don't think so.
coherence makes something actual.
No. I said with these three things: greatest explanatory power.
Yeah, I don't
parsimony,
grant coherence
and
making
least
things
arbitrary.
exist.
No,
Harry
I'm
Potter is
saying-
coherent in the world of Harry Potter. It doesn't make it actually exist. Are you a Berkeley fan?
I said all three of these things need to be the case, not that one of these things need to be the
Well, I
case.
don't
You get
grant one of
these-
the pieces, so I don't
Yeah,
grant them.
why is okay, that's perfectly fine.
Does coherency make
So-
things exist?
No, I'm
Okay,
saying
what's
with all
this
three of
other
these
one?
things, they would,
Okay,
no.
so we
no,
got
I'm saying that
coherency.
these
What was
three
the
of
other?
these things would make something, the best explanation for why this something is true.
I still don't
Not
grant that.
something would exist.
Like, okay, so what's the other two? So we got coherency.
Yeah, it would be least arbitrary.
Least
the
arbitrary
greatest
meaning.
explanatory power. Yeah, just not going to be on a whim.
Meaning.
Yeah, it's not going to fall under epistemic collapse. It's
Meaning?
going to have some sort of meaning. What?
Meaning it's not going to fall under epistemic collapse. Meaning.
That if the contrary was provided, then it wouldn't, fail.
So if
supersede under
something more
classical logic.
natural was provided and made more logical sense, then it would make your part fall
No,
apart.
it would be less parsimonious.
Okay, so
If
it still
if
requires
happens to be the
epistemic
case.
justification under the arbitrary definition you just gave me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We can just
epistemic
divide it.
justification, coherency, and what was the third?
Yeah, and then we have what you call explanatory power, just parsimony. We're just referring to
I
Occam's razor.
don't grant parsimony
Why is the fact you don't grant parsimony?
because explanatory power doesn't demonstrate causal relation for the effect.
And
You
why
can
is that the case?
because experience can be explained as I saw this thing out of the corner of my eye, therefore a spirit exists, but that's not actually true, is it? Correlation is not causation. So just because it has explanatory power does
That
not
sounds
demonstrate its
like that sounds like
truthfulness.
Reddit. That's kind of sounds like Reddit atheist stuff. I
Okay.
might be wrong,
Am I
but
wrong?
I mean, listen.
Am I
So
wrong?
when are you wrong?
Yeah,
In
if I
my
see
world,
something in the corner of my eye, does that make what I saw real?
if you can justify proving that that thing that you saw existed.
Okay, so
However,
that's not
if
what
you
I
couldn't,
said.
if
If you
listen,
see
listen,
something in the corner of
evidence.
your eye and your explanation is that it was a spirit, does it make it a spirit? Yes or no?
No, probably
Right.
not,
So the
unless you can prove it
explanation
is a
does
spirit.
not make it true. So I don't grant the explanation. I do grant the
I said
epistemic
best
justification.
explanatory. Yeah,
So I don't grant
evidence.
the explanation. I don't
Do you
grant
think that
coherence.
if hold on, question, evidence. Do you think if something has more explanatory power than another, right? Do you think
That I grant. That's
or
not what
do
you said, though.
yeah,
What you
yeah,
said
yeah.
was
That's what I,
explanatory.
okay,
If
best
it's able to be
explanatory power
explained.
parts the
Okay. I'll
by the way,
grant
when
best
I'm
explanatory
listen,
power. Yes. I'll
yeah,
grant that.
listen,
So I
listen. By
grant
the way, I just
best
want to
explanatory
that was an
power,
utterance blunder for me.
which
I'll
require.
explain why. Listen,
Sure. I don't care.
I was trying to
We're moving
say
on.
I was trying to
I
say
understand
listen,
what you're
greatest
trying to say.
explanatory power parsimony.
I
Okay,
get
fine.
that. I can
Listen.
grant that. So I grant best explanatory power. I also grant the epistemic justification. I don't grant coherence, though. So as long as it has the two and there's no other defeater for it, I'll grant it. So
Yeah, sure,
when it
sure.
comes to
Okay, we
that,
can go to
what
the
best explanatory power and
yeah.
epistemic
Listen, I'm about to
justification
give
do you
the
have for a
syllogism.
soul?
I can give the syllogism, and you can deny one of the premises. Okay, yeah. P1 is just going to be there exists conscious experiences, and then ununified personal identity, rational thought, and free will. You agree with these premises?
What's
That
the
these
next
things
premise?
exist?
Just go through them all.
Okay, that's fine. P2 is these phenomena are best explained by either A, purely physical processes, or B, a non-physical aspect of persons, a soul. Okay. And then P3 follows purely physical explanations struggle to account for subjective experience. Okay. P4 wants to say purely physical systems do not fully explain ununified personal
Okay,
identity
I
over time.
can pause this here on P3.
Okay, sure.
Say it again.
Which one? P3?
Yeah, 3. Let me get my notepad real quick. P3.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, go.
Yeah. So P3 would be, and then I would like to, what you call it, investigate one of your things that you said earlier because I forgot to write it down. But P3 wants to say that purely physical explanations struggle to account for subjective experience.
Purely physical explanations fail to
No, struggle to, not fail to.
struggle
account for subjective
to account for subjective experience. Well, we're going to have to add a P3.1 because struggling to account for something doesn't mean that it doesn't.
Did we say this? This is
So
just a probability raising argument, not a
P3.1.
not a
Well, that doesn't even, oopsie, that doesn't even raise or drop probability either, just because it struggles to account for it.
Yeah, would you like to give the justification for that being true?
Well, it was very
another thing
difficult.
that explains it better.
Yeah, I mean, we struggled to explain
parsimony works,
gravity, for instance. That doesn't mean it wasn't true. It just means we struggled to get to it until we had the knowledge to explain
yeah.
it, right? So
That's fine. That's fine. But
So
this
we
is
need more than
parsimony.
that.
What we're investigating is parsimony. If me and you can explain the same thing, right? But I posit less entities ontologically and epistemically, it seems to be the case that in this
I don't
succession, I'm
grant
more
that either,
parsimonious than you.
because if you just
Hold on. Do you know how parsimony works?
So
That's
the-
exactly how parsimony and
the
Occam's razor
reason that I
function, by the way.
don't grant that is because if you make a claim about something supernatural that's undemonstrable, and I provide 3 explanations
Yo,
for
yo.
something that's
Whoa, whoa,
demonstrable,
whoa.
it seems like because
What do you mean by
you have
demonstrable, by the
less,
way?
it seems like because you have less things to explain, you're therefore correct, even though yours is unproven.
No. I don't have less things to explain. What I'm saying is if I posit, all I made was a claim that if I posit less entities than you, right? If I have A squared, B squared, and C squared, okay?
Right.
You have A squared, B squared, C squared, and D squared.
Sure.
And we both explain the same thing.
Right.
It would be following that I have more
Right,
parsimony,
which is what I
correct?
just said. If you have less
Okay,
things, then you are more correct, even though you're unable to demonstrate or justify your truthfulness. That doesn't equate to it being true just because you have less things or less entities. Because my 4 entities compared to your 2 entities could have explanations and mechanistic relation to what I'm talking about, even though there's 4 versus your 2, and your 2 have no epistemic justification.
No, what I'm saying is we both have the same. Oh my God, that's not what Occam's razor says. It says if both things have the same explanatory power, yet I posit less entities. then it seems to be the case that I'm more parsimonious. That's how that follows. If these things are like, proven through parsimony, then it seems I have more explanatory power than your justification for why
Okay,
they
I'll
might
grant
not
that.
exist. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
okay.
purely physical
That
explanation
was
struggles
Scalia's
to
strawman on the
account.
view.
So can you provide,
Yeah.
like, what do you? I thought you were an empiricist. What?
No, I'm not an empiricist.
What are you?
What am I?
Yeah, you're epistemology.
Oh, what's my form of epistemology? I haven't decided yet. Um,
Do you think?
when it comes to like ethics, I'm definitely a virtue ethicist.
What does that mean?
Yeah, virtue ethics is just a type of thing that we would, well, when I'm talking about virtue ethics, I'm just inquiring about God. So I think that all my ethics that I follow at least are objective because of the fact they come from some sort of higher power. However, it's, subjective in the sense that, if our minds were to be erased, then I probably wouldn't be able to follow these laws of
Well,
succession.
no, you believe in subjective morals because they rely on the mind of God.
The mind of God is infinite. Well, that's
It's
the very
still a
nice
mind,
thing.
isn't it?
Infinite.
Which is the
His
definition of
mind has always
subjective.
existed. No, subjective means mind dependent.
Yeah, and it depends on your God's
hold on.
mind, correct or false. It's a yes or no question.
He actualized these things to be true.
Is it
always and
dependent
will
on his
be.
mind, yes or no?
Is it dependent on his mind? Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so you believe in subjective morals.
Hold on. Evidence. What's going to be the argument that, these things
You
are
just agreed.
like subject? Yeah, that's fine.
You believe in
that they
subjective
depend on
morals.
his-
There's no
Listen,
objectiveness
that's
to
fine
morals.
that. Yo, hold on. Can you prove that God's mind works the same as ours? That's the.
I'm
now
not
you're
claiming a
presupposing
God,
his
can
mind
you?
works. Hold on, I'm asking. Wait,
Can
that's
you
a burden
prove the
shift. You
claim?
made the,
No,
yo,
you're
you made
making
the
the
positive,
claim.
Hold on, you made the positive claim. You made the assertion that that through this line of succession, you also presuppose that God's mind, works like ours.
No, is it dependent on his mind,
Via-
yes or no?
Hold on,
If you
yeah,
want
and
to
I
say
said
it works
yes.
different from his mind, then you have the burden to prove that. I'm just asking a simple question. Does it depend on his mind?
That's what you're presupposing. Though.
No, I'm just saying, does it
that's the
depend on his mind?
presupposition.
So how does it work different from our minds, and why
Yeah,
is it
'cause
therefore
God
not
is
subjective?
Logos. Yeah, God is the logos of all things. He
So how
grounds
is it
logic.
not?
He's the type of. He's
He
the type of
grounds
thing
logic.
That. Yeah, he's the type of thing that makes logic.
How did
and
you
makes
grant
things
that?
true.
What axiom
Yeah,
makes that?
It's the same axiom that Neoplatonists follow.
I don't grant it because I still don't believe in a soul.
Yeah, okay, and then we're still investigating my, my arguments. Like, you can go on to P3 and just tell me why it doesn't succeed, and go ahead.
Purely physical explanations, subjective experience. I argue that it's all material.
Okay, wait, it's all material and what?
Subjective experience is all in the brain.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying purely physical explanations struggle
Yeah.
to account for subjective experience.
They do though. Physical explanations, the brain. All subjective experience comes from the brain, which is
processes
physical.
describe. Yeah. Listen.
So
brain
it's physical
processes describe
explanations.
structure. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Listen, brain processes describe structure and function.
Yeah, physical
but not
structure.
experience itself. Listen,
It
it doesn't
does.
explain the experience itself.
It
This is
does.
often
I don't
called the
believe in
hard problem
qualia.
of. Hold on. Okay, can you answer?
I don't believe in
to
qualia.
the hard problem of consciousness.
I don't believe in it. Neuroscience has
can you
explained
answer
it.
Can you answer to
Brother,
the
this
question
isn't
of hard problem
philosophy of mind.
consciousness?
Yes, I can here. Qualia. What
Yeah,
is
that's fine.
what
Go
is the
ahead.
feeling of qualia? Well, if we want to go into what makes the color red feel like red, let's go into that. Does that sound good?
I mean, you can diverge from the conversation, but I just asked you to answer
Qualia.
why.
Yeah,
would
the
this
hard
be-
problem of consciousness. Qualia. What does it feel like to feel? Why do we feel? Correct?
Yeah.
That's qualia. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm asking you to
let's
disprove
talk about a
subjective.
type of qualia, which we could talk about the qualia of sensory experience or color. You want to talk? Can we talk about the qualia of color?
I'd rather stick to like subjective personal experiences, such
Which
as,
would
like,
be the
physical
qualia of
descriptors.
color?
We can talk about physical descriptors.
You just described it
like
as
the
qualia.
colors?
You asked me to answer
We
the
don't
hard
need to talk
problem
about
of
color,
qualia.
That's fine. Yeah.
So if
but
you want me
are
to
there any
answer the
other
hard
subject
problem
other
of
than color?
qualia, I'm going to ask you which qualia you want to talk about. I'm asking if you're okay with the qualia of color. What other qualia do you want to talk about?
I mean, we can talk about any one of them as long as they.
All right, color of qualia.
follow.
Let's do it. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so what I'm typing in is going to be in neuroscience, what is the explanation of qualia of color? I'm going to look for, we have science insights, don't like that. there we go. That one works. We got NIH.gov. So we got National Library of Medicine. How do brains create all our different colors, pains, and other conscious qualities? These various qualia are the most essential aspects of consciousness. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I might be wrong. Yet standard neuroscience has not found the synaptic firing codes, sometimes described as the spike code, to account for how these qualia arise and how they unite to form complex perceptions, emotions, etc. Nor is it clear how to get from these abstract codes to the qualia we experience. But electromagnetic field versus synaptic approaches to how qualia arise have been offered in recent years by Pocket McFadden, Jones, Bond, Ward, and Guevara, Kepler, and Shawnee, Hunt, and Schooler, etc. These EM field approaches show promise in offering more viable accounts of qualia. Okay, so let's see in EM. Let's go down problems with sensory. Where's the explanation for it? Oh, that goes into IIT, which I don't grant. I grant global workspace theory. Okay.
Would you like to explicate your global space work theory?
Yeah, we can. Let me get into this one and see if we can get an answer. All right. I was talking about the problem still. I'm trying to find the answer. Okay. Electromagnetic field theories of qualia. Let's see what it says. While standard neuroscience seems, I don't even know that word, in explaining how brains create our different qualia and unify them into phenomenal consciousness, EM field approaches to minds have offered new theories, blah, blah, blah. These electromagnetic approaches see consciousness primarily in the various complex EM fields generated by neurons, glia, and the rest of the brain and body. They can be classified in the varieties list at the end of this paper. Figure 1. Okay, so traditional dualist field theories, minds are emergent, non-physical products or correlates of EM fields in brains. Oh, that's going into quantum tubules. I don't like that. Reductionist field theories, minds are reducible to certain spatiotemporal patterns in EM fields. Computationalist field theories, minds are non-physical products or correlates of information carried by EM fields in brains. Resonating substance field theory, minds are the underlying nature of resonating neural EM, which is concrete substance, not abstract information, which is agreed upon by Jones, Hunt, and Schooler, and perhaps Bond. So there's one explanation for it. Let's see. Oh, man. So that explanation is minds are underlying nature of So what do you grant for qualia? What's the explanation?
What do I grant? Like I have another like syllogism for it. Well, I just take qualia to be the subjective, quote unquote, what is like aspect of experience.
What is like? Meaning?
What is it's like?
Meaning?
For example, like seeing red is not detecting the wavelength of, minus 700 nm. It's like has a felt character.
But it literally is, and we feel it because of the neural connections and synapses firing to the brain saying, like, for instance, pink. If you put a room and paint it pink, it actually does make you
Here
weaker.
you are with your positive unproven claim. My bad. I just looked at a comment. I got on track.
You're
but
good. So, like,
anywho,
you know
right,
that, like,
so-
surrounding yourself in pink, for instance, they've done this in prisons, makes you weaker because the brain processes the color in that way that makes it develop less chemicals. For instance, what's the word? Testosterone. So it stops the production of testosterone to some degree, which makes you weaker. So there's a physical explanation for the feeling of pink.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So that's the quality. It can
listen,
be answered through that.
Yeah, but like you said yourself, correlation.
Yeah,
isn't
correlation is not causation. The causation is going to be testosterone not being pushed out as much. That's the cause for the effect of being weaker when you see pink. That's the cause. So that's the answer to the
Yeah,
quality
so-
of pink, for instance. And other colors as well.
Yeah,
When you see red, for instance, and it makes you more rage, it's because, again, you're going to be processing those hex in the cornea of your eye. It's going to reflect it and process to the brain that we need to release this chemical, which is going to make you angry because all emotions are chemical reactions. So that's the answer to the answer of qualia. Do you have another
Yeah.
one?
No, I just have a question, a clarifying question. How do we get to this first person experience in your worldview?
What do you mean? I
In the first
observe
place.
things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, how does this like emerge
Brain
in your
processing.
worldview?
I see
Brain
things.
processing.
It goes through my cornea. It processes the information in my brain, and it tells me I am looking at a computer screen. That is first-person experience. It's in the brain.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm asking how these things, like, emerge from the beginning, not just brain processes. What's the type of thing that would create a first-person subjective experience
I just explained
in,
it.
most material? You think brain process is the only thing that gives us first-person subjective experience?
No, I think it's the best explanation because it has causal mechanism to describe what is happening, how, and why. We know for a
Yeah,
fact
sure.
that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. That's global
Yeah, sure. We
workspace
should not
theory.
accept entities that are required to explain undeniable features of experience better than alternatives, though.
I have no clue what that means.
Yeah, yeah. So listen, when we say, like, qualia, when in your worldview is what again? If you want to restate.
Yeah, chemical reactions and observations and brain processes.
Yeah, yeah. So you take qualia to just be this type of biological mechanic.
Yeah.
That we have.
Yeah,
Okay,
and that's it seems like the best explanation because I can actually produce a causal mechanism for the effect of feeling.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so
I don't know why I
listen,
should believe a soul has anything to do with that.
yeah, so listen. In my syllogism, this is just going to talk about the explanatory gap, physical descriptions of the brain.
But there's no gap there. I just explained it with material explanation, so there's no gap. I don't grant premise 3 and it's false.
Yeah, premise 4 then follows,
No,
right? You
premise
would
3
also
is already
deny
false.
premise
The
4.
logic is
Yeah,
invalid.
Hold on. What do you mean? Because it literally occurs that, a world physically
Brother, it's
identical
an
to ours without the
unsound
experience.
argument. I just
Hold on,
provided an
wait.
explanatory
Yeah, under
power
classical
making
logic,
P3
okay,
untrue.
let me ask you a question, evidence first.
Brother.
Right? Would a world that is physically, it's just a yes or no question. It's not
I've already
meant
asked you.
for you to. No, oh my God. I tried to ask you this question 3
Brother,
times. and you keep on,
P3, you're moving to
steamrolling.
P4. We're still on P3. You're steamrolling
No,
because we're on
this is the
P3.
syllogism for qualia. This isn't the syllogism.
You want to
for
provide me
the
another
reason why the
explanation?
souls exist.
So you want to provide me
Already,
your
this is the explanation
definition
for-
and
yeah,
explanation for
yeah, this is
qualia.
the-
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is the explanation for qualia. Right?
Go ahead.
And then, yeah, so listen, a world physically identical to ours, but without experiences, is conceivable under first order.
How do I
logic.
demonstrate or test that?
Yeah, yeah. So we can coherently conceive of P zombies, right, with the same behavior, with no inner life. If this is conceivable without contradiction, then it's metaphysically possible, at least prima facie. Do
You
agree
saying
with
like
this notion?
consciousness in a zombie? Yeah, because of brain firings. They still have a brain, correct?
I'm saying same behavior, no inner life.
Dude, the brain is life. I don't believe that there is
Yeah,
a soul.
No, there's no inner life in this instance.
The inner
It's just a
life
P
would be the
zombie.
brain working. And if you want to talk about a metaphysical zombie from a video game, then there's no reason for me to even try to demonstrate that because it doesn't actually exist. So it's just a stupid argument. It's absurd. It doesn't exist. There's no comparison to the actual world.
I'm just saying, no, the world that's physically identical to ours without experience.
Yeah, how do I test that?
Yeah, we conceive this through coherent.
I can
with
conceive Harry
consistent
Potter.
P zombies.
It doesn't make it exist.
Right, that's fine. Yeah, that's
So
fine.
how do
with
I
the same
test
behavior,
this?
no inner life.
So how do I
Do you
test
think-
this
hold on.
unreal scenario?
Hold on, we just gave you. Well, by we I mean me and myself, right? So, if conceivable without contradiction is just metaphysically possible, we're not talking about whether or not we can conduct.
I
this
don't
in real
know
life
if it's
right now in this
possible.
moment.
There's no
I'm saying
world
it's
where we
possible
can
without
test it.
contradiction. I'm saying under classical logic.
Yeah, there's no contradiction in Harry Potter as
Yeah,
well.
okay, so
So
if
it doesn't
if
make it
there's
real.
No contradiction, it's possible. I never said
Contradiction
it was
and
real.
no
I said it was
contradiction
possible.
doesn't make it real. It's also possible
Hold
Voldemort created the universe. Why would I care about the possibility? I
We're
care
not
about the
talking about
actual
whether or not-
evidence, so I can't
Hold on,
test
we're not
this.
talking about. Excuse me. Listen, all right.
You're
We're not
excused.
talking about whether or not these things actually exist. Right?
Yeah, we are. We are talking
That
about
was
an
a funny
actual
metaphor. I'll
God,
give you that.
correct?
That's a. Yeah, sure. And I'm saying.
So
that,
yes, we are talking about actual.
counterfactual worlds.
I
and counterfactual
can't test
worlds.
it.
Listen,
How do I demonstrate this?
hold on. Yo. Does it matter if it can be demonstrated if it's
Yes,
prima
it does
facie
because I'm an
possible?
empiricist. I don't accept a
Why would
prior
I, wait,
eye.
why would I accept your empiricism?
I don't. Why should I accept yours? You're the
Hold
one
on,
saying I
that's-
should
hold on,
accept
that's a question.
yours.
That's a clarifying question.
I'm not saying you should accept mine.
Okay, so
But I did
if-
provide
okay, so why should I
explanatory
care
power.
about-
P3 is
Yeah,
false
and I
because
also
I provided the material explanatory power, did I not? And you also agreed with it.
the material. Yeah, okay, that's fine if the
So
material.
P3 is false.
Disprove
Your
P3.
syllogism is no longer
I already
sound.
told you. I already told you that brain states only described structure and function. You described structure and function. You didn't.
I
describe
provided the
describe
causal
experience itself.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's structure and function, my brother.
Yeah, and it is explained in the
But,
material.
wait, hold on. What does P3 say?
It wants to say that it doesn't describe the experience itself. You're only
Purely
describing structure and
physical
function.
explanations struggle to account for
Oh, to
subjective
account for subjective
experience.
experiences.
Yeah, and I did.
And then the justification, and yeah. And then I said
You
that
even
brain
agreed.
processes. Yeah, I have it on rec. I said brain processes describe structure and function, but not experience itself.
Yeah, did it
That's
cause
the claim here.
the experience losing strength when seeing pink is caused by the processes of information in the brain?
Yeah, we're not describing. Again, you're only describing structure and function.
Yeah, the
You're not describing
experience,
the
I
experience.
feel weak when I see pink is because you lose testosterone by looking at it and your brain processing it.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's the causal
not the
relation.
that's not the physical. That's not purely physical.
Yeah, it is.
explanation.
It's 100% physical.
Prove it.
Testosterone, prove it's not.
Yeah, prove testosterone is not a physical function.
No, I'm saying
That's
it
just
is
struct-
a
that's just-
physical.
yeah, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
so
saying.
P3
Oh my
is
God,
false.
what
Purely
you're
physical
describing-
explanations
Hold
struggle
on,
to
yeah.
account for subjective
Okay, listen,
experience.
the justification
So pause.
structure
The
under my
subjective
logic tree-
experience of feeling
on.
something when you see pink
Why are
is
you dodging
explained
the
by the
logic tree?
physical explanation of testosterone being lowered when seeing pink. That's the purely physical explanation that does not struggle to account for a subjective experience. So I don't agree with P3. Are you ready to move on? You're in a corner and you're getting back shots. So you low tier.
That's not back shots.
Low tier.
This actual
Low tier. This is
Rambunctious
actually
individual.
absurd
Listen, so-
that I
so
explained
listen,
it 4
purely-
times.
okay, is this
I
a
just
purely
explained it
physical
4
system?
times.
Hold
You're
on, do you think
actually low tier.
consciousness is the type
You
of-
have a
hold
sheet
on,
over your
I'm
head and you're
asking you
getting
a question.
rhetorical
This
back
actual
shots.
stream-
You're getting
Yo,
rhetorical
this
back
streamlined
shots.
individual
You're
can't
getting
even, like,
back
answer
shots.
my
This
question.
low tier Christian can't even accept the fact that P3 is false, and he even agreed with my explanation of
No,
purely
I said
physical
that-
explanation
yeah,
for
'cause it's
subjective experience
function-
being true.
yeah, 'cause it
and
explains
he
structure
can't
and
even
function.
run
I
away
do
from
agree
it.
with
What a
that.
low tier. Low tier alert. You're getting rhetorical back shots. How's the corner feel?
Yeah, I got a question.
I got a question.
Dialectical
How's the
octagon
feeling?
feel good when
How's
you're on,
how
like, the
how's
cage?
it feel to be
Does
in a
it-
corner
hold
getting
on, I got
back
a
shots?
question for you.
How do these
Because it seems
rhetorical
like you
back
can't
shots
answer-
feel?
it seems
How
like
do
you
these
can't answer the
rhetorical back
question.
shots feel?
When
It
I
seems
told
like
you
you
that you
can't
can't account
answer
for
the
the
fact that
experience
you're
itself.
wrong. P3 is untrue, and I did account for the experience being the lessening of testosterone in the brain makes you physically weaker, which is an experience from the cause of testosterone being lessened. So that is a purely physical explanation to account for subjective experience. Do you agree or disagree? Yes or no?
No, I do disagree, sir.
You disagree. So how does testosterone being lessened not make you feel weaker?
Yeah, so listen, I've lessened my testosterone before. This doesn't make me feel
Yeah, it
weaker,
literally does.
Right? And
You
any,
literally
in
are
any
weaker.
increments? Are you wait, hold on. Feeling weaker and being weaker are two different states.
You can feel weaker
right?
by
So-
not being able to lift
hold
as
on.
much. Therefore,
Hold
you
on,
feel the
question,
weakness.
Evidence. If I lower my testosterone
When
by
you
any
lower your
increments, will I feel
testosterone
weaker?
to it,
If so, can you
to
can
any
you
degree,
prove the epistemic gap?
if you lessen your testosterone by a strong degree, are you capable of feeling weaker?
Yeah, of course. But you said
Okay,
in
so
any
I can
increment.
physically.
So
I did not say in any increment. You did because you are in a corner getting back shots and you need to run away
there's
from the
no
corner.
back shots. You're
No, it's
circling in several
100%.
points.
No, I know
again.
you're being circular.
And I told you that you're.
You're
I
being
already told you
circular.
that you're
You
only
want me to
describing
explain
structure
how
and
you're being
function.
the
Of
structure
course,
and
that's just a
function?
function.
Yeah, the
That's just
physical
a- that's just a
explanation to
function, by
account
the
for
way.
the subjective experience. How does this back
By
shot
the way,
feel?
this doesn't answer.
Yes,
Oh
it
my
does.
goodness, I
The
keep on telling you
physical
this doesn't answer the problem,
explanation
and he
is
keeps on, like,
the
trying to-
physical
Yo,
cause of lessening testosterone for the experience of being weaker.
Yo, evidence first. Can you just tell me what the problem of qualia was?
So I
today?
just provided you the answer for the qualia.
Yeah, listen.
The
Can you
quality
just
of color
answer the
of
question?
which you agreed with. You already agreed. You don't need to circle
listen,
way
listen.
back to an argument
The
they already
hard problem
lost
of
on.
consciousness. Can you answer
Just
the
keep
problem?
on. We already did. The qualia problem of color is explained by the lessening of testosterone when it comes to pink, for instance, and the experience of being weaker due to the causal relation mechanism of which the testosterone is being
okay.
lessened,
That
which
explains
makes your
structure and
muscles not
function.
have as
I don't
much
know-
power. So that
I
is
don't know
going to
why
be
it's
the
not-
physical
that's not explaining
explanation.
the experience. Do you know
It
why
does.
the
The
brain can't follow the
experience of
experience?
being lessened and weaker. Are you
Yo,
weaker?
Yo, this guy's trying
When
to
the
say he's trying to figure
testosterone
out
is
the hard
lessened
problem
to
of
such
consciousness, by the-
by any
on
degree,
rec.
I don't care how much of a degree, when you lessen the testosterone, do you lose strength?
I don't believe so. In
All right,
any
let's look
increment,
this
I don't
up.
believe that you
Let's
would
look
lose
this up.
strength.
How much testosterone must drop to lose strength?
Go ahead. It's going to tell you certain increments. It's not going to tell you as long
Yeah.
as you lose,
So
even
300
1.1
nanograms per deciliter.
will make you weaker. Okay,
Yep.
so I was
yeah, so the
it has to be a
experience
certain
of
increment.
becoming weaker is caused by the seeing of pink and the brain processing it and releasing chemicals like estrogen over testosterone instead of the testosterone, which makes you weaker. So yes, the experience of being weaker is caused by the brain and the color that you are observing, telling the brain we need to produce less testosterone and more estrogen. So yes, the experience is explained by a physical mechanism.
That just explains the structure of the mechanism and then the function that would require if
Yes.
an input system
Define function.
was required. That doesn't yeah, function is just going to be the type of thing, how a certain thing works.
Yeah.
How a scheme or set
Yeah,
no, not
which is
function,
the
but just,
explanation for
causes
how it
something.
works. It is the explanation for the cause.
Yeah,
You just said
okay.
that.
Do you know how?
Did
do you
you
know what
not just
do you know
say
what
the
experience
function is the
Hold on.
cause?
Question.
Did you not
hold on,
just say,
evidence.
yeah, is the experience being
function-
weaker? Is being weak an
Hold on, the
experience?
experience. Hold on. Does
Yeah,
the
is
brain
being weak an
describe the
experience?
experience? That's the,
Is being
hold
weak
on,
an
that's the question.
experience?
Yo, I got a question.
Is
like,
being weak an
listen, so-
experience?
Yo,
Is being weak
no,
an
oh my God.
experience?
It's being weak in experience in the sense of, in the physical sense. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
it's
so I
experience.
just provided a physical mechanism that explains
Yeah, that's
subjective
fine.
experience.
How does the brain?
Do you
Yeah, okay,
disagree?
my
Did I
question to you
bring
was,
no?
how does the brain
Shh, be a
describe
good
the
boy.
experience?
Be a good boy.
Yo, how
Purely
does this guy-
physical explanation
Yo, how does
struggle
this
to
guy
account for
answer the
subjective
T-
experience.
Yo.
Purely physical
Yeah,
explanation
okay.
of losing
So he's still
testosterone
not answering my
provides
question.
a
Seems-
explanation for the
Seems to be
subjective
the case that the
experience of
interlocutor
being weaker.
cannot be good faith and answer the question. So I'm
This
gonna
is
ask
rough.
you once again. How does
This
the
is
brain
really rough. You're
process
getting
the
so many
experience? How
back
does it
shots right
describe the
now. You're a low
experience?
tier. Absolute
Yo,
low
why is
tier.
he- why are you
Low tier
talking
getting
about an 18-year-old
rhetorical
like that?
back shots.
Why are you- you're
Rhetorical
20-something
back
talking about
shots.
someone 19-year-old
Rhetorical
getting back
back shots. Rhetorical back
This
shots.
is really bad on your end. This is really
So
bad.
did I
So
provide?
listen,
Did I
right?
provide a physical
No, you didn't.
explanation for subjective
Yo,
experience?
you provided an explanation, but my claim was the brain cannot describe the experience, buddy. Son, yo, I'm
What does it mean
crying.
to describe an experience?
Son, I'm being, bro, son, this guy's trying to make me a victim whole time. He's like not even answering the question coherently. Oh my God. This guy might actually like, how do you like have good, I have a question. How do you have good optics? I just need to know, like,
You
this
cut
is
out there
lost
for a long time.
jargon
You're cutting out like crazy.
jungle, and you just you're doing.
Well,
Okay, so it's might be.
Yeah, it's the connection's really bad right now.
shoot.
Yeah, all right. So I got a question. How does this like? How do you feel like losing an optics battle in your own hood? How does that feel? I just gotta ask.
What did I lose on? You conceded that
Yeah,
I
said,
described an
how do you use
experience
an
and the causal
optics?
mechanism.
How do you use it? Okay, listen, that's fine. You can describe an experience. My question didn't say that. I said
Yeah, it
the
did.
brain cannot describe the experience itself.
No, P3.
So now let's do this again. How do you lose an optics battle in your own hood?
So
Just gotta
P3, purely physical explanations struggle to account for subjective experience. Did I provide a physical explanation for the subjective experience, yes or no?
What did the question ask? What was the question that I asked you, buddy?
Yeah,
That's a clarifying
purely
question, so there's
physical
no burn shit, by the way.
explanations struggle to account for subjective experiences, P3.
No, what's the question that I asked?
Yeah, so P3
via
that you're
P3 that
avoiding
follows through
is
P3.
purely physical. Well, P3 says purely physical
Yo,
explanations struggle to
why
account
is
for
he-
subjective experience. Do you need to go back and edit it and
what's
add a
the
P3.1?
question that I asked?
Do you need to go back and add a P3.1?
Actual... Yo, there already is one. Hence why I asked the clarifying
All right,
question.
you never
Oh
told
my
a
goodness.
P3.1. So P3.1. What is P3.1?
The brain processes describe structure and function, but not experience itself.
I just explained how it does make experience.
Okay, explain to me how the brain processes and describes experience itself.
What do you mean by describe?
Standard semantics.
What do you mean?
What do you mean standard semantics? Do you
Hey,
not
give me-
know the standard semantics of the word describe, or are you an anti-realist on the term?
I'm asking you.
You're an anti-realist on the term describe.
No.
No, I'm clarifying question. That's not a burn shit, by the way. Are you
I'm
an anti-realist
just
on the
simply
term describe?
asking you what definition you're using for describe.
Standard semantics. Any standard semantics that you hold to, we can agree
Okay,
to
so you
neutral
don't
semantics.
know it. So let's look up definition.
What the? I just said
of
we can agree on
describe.
neutral semantics. I just want to put this on rec, by the way. I did agree to neutral semantics. So how is he saying
Okay, definition
that I
of
don't know the term?
describe.
If I'm
Are you
agreeing
cool
to
with Oxford
neutral
Dictionary?
semantics. It's neutral semantics, brother. I do
I'm
not
just
know what that
asking
means.
if you're okay with it.
I agree. Yeah, that's fine. I
Okay,
said neutral
cool.
semantics.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine with mine.
There's only one, and this one give an account in words of someone, including all the relevant characteristics, qualities, or events. So what about the brain isn't describing in words the experience? Because when you experience weakness, you're able to verbalize it. So the brain is processing more information to allow you to verbalize words to describe the experience you're experiencing through the lessening
Holy
of
lag
testosterone.
spike.
Oh, did it lag? What did you miss out on?
The whole definition.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Give an account in words of including. Sorry, give an account in words of someone or something, including all the relevant characteristics, qualities, or events. We're cool with that, right? So you're asking,
That's
how does the
perfectly fine.
brain
So, like, can
describe
you-
the experience? Correct.
How does the brain?
That was your question.
How does it manage to capture its whole essence? That's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one.
Are we able to say that question is, how does the brain describe the experience?
How does the brain processes, the claim was brain processes describe structure and function, but not the experience itself.
But it does.
Yeah, so you can go ahead with that.
Yeah, so the
Okay, how
brain
does the brain
function is
manage
going to be the causal effect or the mechanism of lessening the chemical of testosterone to make you experience the feeling of being weak, the experience of being weak, and we can then verbalize it thanks to our brain.
That's circular. You're saying the brain does this because the brain does it. That's circular.
No, I provided a causal mechanism for the experience, and then we're able to communicate it thanks to our brain. Is your brain not why you're able to talk?
Yeah, you're saying. Listen, you're saying the brain does this because of the brain.
No,
that is in fact.
How do
what
you
it's
talk?
Circularity means.
How do you talk?
How
Do I need to go into the mechanism of how the brain helps us talk? Because I could do that, or
No,
we
you
can
don't need to
stop
go into the
being
mechanism of how the
vindictive.
brain talks.
Right. So do you believe that the
saying
brain
how
is
the-
why you
okay,
talk?
Listen, I'm saying brain. Okay, listen. Brain simpliciter. Does brain simpliciter?
I have no clue what that means. Do you talk
describe
thanks to the brain?
experience itself? Hold on. I'm at. Wait.
Does
dude, I
the
just asked you a
brain have
clarifying
the
question.
ability to speak words?
Does the brain have the ability to speak words? That's a stupid question.
I know
but
it is. That's
no,
what you're
the
asking
brain
me.
Does not. The brain itself is not the only thing that we need to speak words. No, it's not. The only
Correct.
thing
So
that is
your
required.
question is absurd. I'm glad you agreed with it because you're asking me, how does the brain describe the experience? Well, we communicate the
Yeah,
experience.
because the brain doesn't describe
We're,
it.
you know it
Oh my
does.
God, that's
We're
exactly
able to
the point.
communicate the
Brain
words.
simpliciter. Okay.
Are we able to?
clearly doesn't
Are
understand
we able to give an account in words of something, i.e., the
Yo, I
experience
just
that
wanna
is caused
flag-
by
I just wanna-
testosterone?
I just want to flag the brain is not the type of thing that would describe the experience. And what I mean by brain is brain simpliciter. Do you
I don't know what
believe
that
it to be
means.
the case that the brain is the type of thing? Brain and only brain. Nothing else. Not anything that would be quite related to the brain.
Well, without
right?
the brain,
Just
my
the brain
vocal box wouldn't
itself.
work.
The mechanism itself cannot yeah, that doesn't matter. That's not what I'm attacking here.
Right,
The
so-
thing that I'm saying is brain simpliciter cannot process or describe experiences on its own. Do you agree or
Correct.
disagree? Correct. Okay, so you agree with the premise.
No.
Holy fuck. Okay, it took me 20 minutes. It took me
False.
20 minutes to do that. Okay, so you agree. So you agree. You don't
False.
agree that it took 20 minutes to do that. You
So
just said,
the
I just
physical-
had to take you through there.
the physic-
that you said it can describe structure and function because that's what the brain does on its own.
The
but it cannot explain experience itself because the simpliciter needs something else. It needs another
The
thing. in
physical
order to do this.
explanation is going to be vocal box, which would not be able to do anything without the brain's power.
Yo, that still doesn't.
So
like,
thanks
break
to the
my arc.
brain and all physical means, I can provide the cause for speaking as the vocal box and vibrations therein, and the words that come out of my mouth I can use
Holy,
to
that's not
explain the
claim, though.
experience, which is
That's
purely
not
physical.
The claim. You got baked in your own hood, fam. Like, listen,
What am I
asked
wrong
you,
about?
How does brain? Yeah, I told you, can brain simpliciter process and describe experience, not structure.
Yes.
Holy utterance blunder. Yeah, and that you said it can. Brain simpliciter on its own,
On its
nothing else
own?
can explain.
Oh,
can
no.
explain experience.
The brain in and of
Okay,
itself
that's what
cannot say
brain
words.
simpliciter-
No, it's an absurd
yes,
question.
Yes, okay, so the brain simpliciter, cannot do that.
Brother, you're
Okay,
P3.
so good. You understand this.
So you concede to the premise. Okay,
False.
great. Fuck. What the? Hold on. Okay, so so that means you don't agree to brain processes. Same. By the way, when I say brain process, I mean brain simpliciter. So you think that it can explain experience? That's what you're saying right
No,
now.
the
If you
brain
dis-
helps and is able to communicate via whatever mechanism it does. We can look this up. I don't know it off the top of my head, but allows the vocal box to be able to verbalize the words. Correct or false?
Okay. Does the brain help us verbalize words? Yes.
Yeah, so that's a
definitely think it
physical
does. It
thing,
helps.
correct?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
a
agree with that.
physical explanation for talking would be the brain connecting with the vocal box in some way and allowing words to come out, correct?
Yeah,
And
this is
we're
a
able
brain
to
simpliciter.
verbalize and describe, thanks to the brain and vocal box,
Yo, why is
the
he-
experience, which is going to be feeling weaker, caused by the mechanism of lessening testosterone. Those are all physical means for an experience, correct or false?
Brain simpliciter.
I asked
right?
you a yes
So-
or no question. Is that correct or
What's the
false?
yes or no question? That all these things entwined exactly with the brain makes these things happen? Yeah, I think
It's all
true.
physical, correct?
Do I think all these things are physical? No, I don't think all these
So
things are
which
physical.
part of what I
think my
said is
conscious-
not physical?
I think the type of thing, I think my conscious is the type of thing that will be processed. I
Processed
don't
by
think it's
what?
the type of thing that
And how?
Yeah, processed by my central nervous system with my thalamocortical system.
Is that
like
physical?
Is these things physical? When I mean by consciousness and my
Is
soul,
the
I don't think
is
I would be-
the
I don't think I
prefrontal
would be here without my
cortex
soul.
right? So it's I don't care. I don't know why I should
I don't
believe in a
think I would be
soul.
the type of no. Yeah, so listen, I already told you why these things wouldn't be the
Well,
case.
I just
Brain
explained
simpliciter isn't the
purely
only thing that would make
physical.
us be able to-
I don't grant that. I don't agree with that because I just explained how the brain a physical thing and how the vocal box a physical thing can describe the physical things of cause.
Okay, what did I tell you brain simpliciter
Dude,
was?
I
What did
have
what
let
did I
you
just tell
talk over
20
me so
minutes-
much.
20 times.
Brother, I have let you talk over me so much. Please
Don't call me brother, you're not
let
black. You
me
can't call me that.
What
You
the
can't call me
fuck?
that. You're not black. You can't call me that. Try it. Wait, you can call me friend, you can call me Ed, but brother, no. No. Okay, so now that I've given that to you, can you just tell me what I said brain simpliciter was? I told you this like 20
Dude,
times. You keep on
I
stronging
just
me to do it.
granted that I don't agree.
Okay, now you're going to have to explain why brain simpliciter alone can explain the experience. Go
It
ahead.
doesn't.
Okay, so you agree with me
That's
then?
not the argument.
Stop trying to argue. That was the. Do I
No.
need to show you what I have written down for P3 and then sub P3
I suppose
derivative 1?
purely physical explanations struggle to account for subjective experience, correct or false?
And on the
right?
derivative of P3, and by the way, the derivative of P3 says brain processes describe structure and function but not experience itself. Like,
Oh, if
how
you
do
want to say
manage-
simpliciter, I don't grant that.
Wait, you don't think? Wait,
Because
but-
it
so
takes
you
more
think
than just
brain
the
sim-
brain alone.
Yeah, that's not what. Holy! So not only are you not tracking the argument, now you're strawmanning too. I said the brain alone cannot explain experience, and you agreed to that. So meaning that you agree with derivative
Without the
1,
brain,
which is a
the
part of
vocal box
P3.
wouldn't work.
So I don't know why it's the
But
type
it's all
of thing,
physical.
like you would like
It's all
allow this.
physical,
Like,
though.
Holy cooked, holy baked, holy fried. I don't
It's
know.
all
Like, what the
physical.
fuck?
Is it not all physical?
I mean, I didn't hear a single thing that he named that wasn't a physical thing, so I'd be impressed to find something in there that was. It was almost a good argument until I realized he was getting updates to the argument.
Yeah,
Like, it wasn't
he had to add
updates, it was
updates.
derivatives.
Nah,
It's
getting
called
updates.
ad hoc. It's called ad hoc. By the way, I just
Sweetie,
want to flag.
sweetie, listen, you're getting.
Yo,
you're getting-
why
you're
is
getting-
yo? Okay, hold on.
you're
That's
getting-
harassment. That's harassment. I already asked you not to call me that
It's
earlier. You
not
can call me
harassment.
Ed. You call
It's
me
called a
Ad.
nickname. It's called nickname.
No.
Nickname.
Nicknames are only nicknames if it's consensual. That's how that works. I set
Sure.
a boundary between you and I. I set a boundary. Now I said
Well, you didn't
evidence
set
can call me a
anything
nickname
with
as long as
Rubbus.
listen. No, I already told Faye that you couldn't call me that. He said that before. I said I don't like that.
Okay.
But listen, you can call me a nickname that's a part of my name, or even you can even call me Jamaican boy if you want. But like that one,
That
won't
sounds
do, 'cause I
more
just don't
racist
like
than
it.
brother.
But listen, so what I want here, right?
So if you're,
is-
let me add in so that I can grant your premise. If you're going to update the premise to meaning the brain alone does not explain things, then I can grant that, but it's still all physical. So what's P4?
Yeah, P4 just wants to say, right, that purely physical systems do not explain unified personal identity over
Yeah, I
time.
don't grant that, and I just explained it.
Why? Wait, why don't you grant that purely physical? Wait, you think purely physical systems explain unified personal identity?
What do you mean by unified personal identity?
Yeah, so listen, it's just the gap between changing matter and stable selfhood.
I don't know. I don't grant Berkeley. Berkeley's an idiot.
Okay, do you want to give like, some sort of justification, please? I'd be happy to listen.
Well, if you're going, what do you mean by stable?
Stable, we can just use some sort of terms such as like homeostasis, like, balanced, fully realized, not unchanging.
Well, I change.
Yeah, that's fine. That has nothing to do with the premise, though.
So
I
unified
said
stability.
purely physical things, like your emotional states. I don't take that to be physical.
They are
Like, I
chemical
don't think.
reactions. Name an
I
emotion, and
think
I'll
these
tell
type
you
of.
which chemical makes you have that emotion, and it's physical.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you give the justification to why these things can't be, intrinsic? That's the claim
What
that's
do you
being
mean by
made here.
intrinsic?
Yeah, intrinsic just means what you call it, interpersonal. I think these
What does
things
that
are
mean?
in oneself,
What
built
does that
into
mean?
oneself. What is built into oneself?
Yep.
Already in the system before actualized. I mean,
Well, nothing about who I
embedded
am
in the
existed
system.
until I was born and actualized.
Yeah, I'm saying these feelings that you're, built with are intrinsic to yourself, and your personal identity or aesthetic preferences are
Through
only to
what?
yourself. Through what?
Mhm.
Through
Yeah, you're saying
knowledge,
they're not
through the
physical,
nous.
so through knowledge, I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
can
don't think
grant
knowledge
that.
is the type of thing
We
that is
gain
physical.
knowledge through observations and experience, though, which are physical.
Wait, you think experiences have to be physical? You think
Yes,
if you just
all
see something that's
experiences are physical. If you're seeing something, you are
Well,
physically observing it with your eyes.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
So it's physical,
listen.
correct? Observation with the eyes is physical, correct? You're seeing it with your physical
Yeah,
eyes?
sure. That's one type of knowledge obtainment.
Okay, so
Yeah, I can
tell me
grant this
another.
to you. Yeah, that's fine.
Tell me one
We
that's
can
not
just use
physical.
some sort. Yeah. So listen, we can talk about some sort of epistemic gap between that of the body changes, such as neurological changes that are clearly in your worldview seem to be physical, such as cells or brain states and like valence states.
Cells
You take
are
these things to be
physical. How are cells not physical?
No, I said in your worldview, you take these things to be physical.
Yeah, how are they not
I never said
physical?
I never denied that they were physical.
You said in
I
my
just said in your
worldview,
worldview.
implying not in your worldview. Do you believe they're
No,
physical
no,
or
no.
not?
I'm investigating your worldview. I agree that cells are the type of thing that are
Okay,
physical.
so all these things are physical. So your
And
argument
then
still
yet
falls
the
apart.
personal identity remains. There's a gap between changing
The
matter and
personal
stable
identity
selfhood.
is due to experience.
Hold on. Do you not think that I just asked you, do you not think there's a gap between these things? That's all
No.
the P4 wants to say. Wait, so there's not a gap between changing matter and stable selfhood.
I
So
would
you
say
think
that it's all physical. What part of that is not
that's not
physical?
the claim. Yeah, so listen, all it's saying is that there's a gap. That's what
What's
the
the
claim is
gap?
making. And if the gap is not there, that means
Sure, what's the gap?
Yeah, so when we talk about changing matter versus stable selfhood, I don't think it would be the case that, the material that you're made out of, right, would change the moment you would, decide to change personality or change selfhood.
No, it takes time.
Unless you decide. Yeah. So you agree that
It's
there's
not
a
a
gap.
knowledge gap. That's just a
Yeah, no,
time gap.
No, I know. That's what P4 is saying.
Well, it's not a knowledge
Over
gap though. It's over time, right? So it's still physical.
Yeah, that's what P4 is saying, that these
So
things
all these things are
have
physical.
a gap over time that happen to be the case, and that these things cannot purely be described by physical systems.
No, but they are. What part of it is not physical?
I don't think that purely physical systems could explain this relation.
Cool.
Now,
What
some
non-physical
physical items
thing?
could explain these physical. Yeah, like the nous. You have said knowledge is not the type of thing to be physical. You
Yeah, it
said
is.
the way that we observe knowledge is the type of thing to be physical.
How is knowledge
Can you,
not?
wait, can you wait, you think
How is
that
knowledge not physical?
pure knowledge is yeah. So like we could use God derivative of the one from the nous as like, something that wouldn't be physical, it's intrinsic and
Yeah.
it's
How
beyond
do
us.
you know that something
then-
non-physical creates knowledge? How do you know this? Come on, epistemology.
Yeah,
You don't
I-
just get to make a
yeah, I
claim and
already
it's magically true.
Hold on, I never said it was true. Wait, hold on. This is probably
We're arguing over whether a soul exists.
Yeah, this is parsimony. I already told you this in P1, and you agreed with P1 by saying if parsimony happens to exhibit less entities and has the same explanatory power,
Yeah,
then
you
it'd be
still
true.
haven't
You agreed
provided
to this.
any explanation to how anything is not physical.
Yeah, all I said, listen, P4 is just saying that there's a gap between changing matter and stable selfhood, which you agreed to. So, look, like, you can move on from the premise now because you already conceded to it.
Well, it
Why you kinda
changes over
continue to
time, but in
investigate it.
physical ways.
Yeah, the relation is literally saying in P4 identity
In
over time.
physical ways. It didn't say over time.
Yeah,
It
but
said
the purely
a
physical
gap.
systems don't explain all of this.
Yeah, it does.
Wait, do you
What
think?
part of it is not explained physically?
Yeah, my intrinsic sense of self isn't the type of thing that would be explained by physical
What
relation.
part of
unless you want to
yourself is
explain to
not
me.
physically explained?
Yeah, so we can do something, like my aesthetic preferences. My aesthetic preferences are not the type of thing that would be explained by physical relations.
Why not? How do you explain them?
Yeah, how do I explain them?
Mhm.
They're the type of thing that came about through the nous or knowledge.
How did
I
you
don't
gain that
think that it-
knowledge?
How did I gain that knowledge? Through experience and qualia.
So that's physical.
Not all of my experiences were physical. Do you think
What
that when I
non
was born out the
what
hold
non
on, do you
what non-physical
yeah, I think
experience did you
yeah,
have for
natural
knowledge?
disposition. Natural disposition towards certain things.
What's
I don't think those are the
disposition?
type of things that are physical. Yeah, disposition is just the type of thing that I already had.
Which is
before
what?
before I
Describe
even realized
it.
it. Yeah, natural dispositions.
Yeah.
Such as like hating different foods, hating different people. I just don't think.
Yeah, what causes
that,
the hatred
those
for
type of
food?
things. These things can be irrational. These irrational things are not the type of thing that.
Yeah,
would be
what
purely
what
physical.
causes the disposition towards a food?
Towards a food?
That was one of the things you brought up, so I figure let's go through it.
Yeah, the type of thing that would probably make me have a natural disposition, probably against my, own aesthetic preferences that displease me. I'd probably, see it, and I'd probably just, think let's stay away from it.
So your physical experience and observation through your physical eyes is the reasoning for that disposition. So it's all physical.
You think that it's all physical? Wait, you
Yep.
think purely because I look at this food and it's an observation that happens to be physical?
You're the one that just said
and
that.
I'm looking at a physical 3D object. Yeah, I said pure physical systems do not explain.
But it
things.
does.
Not that physical
The
things can't explain
observation
things.
of a food that you think looks bad is explained through physical observation. You think it doesn't look good.
Do you think that? Wait, what do you even take to be physical? What do you take the definition for physical?
Is your
to
eyeball
be
physical?
when you're invoking it here? Hold on, that's a
Yeah, I'll go up to the
a
actual
question that you're asking me.
definition.
I don't know what you mean by physical here.
Physical
What do you take what to mean by physical?
definition. Relating to the body as opposed to the mind.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, hold on. So my natural disposition is not physical then.
Yeah,
It's
it
the
is,
type of thing
because
that is
your
mental
body, your
and created by-
eyeball
Yeah. Okay. So you just proved it. Okay. Thank you. So
is
listen,
physical.
you just proved right that it's not a purely physical system.
Yeah,
it
it
is
is.
my mind who's doing the things. Okay. So everything that you just said so far, right, and you agreed to this definition and term, right? So the mental does happen to exist and it is not physical.
It
If
is
it is the case
physical.
that the mental or my schema is the type of thing that creates my
What
natural
part of what I
disposition,
said
then
is
it's
not
not a pure
physical?
physical system.
Literally everything I said
Okay,
is
you just
physical.
said as opposed to the mind. Okay, the physical definition that you
Yeah,
gave.
therefore
right,
it's physical.
It says as opposed to the mind, right? Okay, so my observation is physical, yes, but it's not a pure physical system.
Yeah,
P4
I
wants
can
to talk
explain
about
the part of the
pure
mind
physical-
if you would like. I can demonstrate the
Yo,
mechanism
listen. Oh my God, listen. The mind in your worldview.
is a brain.
Hold on, I'm lagging again. Oh my God, I'm lagging again. Okay, listen, right? What I'm trying to say is P4 wants to talk about pure physical systems. Your definition that you hold to does not talk, this literally says that the mind is not a physical system. It is not a part of the physical system. It
Yeah,
says
the
opposed
mind
to.
can be like soul,
Listen,
spirit.
so-
I don't believe in that. So again, the brain is physical and it is part of the body, relating to the body.
Wait, hold on. Where in your definition?
Is-
Hold on. Where in your definition does it claim? Hold on. Where this is semantics battle now. Listen. So where in your semantics does it entail that the brain is not a part of the mind and is in fact a part of the body?
Okay, mind definition then.
Like that's a appeal to definition, but I don't. I don't
We are
really care
appealing
about
to the
that. That's not
definitions because you asked me what my definition is. Yes.
Yeah. I asked you to. I asked you for your
Mind
semantics on it.
definition. Let's see
But
what
now
this
you're
says.
appealing to the definition when you try to make
Right.
some sort of justification.
Mind, the element of a person that enables them to be aware of the world and their experiences, to think and to feel, the
Yeah,
faculty
and
of
that's the
consciousness
brain.
and thought, a person's intellect, a person's attention. So it's all in the body. It's all physical. It's all part of the brain.
Okay, listen, and you're talking about the mind, and your
Yeah, it's
definition that you're
physical.
claiming to is appealing to the mind, and it's appealing to the brain
It's
being a part
appealing
of the mind,
to
not a
part of
of
the
physical.
body, relating to the body as
Yo,
opposed to the
can
mind.
you read? Can you,
So
can
it's
you
all part of the
read,
body. Is the brain
right?
part of the body? Yes or
Can
no?
you-
in your
Because
worldview,
another
sure, but
definition of mind is soul.
your semantics. Listen, your semantics just entailed
No,
that
another
it's the type of
definition of
thing that
mind
creates
is
experience.
soul.
Can you provide that? You want to provide that definition as well,
Sure.
if you believe in that? That you think the mind is also the soul?
No, it's just some of the definitions. Oops. Let's do that.
So which one do you appeal to, the first one or the second one? Because either it's A, you appeal to the first one and you agree that the brain is a part of the mind states, right? And then I could just say that's not a pure physical system. Or B, you agree to the second one, which entails a contradiction because of the fact that if it is the case that, the mind is the type of thing that creates, some sort of, the antithesis of the view of physical states, but you also hold to the view that the mind is a soul,
I don't.
then you appeal to souls existing in some sort of way in your
I don't.
semantics, which is what you're appealing to. You
No,
just
I
said
don't.
you're appealing to definitions, wrong or right? Wait, you just said you appeal to soul. But wait, you said that the mind could be referring to a soul, but you
Could
don't
be.
agree that they're souls. So you also don't agree that there's a mind.
No, I believe that the mind is part of the brain.
Okay, so you agree to the
The
first
brain,
definition in which
which is
minds
part of the
wouldn't be
body.
physical.
Relating to the body.
Yo, hold on.
The
Yo,
brain is relating to
hold
the
on.
body.
I just want you to repeat. Hold on. For the rec, please. Could you please refer back to your definitions and say them out loud for us? And
Yeah, physical,
I'll
relating
let
to the body as opposed to the mind. The mind I'm taking in this as to be soul. If it's in accordance with the mind being the brain, then I don't agree with this definition. I'm saying it's relating to the body because the brain is relating to the body, correct?
Yeah, in your worldview, you think the brain is related to the body. That's
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
So it's physical.
Yeah, that's perfectly. Yeah, listen. Okay, if you appeal to the first definition, you think that the brain is a part of the mind. The mind is separate from physical states.
The mind
which is
isn't
what your
separate.
definition appeals to. It literally just says it. It
Yeah,
says
I
as
don't grant
opposed
that.
to the mind. Okay, and then why? So you're not granting your own semantics now?
I'm not granting this definition, correct? Because the
Okay,
mind in this
wait.
definition is appealing to soul.
Yeah, so
Or
you don't
something
grant, So you
metaphysical.
grant the first one being true. So that means you grant the first one being true, which means the brain is a part of the mind.
The
Which
brain is
type
the
of thing
mind,
that is
which
not
is
fully
physical.
The
It
brain
is
is
fully
not
physical.
okay. Wait, but your semantics literally says it's against this worldview. By the way,
No, the brain
it
is
says
physical.
opposed. It says it's opposed to the mind. The mind is the type of thing that
Relating
wouldn't be
to the
physical according
body.
semantics.
It's relating to the body.
Yeah, and then it says opposed to this as opposed to mind.
Yeah, as
That's literally
opposed
what it
to a
says in your-
separate mind, which is the idea of a soul. I don't
Yeah,
believe
a
in a
separate
soul.
mind
This
is-
entire
hold on,
debate
hold
is
on.
about a soul. I don't believe in a soul. So when I'm talking about mind, I'm talking about the brain. So relating to the body as opposed to the mind. If that mind is meaning soul, I don't grant it. Otherwise, the mind is relating to the body. If you want to say it's a contradiction, sure, it's a contradiction, but it's still talking about the body, which is a physical thing. In the end, I'm still talking about a physical thing. I don't know how any of this proves a soul, dude. We've been talking for an hour, and nothing you've said demonstrates a soul to exist at all.
My apologies. I'm back. All right.
I'm getting
What
kind
were
of
you
bored.
saying?
Can we find some agreement to disagree or something? I don't believe in a soul. Everything is physical. I have no justification to believe that there's anything immaterial of the mind, brain, body, experience, etc. I explained the causal relation of experience of quality of color. I don't know where we're going.
That's fine. You can take your disagreement, but
I would have to say we just have to agree to disagree in good faith. It's been an
That's
hour. Oh, he left. That was a lot. I know you guys were enjoying it, but it was just going to keep on going to the next point, to the next point. I mean, we were still on, it took us 45 minutes for P3, took us another 30 minutes for P4.
Yeah, I had to zone out there. I'll be real. When it comes to philosophy, I don't track as well as I do with everything else.
Well, we had different. So, like, no, he changed his mind probably like 5 times. Like, he kept on saying, this isn't physical. I explained the causal relation and mechanism, justifying that it is physical. And then he added a new P premise to add on to the premise. So, like, while we're in the middle of a debate, he's adding more derivatives, he's adding more definitions. He's trying to get gotchas on literally every single independent word I use. Like, that was just pathetic.
It was rough. I was trying my best there, I ain't gonna lie. But, like, Like I call even my boss sweetie. So like when I was saying sweetie, I was like, oh shit.
And I
All right,
call
all right, I'll
everyone
try to.
brother. He's just trolling.
Yeah.
That was so painful to listen to.
It's
I
very
literally
painful.
like I left like half an hour ago, and then I went on to TVV's live, like just to, like say hi, stay for a little bit. And I went back here, and I was like, holy shit, he's still here.
That's what happens when you do good faith with a Phil bro. It just goes on for hours. Like that type of a debate, I think would have been way better as a formal debate in our own, call specifically with me versus him type of thing. But on a call-in show, that was an hour. That was an hour discussion about semantics, dude.
Yeah, Chris, you have the Welsh flag in your bio. I like you.
All right, Pilot has been waiting extremely patiently. I don't really have very much patience left, but since you just joined, Evan, I don't want to end it. So if you two want to take on Pilot, I'm going to run to the restroom and then just sit in and
All right.
listen.
All right.
All
If
right.
it's not about biology, I probably won't be too much help.
Well, you guys can always like
No estás.
the purpose of
I'm in America, so right now it's 4:39. Not nighttime for me, unfortunately, but
so the purpose of debates are to talk about things we're both comfortable in and knowledgeable in. So you both are biologists, so bring it into biology. If they're not okay with that, move on to the next person. So I'll get Violet up. I'm gonna run to the restroom, get something to drink, some vitamin C.
Chris, for me, it's closer to Boreda for me, not Nosta.
Yo, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
All right. So I presume y'all are all atheists, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
What
the title
first
says,
clarifying questions. Are you over the age of 18?
yeah, I'm 20.
All right, cool. Same. What religion do you believe in?
I'm Christian. I'm not like, strictly following Bible and all that stuff. I'm just Christian, just chill.
Are you biblical literalist? Like, do you believe the Bible is true?
Uh,
Do you believe parts
I
of it are metaphor like
believe
Genesis?
I use Bible as metaphorics for a lot of stuff. Like I don't believe that the Earth was created 6,000 years ago, obviously, but I believe that it they just have some non-literal meanings.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. All right. Well, what's your best evidence or argument for God?
So
we're atheists
I'm
because we
saying
have
like you don't
lack of
lose
justification.
any. So okay, why do you wear a seat belt in a car?
Because of the statistics that show that wearing a seatbelt is significantly safer if you get into a crash. Are you
Exactly.
gonna argue Pascal's wager?
I'm gonna argue that why would you not believe in a god if you're an atheist, you have a 0% of chance to make it to heaven or whatever.
Well,
And then
what if
if
you're
you're a
believing the wrong
Christian,
God?
what?
Because you're throwing
Sure,
Pascal's wager.
you can choose any of your god, but statistically you would have better chance with having something better afterlife, than being an atheist.
That's
So
just
according to
Pascal's
statistics,
wager. It's a non sequitur, I think.
What if the God I mentioned that exists is a God that believes that if you believe in a God, that you're irrational and you don't get to go to the heaven?
what? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What if the God that exists is a God that thinks that if you believed in a God when you were alive, it means you were irrational, and if you didn't believe in a God, it means
Well,
that you were
according to
rational
most
when you were
mainstream
alive.
religions, if you're an atheist, you are not getting any better treatment than compared to believing in any wrong god in a sense.
Yeah, but that would just...
Yeah, exactly. Like, but here's the thing. So you're just arguing Pascal's wager. But what if it's any other god? What if it's a god that no one knows about?
Yeah.
That again believes that people who believe in God when they're alive are irrational because there's no evidence of him. And the people who are atheists are the rational ones. you know, and they get to be in
But
whatever the
don't you
good place
think
is.
that it's rational to try to enhance your chances, potential chances of getting a better afterlife? Isn't that
No,
rational?
absolutely not. You
Why
would have
not?
to
Yeah, no, because
demonstrate.
there's
You'd
no
have to
rational
first,
reason to believe in an afterlife.
yeah, you'd first have to demonstrate an afterlife, and then we would have to go over the probability of an afterlife. And then we would have to compare the probability of an afterlife to all probabilities of afterlives that are on record, and then we'd have to go through and decide which ones give us the most positive outcomes and the least negative outcomes. And there's a chart for this, right? And the chart demonstrates that your two best options are to be Buddhist or atheist.
Yeah, Buddhist or atheist.
Yeah, but with the afterlife, there either is afterlife or there is no afterlife. If there's no afterlife, you're better off with being atheist or any other religion.
Well,
But if there's
either way,
an
you're just arguing
afterlife.
Pascal's wager, which is a non sequitur and is illogical.
Okay.
It's a logical fallacy to use Pascal's wager as an
Okay.
argument to believe in God.
Well, okay, then I would okay, I accept my defeat. Then I would argue a second point. Okay, why are you atheists? Why are you like? What's your? Because I guess agnostics, they do not do any positive claims on the God, but atheists do. They actively reject the existence of God.
No, agnostics are people. Well, agnostic is lacking knowledge. Atheist is lacking a belief in God or gods. There's Gnostic atheists who believe that there is no God, and there is agnostic atheists who say that they don't believe in God, but don't know if there is no God. You know, like
Okay, so which
I'm an
one are
agnostic
y'all?
atheist to most gods. To the Abrahamic gods, like the Christian God, I am an agnostic atheist, meaning I say that the Christian God cannot exist, or any tri-omni God. You know.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I don't have any other arguments, so that's fine.
Okay. All right. I'll drop you down then.
Sure. Bye. Have a great.
That was he was arguing Pascal's wager.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, Pascal's wager isn't going to convince anyone who's a rational person.
It convinced
nobody,
me.
Nobody's not modded.
Oh yeah, let's mod him. There you go. Sure, Jaden. Let's hear what you got, bro.
Oh shit.
What's up, brother?
My phone's been really buggy here lately. But I went to join your Discord, like I copied the link and then I went to Discord. I just wanted to make sure it was the right Discord. It was like Haloon Content or something like that. It sent me to a weird one and
What's your Discord name? Diluted?
it's my name and then my profile picture. It has 3 question marks: life, choice, and love.
Yeah, I don't see in the welcome board. The link is in my main channel's bio.
Yeah, I went there. I got like it. Anytime I tried to go straight from the link, like just press on it, it would say 404, not found. So then I copied it, went to Discord, and tried it that way, and then it sent me to a random Discord.
Try that one.
All right. I'll just go on the the teacup, and then I'll let you know if it works.
Alright. Aisha, do you believe there was a Big Bang? Yes. Aisha's first one was you can't see energy, but there is one, right? There's one energy. Energy is not a numerical thing, unless you want to count it in joules, which I guess you can.
I have exactly 2 energy.
Two joules of energy.
Yep, 2 joules of energy.
There you are, Jaden. You got in.
That's not a lot. That is not a lot for.
That's all I needed to come up here for.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, all good.
See
Well, I
you.
appreciate you, brother. You have yourself a good day.
All right. You too.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Aisha, like, clarify, please.
All right, I'm done debating at this point. If you guys want to have some biology talks, that last Phil bro took it out of me.
If anyone wants to come up and ask questions about biology, you have a doctor and a bachelor degree in biology here. So.
Two biologists.
Two biologists. One's a doctor and one's just a lowly person with a bachelor degree. Thought?
Sorry, my
Hello?
audio thing is messed up. I'm leaving my house. Sorry, what was your question?
Question about? Do you have any questions about biology? Because
yeah.
Cody's done debating at least philosophical arguments of God. So
Gotcha. So, what would convince you that God is real?
Evidence.
it depends on the evidence. Depends on the claim.
Well, I
and
know,
then the
that's-
evidence following it.
Here's
That's
the
my
problem
question.
for me. I can explain this pretty well. When it comes to God claims, every time someone says they have evidence, it's never evidence of a causal mechanism relating it and connecting it to a God doing something. It's always, I experienced this and it must be God because nothing makes sense to me. There's literally no person on planet Earth that has ever shown God causing an effect ever in the history of mankind.
Sure. I get all that. I'm asking, you're just reframing my question. So, like, what would convince you?
I don't fucking
know it's
know. If I
evidence,
did
you're
and it
just- the
existed,
convincing
then
part
I would be a
what
believer.
evidence would convince?
Evidence that shows a causal
Well, then
mechanism
that's
to the
problem.
effect.
You
You're the one with the claim. I don't need to tell you what evidence it would take because that would mean I have the evidence. I don't have the evidence, which is why I don't believe. It's simple.
And we also have to consider
you're saying
there's the problem of technology as well that we have to consider. This, I forgot exactly who posited it, but any sufficiently advanced technology will look as magic to someone who is not sufficiently advanced to look at the technology. So, like, realistically speaking, me personally, I would accept a God because an all-knowing God would know exactly what it took to convince me
Yep.
that He existed. If He
but
doesn't,
that would imply that the God is his motive is to convince you.
Yeah.
Your God is all.
That wouldn't be a God's. That's you asserting that what a God's motive should be.
Sure. Take away the motives. If God had any relation to causing anything in this world, there would be evidence to justify that as true.
Well, that would be everything. That would be existence. Someone could argue.
No, it's not. Because what part of existence can
Yes,
you
it would
say
be.
points to a God?
Well, I know nothing can't cause existence, right?
Who the fuck is
I know
positing
that.
that?
I know that randomness doesn't create order.
Chaos theory. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. That's the. It completely doesn't.
It literally does.
You might want to check
First
your
off,
name
you
because
guys,
have you
hold
heard
on,
the
hold on,
statement?
stop.
No. Explain
Have you
chaos
ever-
theory.
You still haven't answered my initial question.
Yes, we did.
What would convince you? You said
We don't-
evidence.
as we-
Obviously,
and
You know what?
evidence.
We're gonna leave it at this.
Why?
We
No,
don't know.
You didn't. No,
We don't know.
You didn't. No,
We don't
you
know.
didn't.
There's your answer.
You don't-
We don't know. We don't
Right,
know.
That's the problem.
So what evidence do
then
you have?
can't. Then you.
Jesus
You guys
fucking
can-
Christ.
If you guys
I'm
can-
gonna mute you because I gave you a sufficient answer, and instead of you try, and yes, the answer could be I don't know. It would be just.
Oh, you ran.
Yeah, little pussy ran away.
Truth teller, come up. Prove God. Not with a
Justine.
philosophical argument, with evidence.
What's up, Justine?
Hi, do you believe in demons?
No.
What about like people who are getting like an exorcism?
Yeah, why should I believe they're demonically possessed?
Schizophrenia. People like get
Well, I'm
exorcisms
asking
or
him,
people.
like, what do you believe is happening?
I mean, I'm pretty much we're all pretty much in the same boat of our beliefs. Me and Evan, the gentleman that just spoke, we're both something called a natural empiricist. So for me to believe that it's actually a demon possession in an exorcism would require a mechanism showing a link from the effect of possession to the cause being a demon, which does not exist.
Because
You mean like proof that it's a demon?
Yeah,
yeah,
pretty
'cause
much.
every single study that's been done on people with quote unquote demon possession is proven to be a one second. My music stopped
Um,
randomly. Has been
well,
proven
I'll
to
just
be
tell you what happened to me. Can I just tell you what happened to me?
thanks
Well,
for speaking, bro.
first, are you over the age of 18? How do you even ask?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Go for make it short because testimony isn't evidence for anything at all. Only in accordance with mythologies does it count.
Oh. Well, I was just gonna say, like, I played with the Ouija board when I was like 18, and I like asked
Yeah.
the spirit to come
I
into
play
me.
with them daily
Why do you
Ouija
do that? I
boards
thought you
are
don't believe in
literally
demons.
because it's divination. You can use it for psychology because that's how Ouija boards work. It's 100% psychology. There's no such thing as a spirit. You can use it to see what your
So,
subconscious is actually trying to get a point. If you want a job and you're applying for a job, you can use a Ouija board for a yes or no answer to whether you should have the job or not, based on if your subconscious knows what you consciously cannot get across to your own mind. It can tell you your subconscious is thinking no overall versus yes, and that's what they're used for. It's not demons, it's not angels, it's not spirits. It doesn't exist.
so what happens when you play with the Ouija board?
Absolutely fucking nothing. I get answers to my subconscious that I wasn't able to tap
Well,
into.
that's what I mean. Is it actually moving and doing and giving you answers and stuff?
Yeah, because of micro movements of the muscles in your hands. It's all 100% absolutely proven to be natural. There's nothing supernatural about it at all. All science agrees with me, and no science says that spirits exist.
Do you get like actually like good answers that are helpful?
Yes, because I use psychology. Should I get this job? Yes or no?
Interesting.
Yes. Wonderful. I'm going to take the job. Should I ask this girl out? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, I'm going to ask her out. It's all psychology
But how could you trust it?
because it's my psychology.
Could you be wrong? Your psychology, like your own subconscious, be wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Well. Anyways, I just when I
I mean,
did
it's
that,
not
I asked-
telling me anything special. It's just what my subconscious knows that I can't connect to.
Okay. Well. Basically, when I played with the Ouija board, I thought I was talking to spirits, and I asked the spirit to come into my body, and then nothing happened in the moment. We told it to go back. Me and my friend told it go back into the board or whatever, and then after that, I started going insane, hearing voices like. I was going crazy. I couldn't control myself anymore. I was like all of a sudden like yelling at my friend and I couldn't control it. I was like doing things I couldn't control anymore. I was like not even the same person anymore. For like a
That
year I was
sounds like
going
religiously
crazy.
induced schizophrenia.
Yeah, it's called
But I
religious
wasn't
psychosis.
religious. Oh, well, I wasn't religious.
You
then.
don't
I
have
was
to
just
be
like, oh,
religious for religious psychosis. You believed so strongly that these spirits exist, and then you did something in your subconscious, noticed something off and or a slight movement, which is confirmation bias telling your brain it's true. And then because your brain believed it to be true, it made it real because the brain is a fucking powerful computer, and it fills in gaps of knowledge, which the gap of knowledge was, is there a demon? And then the answer was, there is a demon because the confirmation bias of your hand moving when you told it to move. So your brain made it
well,
real.
okay. So, well, anyways, but what I'm saying is for a year I was going crazy and I didn't know why. I didn't
Sounds like you need
really
therapy. Like, why would I believe a demon
Yeah,
had
but
anything
I
to do with
didn't
that?
really finish. I didn't finish.
Why would I believe a demon had anything to do with this? You had an experience that can
Well,
be answered in
You
psychology.
don't have to believe that. I was just telling you what happened to me, and I was just gonna finish what I was saying. That for a year I didn't know what was wrong with me, and then it just kept getting worse and worse. I was getting like tormented by demons. You don't have to believe it, but anyways, and
Confirmation
then
bias
I
and religious psychosis. That's the answer.
well, anyways, I prayed, casted the demon out in Jesus' name, and then it left, and I was normal again.
Yeah, again, confirmation bias and religious psychosis of psychology. It is literally psychologically able to do that. If I somewhat curse somebody for bad luck and they start having bad luck and they come back to me and they ask me to repeal it, all I have to do is say it is done and that it'll stop. Why? Because of fucking psychology. Confirmation bias. It is amazingly strong. You can literally heal your body by thinking you're taking pain reducing medications that are sugar cubes, and all of a sudden the placebo is going to allow it to heal your body because your brain is goddamn fucking magnificent. It has nothing to do with spirits. It has nothing to do with ghosts, demons, angels, etc. It is 100% all in the brain. And this is proven
Do you
time and
think
time again.
that sugar cube thing works for everyone?
Yes, it does. Some people it may
Like,
not
if
be as
I need-
effective on.
Oh, okay.
In accordance with
Well, okay,
all
so-
studies, we have done many, many, many controlled studies, and it has like an 80% working rate, which means that it is actually a placebo psychological effect that consistently works.
So is that also what you think? If like, so like me and my friends, we go around like and do what Jesus did in the Bible. We pray for people and they get healed.
Confirmation bias. Have you ever seen someone grow a limb or a bullet wound heal? Have you ever seen someone in a crippled chair stand up and run? You're talking about
Yeah.
like knee pains. You're talking about maybe someone psychologically
No,
having a
I'm
hard
talking.
time.
Well, I'm talking about things that could be like cancer being healed overnight.
Yeah,
Or
how do
like
you know that?
someone
Who
did
did
get
you
out of a
heal
wheelchair.
with cancer?
Well, it was my husband's uncle was healed.
Yeah, what was the process of that?
Wait. Sorry, I'm confused. It wasn't cancer. It was liver cirrhosis, and then his liver was healed.
Okay,
And then my dad.
what were
Okay,
the studies?
he just went to the doctor, and they said his liver.
He was already going to the doctor and he was already being prescribed medication, correct?
I don't know the details.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
called
know the doctor.
confirmation bias and arguing from ignorance. You don't know all the facts of the information. For all we know, he was already getting medication to help with that because it is a reversal thing. And then you guys happened to pray for him. And when he went back to the doctor, he happened to be at the same time healed due to the fucking medication. Prayer had nothing to do with it.
Okay,
You need to
so
thank the doctor, not
a
God.
different story then. That's kind of crazier. My dad, his whole neck was like raw from radiation because he had cancer before, and it was like burnt, like you could see it. It looked burnt. Somebody prayed over his neck, and literally like it was gone. It disappeared. Well, I never saw that before that. Like that was the only time I've
You
ever seen
watched
something
that
like
happen. You watched them put hands on his neck and his hand went from wrinkly
Yeah.
to not wrinkly.
Yes, it was crazy. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
How do you know that it wasn't smooth the entire time? They told you it was wrinkly. Their hands were on it. You believed them. And then when they took their hands off, it wasn't wrinkly.
No,
And
because I saw my dad's neck all the time. What do you mean?
how do I know you're not
What do you
lying?
mean?
How do I know that he didn't go to the
Well,
doctor
no, I'm
before or
not
after?
asking
Was he on
you to believe me.
medications? Was he getting massages? Was
No,
he taking skin treatment? There's so many questions. How do you
no,
know
no,
that
no.
a God
I'm
had anything to do
asking
with it?
if you saw that, what would your explanation
I would
be if you
question it.
saw that?
If I saw Jesus Christ right now in my room, my first thought is, oh shit, I need psychology. Oh shit, I need a
No,
fucking
I'm asking
therapist.
about the miracle healing. What do you think
It's
if you
not a
saw one in
miracle
real life?
healing.
No, if you saw someone's limb grow, what would you
If a
believe?
limb
Do you think
grew, I
that
would question, am I A, schizophrenic, B, what's the causal mechanism causing the effect of a healed and growing limb? And then we would take that person into a fucking controlled study and we would test the ever living shit out of them to see what the cause was for a limb growing back, which is biologically impossible. I don't just believe things because I see them. That there's so many things like pareidolia in the psychology or the psyche, where if you're sitting in a dark room and you see a face in the corner of the room, you turn the light on, all of a sudden it's a pair of clothes. Pareidolia, your brain fills in gaps.
So like even like a real physical healing you saw with your eyes, it wouldn't be proof in God? You're saying?
No, it wouldn't. How does that relate to a god?
With something like that, are you trying to say that like when when hands were laid on him, the skin around his neck became younger, and that's why it was no longer wrinkly? Because
Are
like,
you asking me or him?
yeah, is that what you're saying?
But I never said younger. I don't know what you mean by younger. It just literally looked normal again.
Okay, but like, so we would be able to. So in order for this to be considered a miracle, we would want to test the cellular composite of the neck and see like test what was going on there, and then test afterwards to see like what caused that change to occur. The thing is that if that test doesn't occur, all we can do is say, "Huh, magicians are magicians." Like I can stand in front of you and make you believe that I swallowed a sword, right? I mean, I personally can't. I've seen sword swallowers.
Okay,
right?
so you're just saying it's like magic then.
No.
I mean, and even if it is,
Oh.
it's like magic. Because the thing is that the concept here is that this demonstrates that an event that we can't explain happened. It doesn't demonstrate a
Okay.
God.
I just wanted to know your opinion. That's all. I wanted to know what you. I didn't know you guys had an explanation for that.
Yeah, there's all these questions. I grew up as a Christian. My dad is a pastor. I used to apologetically street preach my entire life. I've been an atheist for 3 years. I deconstructed when I realized there was no justification to believe in Jesus. I've seen the reason I believe what I believe is because I look it up and I look for, because correlation is not causation. What that means is just because you saw a bird on a bent steel beam, it doesn't mean the bird bent it. Just because you saw somebody supposedly get up and walk after being prayed for, it does not mean that your prayer caused them to be able to walk. You have to find a causal mechanism relating to the effect of them walking or being healed, etc. That is when I started deconstructing, is when I learned how to think critically about things.
Okay. I just didn't know you guys had an explanation for like a miracle if you
There's
saw
an
it. Like,
explanation for all these things. The thing is, Christians and theists alike don't ever look into them because they're in cognitive dissonance and wanting to believe that their fairy tale is true.
Well, have you ever heard of the miracle of Lady Fatima?
no.
So the miracle of Lady Fatima was a very interesting miracle. Lady of Fatima, I'm sorry. They believed that in this region, the Mother Mary had appeared to 3 boys and given them prophecy. And the prophecy which they gave them, the boys came to the nun in the region. They told the nun. Long story. I might be mixing a few, right? But the thing is that even if all of this is absolutely accurate, we have to go over every time. It doesn't matter how improbable an explanation I give is. A naturalistic explanation is infinitely more probable than a supernatural explanation, because we've demonstrated natural things to occur.
What are you guys believe? Do you believe in the Big Bang or evolution or what?
Yeah, why wouldn't
Well,
I?
evolution is a fact.
What?
Evolution itself is a fact. The Big Bang, yes, I would say that we have more than enough evidence to present that the Big Bang is the best theory for the expansion of the universe as we know it.
Yeah, why don't you
So
believe in the
that's
Big
you
Bang?
guys. That's what you guys believe. What?
Why don't you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Well, if there was a Big Bang, I would just believe God started it. Like, because
That's
to
fair
me, I
enough.
don't really.
Yes, that's honesty.
But the evolution.
Evolution is a
believe in
fact.
evolution,
And
that-
evolution could be true
that
with
we
or
came
without your
from
God as well.
monkeys?
It's an absolute fact. You have a tailbone, hun.
Yeah, I mean, I study that for a
That
living.
doesn't really prove me anything.
Yeah, it does. You're an ape.
I mean, you know, when I told my daughter that, she laughed because it sounded so silly.
You have a
Like, it
tailbone.
really
You
does
used to have a tail.
sound. You can have a tailbone
Congratulations.
without having a tail, though. What if we were just born with a tailbone without having a tail? You know?
No,
Are
we
you saying
we
that
can
you're getting your
follow the
information
fossils back.
Like, are you saying that you got your information from the fact that your daughter laughed?
No, I'm just saying it's really funny and it sounds retarded. That's all. To say that we
We
came from
don't
monkeys,
use that
it
word on
sounds-
here, though.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
your ignorance on the topic does not change whether or not the topic is true. So your personal ignorance here doesn't mean anything. It's a fact that we came from monkeys.
Yeah.
You can pretend like that's not a fact.
So-
But you saying that your daughter laughed about it demonstrates to me that you don't have
Oh,
intelligence. greater
man.
than your
Whoa,
daughter.
Ravis. God damn. Okay, brother. Jesus Christ. So, Justine, we have reasons for why we believe these things. I believe in evolution I came from young earth creationism. I believed that the earth was literally built 6,000 years ago in 6 days by this guy called God. Oh, what? Damn it. We have to drop you, Justine. Come back up on another day. We can't use those words. They go against TikTok terms of service for hatred because it is hate speech. But come up another day. Just beware of the words that you use. Damn it. If you're still listening, evolution. We have fossil records we can follow back. We have DNA that we can connect and link. Same as you know your grandfather is your grandfather. We're able to link back to our great grandfathers. We have embryology. We can see every process of the evolutionary process in an embryo as it's growing from fetus to human. There's so much evidence for evolution. It is it's considered proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, you're unreasonable to doubt it. I used to believe that Earth was 6,000 years old. I also believed Earth was flat. I believed God made us. But then someone asked me, how do I know that God made us? And my thought was, well, the Bible says it, so it must be true, correct? And then they brought up other religions that said other gods made us. Well, I don't believe those religions. I don't believe their books. So why do I believe my book, but I don't believe their books? Why should I believe my book? So then we look at, okay, Genesis 1:1 says God created the heavens and the earth. What evidence is there to believe that? The book says it. That doesn't make it true. Why should I believe it? So then you look at, how was the earth actually formed? And do we have evidence to justify a belief in how it was formed? Well, we actually do. So in the book of Genesis, you have Genesis 1:1 that says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then 3 days later, on day 4, Genesis 1:14, we have God created the sun, moon, and stars. We're able to date the Earth, thanks to rocks and other minerals, back billions of years, 8 billion, and the Earth is younger than the sun. How do we know this? Well, we have actually observed planets' formations through things like the Hubble telescope, and we know that they form thanks to gravity. The gravity of the sun is the reasoning behind the oblate spheroid rock that we currently live on. So the Bible is completely false in that. So now I have proven where the Earth comes from, and I've also proven the contradiction of the Bible wrong, that the sun is younger than the Earth. So I shouldn't believe it because there's no evidence justifying the claim in this piece of paper, but there is evidence justifying the actual world I live in. So thinking critically is where you go, why should I believe that? What justifies a belief in this claim? And that's the way we should all think. And this is why indoctrination, spreading a belief uncritically, the definition of indoctrination, is so dangerous. One love. Ravis, are you still here?
Yeah, I got a little sassy there.
Okay, you did. I'm getting One Love up here. One Love has been talking a lot about evolution and stuff in chat, so I'm most likely gonna just let you take hold. Just don't make them leave in 10 minutes.
I will do my best to be nice.
I've been doing my best too. It's difficult, I know. You know me.
Hey, One Love, can we get your age?
Hey, how you guys doing, monkeys?
I apologize.
Wait,
What?
your age.
10 minutes. Remember, he said 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
All right,
gotcha.
don't start sweating.
Yeah. Are you over
So
the age
one
of 18,
question.
brother?
I just got one question for you.
Yeah, are
guys.
you over the age of 18,
How
brother?
many apes have you seen evolve to humans?
Oh yeah, many.
How many apes?
So I have
Tell
2
me.
questions for you for terms of service for TikTok, so
Oh,
neither of us
proceed
get
right
banned.
now.
And that terms of service question is going to be A, are you over the age of 18? I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and which religion do you follow so we know which God we're talking about?
No, it's fine. Let's just say I'm not even religious. I'll
Okay,
answer
are you
your
atheist?
science question. Don't worry about it. Just answer.
Well,
How
I
many
do
apes
worry
have
about
you
it.
seen evolve to humans now?
All right, you're not
Yeah.
able to answer
Simple.
basic questions. I'll let
Simple.
Ravis
Answer
go
it.
ahead and answer then.
No, you answer it.
No, well, I'm the biologist here, so I might be.
You ain't no biologist. You're indoctrinated, man. Come on, bro.
Okay, so
Stop all
you're-
this
One
retarded
love,
stuff,
one love,
man.
one love.
Ah, he
Sweetie,
used the
I'm gonna
word.
drop you now. There's a slur.
Damn it!
Just don't use a slur. I'm
Guys.
sorry. Real quick, let me just address everyone in the comments. If you are so fucking stupid that you can't not use a slur, use a better word, stay down in the comments. Because it is better off that your bloodline ends here and that you stop fucking spreading this misinformation. Don't use a better word. There's tons of better words.
Yeah, would you
Deep
be
breaths.
willing to explain it to Love while he's in chat like a good boy?
Yeah, absolutely. So you asked me how many apes I have seen become humans. Okay, I have 3 right here in my house. My 3-year-old, he is an ape. I am an ape. And so he is slowly becoming a little human. Of course, he began as a human, but he's also an ape because humans are, in fact, a species of ape. My 4-year-old, or sorry, he's 5 now. I keep messing it up. No, you're 6. I'm so sorry. He's correcting me. He's wearing a shirt that says he's 4 years old, so I read the shirt. But
Relatable.
my 6-year-old, also an ape. My 8-year-old, also an ape. Every human that you have ever met is also an ape. And I know this might be complicated, One Love, for you to understand, but this is just facts. We can demonstrate this with a fusion of chromosome 2 and ERVs alone without going into the fossil record. Now, the whole thing that kind of just comes down to taxonomy and chromosomes. And we already can demonstrate that.
All right, well, I'm ready for a break. So we're going to go ahead and end the stream here, get some editing going. I appreciate everyone being here. Ravis, you included. I love you, bro. But appreciate everyone being here over on the TikToks. You guys all have a good time. I will see you guys probably a little bit later. I'll probably go live again in a few hours. I got a few day weekend, so I've got a lot of time to go live this weekend. I love you all. See you guys in the next one. YouTube, you are my absolute favorite. You guys are absolute legends. We got some good clips over here. I appreciate it. Thank you all the mods, everyone that chatted around. You guys are legends. I love you guys.